So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Iconic Universe. So we are back with a brand new movie on What If Deku Lost His Mother Was Unleashing Full Potential movie, but before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story. All Might stared morosely at the sight of his despondent pupil. The boy sat on his own couch and near unresponsive. He had been giving the boy a ride back home from his workout after the boy had worked himself to exhaustion. His apartment had been crushed in a fight with a rampant villain with enlarging mutant quirk, crushed when his mother had been inside. That had been 2 hours ago and he hadn't really gotten much out of the child. He remembered that aching loss of losing one's parent. He'd lost them both. The man took a heavy breath, running a hand over his gaunt features as he prepared himself. Young Midoriya. Is there anyone who would want to know what has happened to you? The man asked softly, earning a slightly detached look from the green-eyed youth. He looked as though he wanted to say something before his head fell back down. No, not anymore. Toshinori nearly winced before nodding. The man dipped into the hall, re-emerging a few moments later with a thick blanket and a pillow. I'm sorry that it's not much, but it's all I have at the moment, the man said as the youngest Midoriya accepted them slowly. Thank you. All Might. The man did his best to give his young disciple a strong smile but knew it wasn't what the boy needed. Izuku gave back a small smile of his own, hollow just like the one Toshinori had just given him. Get some rest, young Midoriya. The boy nodded an unfocused nod. If you'd like, we can take tomorrow off. No. He was momentarily taken aback by the firmness of the boy's voice, watching as he clenched the thick comforter and blazing emerald met iced sapphire. Now more than ever. I have to become the greatest hero. All Might felt a plethora of emotions rock through him at the boy's resolve, astonished at the sheer determination in his voice. For a quirkless boy to be so determined and fixated on become a pro-hero, let alone the greatest one. Of course, young Midoriya. Toshinori watched as his pupil dragged the heavy detached truck bed through the sand, leaving great rivets in the sand. The man was worried for his charge. He'd seen this exact picture countless times through many pro-heroes. Heroes who throw themselves into their work so hard that they can't get out of the hole they dig for themselves. Just as he had done when he'd lost his master, fixated on his vengeance. And then, Gran Torino had pulled him from his fixation and thrown him to America, setting his head on straight. Midoriya needed him in the same way he had needed Gran Torino, but how can he pull the boy from the depths as his teacher had? He watched as the boy leaned on his knees, having flipped the bed onto a large tarp. He held back a grimace at his own thoughts of pulling the boy away from his training, something that would surely cripple the boy in the long run. With his own case, he had known who he was searching for and was determined to get his vengeance. But for Izuku, the villain had been apprehended and thrown into a cell before they had even gotten to the crime. The only goal the boy has is to become the #1 hero. To succeed him. Perhaps leaving him on the course he has already set would be best. The boy grabbed a spare wheel and he spotted the rippling of terse muscle, the previously reedy boy having packed a considerable amount of muscle since their start. The man sighed, rubbing his forehead as he thought. Yes, he must allow Izuku to continue his goal of become a hero. He will simply make sure the boy does not push himself over the edge. All Might gained a shallow smile as the boy fell to a knee. Perhaps a break is in order. Half an hour later the two were sat in a Korean barbecue place, the man sitting across from his freshly showered pupil. You've made remarkable progress. At this rate, you'll have the beach cleared well before it's time for the entrance exam. Toshinori commented, the boy glancing up with a small smile. That'd be great. The man gave a broad smile at his pupil's words, glad that the boy had not undergone a drastic transformation. But he could see the slight changes. They were not truly defined, but the boy did not seem as quaky as he had in the past, more sure of himself. All Might chose not to dwell on such thoughts as their food arrived, the both of them placing several small bites of meat on the grill. So, young Midoriya. Do you know anyone your age going into UA? He remembered knowing 3 comrades going into UA. He'd fallen out of contact with them. Yeah. The boy said with a small wince of the eyes, something All Might latched onto. Ah, not the friendliest sort. Izuku frowned at the words, flipping several pieces. It's not that. Kachan's great, he's just changed. The boy trailed off, he's super strong. Ah, that reminds me. Do you have any kind of martial arts experience? The boy winced once more. All Might repressed a sigh. He seemed quite skilled at pressing on sensitive nerves when trying to avoid the big ones. Fighting Kachan. It dinged in All Might's head. Ah, this Kachan. He's a bully then. Izuku frowned once more as he looked down. I guess. Izuku muttered. But it's not really him, I can tell. It's just... Everyone keeps putting all these expectations on his shoulders because he has a super strong quirk and it changed him. He's a really big fan of yours too. Izuku gave the man a small smile as Toshinori hummed. A very strong quirk, Izuku nodded, eyes suddenly alight. He secretes a really potent nitroglycerin compound of his sweat from his hands and ignites it, and it creates varying strengths of explosions. Sometimes, I wonder if he can do it from his feet since the sweat glands on top of our feet are quite wide, but the bottom of the foot doesn't really have them, so I guess maybe he could, but wouldn't it just blow back up at him and make him? Young Midoriya. The boy stopped at the interruption. I think you gave me an accurate enough description. The boy ducked his head slightly but didn't become overburdened by embarrassment like he used to. That does indeed sound like quite the strong quirk. Yeah. I've heard him complain about how it hurts his forearms. The boy suddenly grew saddened as he slumped forward. What's the matter? All Might asked somewhat nervously, afraid the boy had fallen into a depressed slump. All my hero analysis books were at home. The boy was saddened as he chewed his pork, All Might blinking. Hero analysis? I've never heard of such a series. It's not. It's just a bunch of notebooks I had on all the quirks and interesting facts about quirks, and heroes, and villains, and anyone that I was interested in. He murmured, drawing a furrowed brow from his mentor. A bunch. The boy nodded slowly. How many of these books had you done? The boy paused in contemplation. I had just started number 28 after that sludge incident. The man became still. You have 27 notebooks on heroes and their weaknesses as well as villains and their weaknesses? The boy blinked. Well, their quirks and traits and stuff too. I'm just kinda bummed, I guess. I put a lot of time in those. Mom even. The boy fell silent as his face fell and his shell clamped shut, the boy beginning to prod and slowly chew his food as his mood changed. All Might withheld a frown as he chewed his own meat, saddened for the boy. The rest of the meal was had in moderate silence as they slowly made their way through their food. All Might listened to his truck sputter to a stop, knowing it was going through more pressure than it had in the past 4 years of him owning it. All Might. He turned to the boy sat in the passenger seat beside him, noticing the mood that clung to him as he fisted his pants while bowing his head. I'm sorry for burdening you like this. I am truly grateful for everything you've done for me. No apology is needed, young Midoriya. I know the pain of losing a parent, no one should have to suffer through that alone. He heard a sniffle from the boy before he saw the tears begin to drop, laying his hand on the youth's shoulder and giving him a consolatory squeeze. Izuku's sobs were heart-wrenching. Toshinori pulled to the side of the beach, noticing the rising sun marking it barely 6 in the morning, but Izuku was not in the car with him. When he'd woken up, the youth had already been gone and he himself had woken up at 5 a.m. He watched as the youth walked around a tall mound of trash, carrying 2 bags of the stuff over his shoulders and hauling them into a large dumpster he had rented for the boy. The man turned off the engine and sat there, simply watching. He sat there for at least half an hour, simply watching the boy who had been here for around 2 hours. He noted the discarded headlamp, something the boy must have either bought or found. All Might felt pride swell in him at the determination of the young man, clearly serious in his resolve to become the #1 hero. It had been 4 months since the boy had lost his mother and come to live with the man, and he consistently found himself impressed. Every morning, the boy had risen before he and made it out here on his own terms. He never questioned the young Midoriya and the boy never sought to explain it to him. Toshinori would be the first to admit the boy had clearly never healed after the loss of his mother, never wholly. It was cruel sounding, but it had changed the boy for the better. He seemed to have shed his skin and become the young man Toshinori knew he could. His successor. The boy now held his gaze, never running from it, and seemed to be more confident in his opinions. Again, he seems to have changed for the better. He watched as the boy pulled a fridge through the sand via a thick rope, yet again showing Toshinori the improvements the boy was making physically. Leave it to the next generation, the words of his master reverberated in his head as he watched Izuku continue to improve upon himself as he worked himself to the point of exhaustion. Yes, he truly could see this boy surpassing him. He turned the key of his truck inside, sliding his hands over the wheel. He can get more work done today. How could he slack off when his disciple is working so hard? Meanwhile, Izuku was panting to himself as he did his best to push a flattened sedan through the sand, slowing as he pushed it. He let go of the crushed metal with a huff and made to the front of the car, scooping out the cold sand that had mounded up in front of the car body. He stood and staggered hard as exhaustion swept through him. The boy righted himself ever so barely as he hunched forward, breathing harshly as he watched his sweat drip into the sand. He felt a crack in his resolve as he thought about how tired and sore he was, the pain in the ripped calluses of his hands. The green-eyed boy snapped up Ramrod straight with a face of fury at his own weakness for questioning himself as his fists clenched tight. He turned, marching to the back of the car and beginning to push it once more. His muscles screamed in protest and the cold metal burned against his palms, but he continued to push regardless, ignoring those emotions and thinking only of his mother. Her smile and her words as she doted on him. The boy let out a long groan as he pushed the car over the edge, adjoining two other car frames alongside a fridge and two washing machines. He dug his hands into his sides as he panted harshly, the thick sleeveless hoodie not doing much against the biting cold. "You look tired." The boy twisted at the voice, panting openly as he stared at a figure sat on top of the tallest peak of what remained of the trash piles. It was a woman bundled in several layers except for her head where two tall white ears poked out alongside wide red eyes. "Maruko!" he exclaimed in awe, the word coming out as a huff as she bit into a pastry. "That's some damn good recognition," she commented, nose twitching before leaping down. He actually had to stare down at the woman a few inches shorter than even he. "So, what's a kid like you doing cleaning a junkyard? Community service credits?" "Hey, nothing like that." He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. "It's actually to help get me in better shape and clean up the beach." "No kidding," she murmured, giving a glance about. "So what's the number 5 hero doing here?" he questioned, ignoring the small voice that said that the number 1 hero comes here nearly every day. She shrugged, getting another bite of her pastry. "I got forced to take one of my days off by my assistant," she said over the food, glancing about at the great piles of junk. "Heroes take days off." "That's what I said," she exploded, but then she got all uppity. TCH, the nerve of some people. "Well, that doesn't really explain why you're here of all places," she shrugged. "I was walking, saw a car getting pulled by a kid in a junkyard. Got curious." She turned her attention to him fully as she stared up at him. "Well, you seem in decent shape," she said by poking his bicep, resulting in a hiss from the boy as he gingerly pulled it back. "Ah, is the kid sore?" "Very," he said in pain, ignoring the condescending lilt to her voice. "Ah, there." The mumbled as though talking to a baby, getting a dry glare from the boy as she made baby faces. "Do you need Miss Maruko to kiss it better?" He blushed at her patronizing as she smirked. "So, do you go to UA?" "I will be." She made a humming noise. "So, you a close quarters fighter?" Izuku blinked at the question. "I guess?" She rose a brow at his tone. "You guess?" The woman finished off the pastry before wiping her fingers on his hoodie, drawing a dry glare from the boy. "What? You're already filthy." "That doesn't make me a napkin," he snapped at her as she laughed at his plight. Her red eyes gained a challenging tint to them as she met his gaze easily. "What you gonna do about it, junior high kid?" He twitched at the challenge but was more than aware that there was absolutely no universe where he could take on the number 5 hero in Japan. Why the hesitation? "I'm not stupid," he retorted as she shrugged. "This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you and you're not gonna take it?" she questioned as he frowned. "Not really, I'm sore and—" Izuku cut himself off by his arm darting forward for the woman. She easily backstepped from it with a laugh, not even taking her hands out of her hoodie pouch. "That was just sad. I kinda respect it," she admitted, practically dancing around him as he charged forward. She kept hopping around as though she were floating, laughing loudly as he failed time and time again. It was a good try but at this point it's useless. She sidestepped another charge as though she were dodging bulls as she grinned. "I won't ever give up." Her grin froze as she caught shining green eyes, blazing like liquid emeralds with an intensity that froze her. His sheer will and determination froze her to the spot as he held her gaze. He burst forward and her feet felt rooted to the ground, her grin becoming that of petrification. She saw his fingers edge closer and she snapped out of her reverie as he got less than a foot away. She snapped a quick kick that caught him in the chest, sending him head over heels back and she winced. "Sorry kid, that hypno quirk of yours really caught me off guard," she said, rubbing her neck as she walked forward to give him a hand up. Her respect for him rose as she stood on his own, rubbing at his chest as he stared at her in confusion. "I don't have a hypnotizing quirk." She blinked, suddenly awed by the fact he could freeze her with sheer intensity and felt a shiver go down her spine. "What kinda quirk do you have? I sure as hell didn't see it." He frowned but held her gaze. "I don't have one, I'm quirkless." A pregnant silence followed his words as the two stared at each other for several long moments, her gaze searching his as though looking for any sign of lying. "I almost got hit by a quirkless 12-year-old, she whispered loudly as she pulled on her bangs, ignoring his twitching eye. "My career's over. I'm 15. How are you going to tell me with a straight face that you're going to UA when you're quirkless?" She rounded on him with a near indignant expression. His face contorted and his fist clenched, straightening to lower his gaze to the number 5 hero. As if I'll let something so simple stop me. His declaration hit her like a wave as she stared at him in blatant shock, his green eyes blazing as they met her own red ones. She broke into a soft laugh before shaking her head. I'll make you a deal, kid. Her gaze rose to meet his easily. If you win the sports festival, I'll sponsor ya. He blinked at her slowly. What does that mean? Her eye twitched. It means that you'll be the first kid I've ever sponsored and that you'll get to work for me for like a week. Izuku let out a noise of comprehension. I see. Well, then. He gave her a blinding smile. I'll see you after the sports festival. She laughed strongly at his words, face falling into a natural smile that had the boy blushing. Yeah, see ya around, kid. She tousled his hair before leaping away, the boy's fatigue forgotten as new sensations washed over him. He promptly gave a shout of excitement. I heard that. He blushed bright as the sun. Remember why you clench your fist. Izuku clenched his fist, the feeling of one for all coursing through his veins as the words of his mentor bolstered his resolve. He gave a deep exhale, entering the grounds of UA and grinning a bright grin as he made for the wide doors. What's up? The loud voice bounced through the massive room as the throng of students looked up at the pro hero. Present Mike. Sheesh, tough crowd. Alright y'all, follow me. The man bounded through the side doors and the hive of students followed, leading down a path and up to a massive gate. Alright, party people, we're gonna do a practical exam and then we're gonna do a written exam. For the practical, you've just gotta beat up as many villains as you can before the time runs out. Sound good enough? Silence once more met the man and Izuku gave an amused smile. Alright. The man pushed past the ignorance from the crowd. The doors swung wide open to reveal a small city as Izuku gaped. Go. The students stared at him, stunned. What, you think there's a countdown in real life? Get going. That got them moving as the students burst forward, some using their quirks to propel them forward. Izuku watched one boy crack the ground with the force he leapt off with. It reminded him of Maruko. Could he use one for all with his feet? He saw a tall two-pointer and surged for it, leaping up and cocking back his arm as a trickle of self-doubt went through him. Remember why you swing your fist. He threw his fist forward with a shout, bashing through the machine and watching in awe as it exploded in a shower of scrap and circuits. He hissed at the pain, looking down to see his knuckles an angry, bright, agitated red. He clenched his fist, biting down the feelings of euphoria as he saw a gaggle of one-pointers not far away. He saw a boy with 6 limbs racing for the same gaggle. Remember why? Izuku's legs coiled and he burst forward, blasting through the soles of his shoes as well as cracking the ground he'd leapt off from. He smashed through one bod before punching 2 in the stomach and kicking another in the neck. He gaped at his own limbs and his power, feeling that same sting becoming more pronounced. He clenched his fist regardless, the euphoric high from his own success at using a quirk washing over him. He burst forward, taking down another two-pointer before being hit in the side by what seemed to be a truck. He gasped, looking up and spotting a large three-pointer. I gotcha. A girl ran by, spitting literal acid and melting the bot. He gaped as she gave him a wink, sliding away on a trail of acid. He became aware of the feeling of asphalt beneath his feet at the fact his shoes had exploded. He gave a sigh. He was just getting started. He couldn't get distracted. He burst forward and the green-haired boy destroyed 2 one-pointers with one punch before running yet again, kicking a two-pointer and giving a yelp of pain at the feeling of kicking an edge. The boy pushed on regardless, charging forward with a slight stagger and punching yet another one-pointer as he noticed a gash had opened just above his toes. He felt that same feeling of one for all tingling even brighter, making his fist gain a bright pigment as he swung at a three-pointer. He gave a cry of pain, noticing the bot literally explode into parts as he looked down at his 3 purple fingers and wincing at the pain in his wrist. 1 minute remaining, kiddos. Izuku's good fist clenched as he caught the eye of another three-pointer. He began jogging towards it only to pause at a cry of pain. He turned just in time to see a girl get held beneath a thick piece of concrete, her limbs pinned as she stared up in fear. Izuku's eyes trailed up as he gulped, feeling the ground quake as the massive behemoth took a single step. It was easily taller than anything else in this city and was a massive creature of green plates and red eyes. He saw its arm begin to drag forward and he didn't hesitate. The green-eyed boy burst forward, hooking his fingers underneath it and flinging the concrete slab away. He winced as his broken fingers screamed in pain. The boy looked down and saw her struggling to stand. The creaking of metal made him turn, his eyes going wide at the sight of one massive hand reaching down to crush them like a bug. Unbidden, an image of All Might punching away a villain 3 stories tall as well as an image of Maruko performing a powerful roundhouse kick came to the forefront of his mind. He felt one for all tingle through him stronger than ever, feeling as though it were in his very bones as his body twisted. He jumped, pant leg shearing away into tatters as he spun, foot swinging with him. Izuku's eyes widened at the green and red glowing lines tracing his leg as it swung through the air, and as though in slow motion, it slammed into the massive hand. The first thing he became aware of was the satisfying crunch under his foot as the metal dented and warped. He watched as the entire hand crumpled and cracks shot all the way up the arm, bisecting it at the elbow and falling off like it were sliced. The next thing he became aware of was blinding pain as he collapsed to the ground. He yelped at the pain in his leg and bit his lip in pain, seeing the robot bringing around its other arm. His eyes widened and did his best to shove himself to a stand, screaming in pain as he did so. He came to a limp stance as he stared down the incoming fist, cocking back his good arm with a glare of focus and solid determination. His sleeve shredded as his limb cocked, ready to fight this behemoth no matter what, no matter the pain, no matter the cost. Izuku let loose a battle cry, arm becoming encompassed in red and green lines as power swelled in him. And we're done. The bot creaked to a stop, hand outstretched mere meters away from the two as Izuku stood over the collapsed girl. He blinked, slowly falling out of his battle-crazed stupor as the power in his arm began to go away. He slumped, the energy fading as the adrenaline ebbed away. He turned with a limp, looking down at the gaping girl. "Are you okay?" His voice was pained and raspy as she stared at him in awe. She gave a slow nod as he returned it. "That's good." With those words, he began to pass out and felt himself become weightless. The boy passed out. Young Midoriya. Izuku stared up at his mentor in apprehension, aware of the sling his arm was in as well as the still biting pain in his leg and ankle. He was expecting a lecture from All Might for having used his quirk so recklessly. "I have never been so proud." The man had changed forms mid-speech, nearly hitting the ceiling of his own apartment. Your stand against the zero-pointer in the defense of that young girl was that of great heroism. Izuku preened under the praise as he grinned a bright grin. "It got my blood pumping simply watching you." The man pumped a fist as he beamed at his disciple. "I also bore witness to the way you dispatched the several smaller robots. You took to one for all like a fish to water." "Well." Izuku stared at his covered limbs. "That is simply because your body cannot handle it just yet. Your application, usage, and versatility of one for all was breathtaking. Using your feet like that, where did you get such inspiration?" Izuku rubbed the back of his head with his good hand as he smiled a small smile. "From Maruko." All Might nodded strongly. Of course. Truly a master of kicking. Izuku grinned at the dorkiness of his teacher. "I had never thought to apply one's feet, having always relied on my arms." He threw out a punch that made wind blow in the room, Izuku getting a second-hand thrill from the sheer energy behind the blow. "But to use your legs. That is a great way of making one for all your own quirk." The deflated man was more serious but smiling regardless. "I am indeed very proud of you, young Midoriya. I have no doubt that you will surpass me one day." Izuku's eyes sparkled at the man's words, rubbing at the tears that sprouted in his eyes from the sheer joy of hearing those words. "Now, I also bring news. First, I am going to begin teaching at UA starting this year." Izuku's eyes widened at the words, surprised and gleeful. "But what about your time limit?" "I will power through it," the man said with a clenched fist. "Second, I bring you the news that you passed." Izuku seemed to float on cloud nine at the words as All Might grinned. "With the 17 points you gained from decimating robots as well as the 60 for your stand in saving and defending that girl, you pass with an outstanding grade." "Thank you very much," Izuku exclaimed, bowing the best he could in bed as All Might laughed a bone-dry chuckle. "No, thank you, young Midoriya. Thank you for restoring my faith in the next generation." The two shared a long glance as they both smiled. "Now, let's analyze your fights." The man withdrew a handful of CDs from his pocket and pulled them each out, laying them on the table as they began chattering about this or that while looking over the discs. It was the start of a strong career and a stronger hero. That's a big door. Compared to the relatively short Izuku, it was a very tall door to his classroom, meant to accommodate for a range of mutant quirks as well as any other extremities. It suddenly slid open and the boy turned to see a tall teen with glasses. "You are the one from the entrance exam, the one that fought the zero-pointer." Izuku blinked at the taller teen. "Yes." The teen hummed. "I am incensed with myself that I had not seen the hidden objective as you had. Very well done." The small Midoriya tilted his head oddly at the taller boy. "Hidden objective?" The taller teen nodded firmly at Izuku's inquiry. "Of course, to put oneself on the line and defend the injured girl, very smart indeed." "Oh, I didn't do it for that. It was just the right thing to do and I wasn't just going to let her get hurt." The tall teen stared at Izuku for a long moment at his declaration before making a noise of affirmation, readjusting his glasses. I see, then you truly are quite heroic. His hand extended. I am Iida Tenya, it is a pleasure to meet you. Midoriya Izuku. The boy replied with a smile, taking the hand gruffly. The calluses on your hands align with the feats I saw you perform in the exam. You truly are quite the person and your quirk is quite remarkable as well. Izuku smiled a small smile at the praise, looking down at his hands that had grown battered with calluses. I guess. I'm just trying to do the best that I can. Izuku turned, the two of them entering the fairly sparse classroom as it only had a few occupants. Deku. The boy instinctively winced at the voice before meeting the red-eyed glare of his childhood friend. Hey, Kachan. The blonde snapped his legs off the desk and marched forward, coming up to glare at the boy a mere foot away. The hell is a reject like you doing here? Bakugo rasped, eyes narrowed into thin slits. This type of behavior is unacceptable. Tenya made his presence known with an arm chop. You cannot harass a fellow classmate so callously, especially one that is so heroic. Heroic? Deku? Katsuki asked, a vicious grin on his face as he laughed a rough laugh. Deku's about as heroic as a rat. The blonde loomed over the green-haired boy with a sneer. Not even an extra, just some useless trash. That's not true, Kachan. Izuku met the boy's eye as he clenched his fist to push away any dormant fear or meekness. The blonde's expression grew sharp as he glared down the boy before him, as if you get to decide that. His arm shot forward only to be intercepted by Izuku's the Midoriya's hand clamping on the other boy's wrist. Bakugo was momentarily taken aback by the firmness in Izuku's eyes as he defied him. We're equals now, Kachan. The blonde's expression grew positively murderous as he leveled a potent glare on Izuku. As if, the blonde's free hand came around, crackling with small explosives as Izuku's forearm darted up and took the small explosives harshly. The small smoke cleared to reveal both boys the same other than a slight ruffle and frown on Izuku's face. Enough. Fighting with our quirks is far above against the rules, Tenya declared, but neither boy broke each other's stare. He's right. A soft voice said from their side, we do not need to fight before even. The girl was cut off by Bakugo's free hand gripping Izuku's arm and tossing him over his shoulder. The sound of Izuku hitting the ground was hard as Bakugo lurched forward with a palm popping. Izuku spun on his back, a foot sailing with a faint thrum and impacting with Bakugo's shoulder. The blonde flew into the wall viciously as Izuku leapt to his feet, taking a vague boxer's stance as he stared down his old childhood friend. Bakugo snarled before leaping forward with a yell, not noticing other students moving to intervene. Izuku burst forward with just as much passion, each cocking back limbs to fight with as they glared at one another. Before either could react, hands clamped around their throats as one of the students gave a scream of surprise. Both boys were slammed into the wall so hard it cracked as they gripped at the hand clamped on their throats. If you two want to have pissing matches, the door's right there. Their eyes met the aggravated cold gaze of the man holding them by the throat. No, both stayed quiet despite Bakugo's palpable hatred and Izuku's own clear displeasure. With a twist, the man had thrown Bakugo into a far window seat before throwing Izuku in the opposite direction, both boys groaning in pain at their awkward landings as Izuku gingerly got off the desk. All of you, sit down. The students hurried to comply as the man stared at the room. This is UA, not some back alley where meatheads throw their quirks around to see who comes out on top. I couldn't care less about how you feel, I'll expel any of you if I feel like it, clear. Mumbled assent came from the room. The man's eyes flashed red and the class became stifling as he leveled them all with a glare, everyone stilling under the oppressive force. Clear. Yes, sensei. The class responded. Throw these on. The man pulled a uniform out of a big box beside him, and meet me outside in 20. At your previous schools you all had fitness exams where you couldn't use your quirks. This will be akin to that but with you allowed to use your quirks. The man looked down at his chart with a scoff. Of course it's the brat. Bakugo. The blonde stepped forward. What was the farthest you could throw in school? 62 meters. The blonde said with a callous shrug. The man tossed him a ball. Throw this, with your quirk. Bakugo grinned a vicious grin as he cocked back his arm, beginning to march forward before winding up. Die. His word was nearly drowned out by an explosion akin to an artillery cannon as the ball soared out of sight as the class watched in blatant surprise. Several thick moments passed as Bakugo turned back to his teacher with a firm grin. 782 meters. The man showed them the reader that said that number. The class murmured at the sight of such a big number. Now, let's get started. Keep in mind, whoever does the worst in the class fails instantly. With those words, the class started as their teacher watched on. With the cameras placed at each exercise, the man did not need to do any actual participation for this activity. Izuku gave a quick pant before taking off his shoes, standing before the standing long jump. He gave 3 quick breaths before jogging forward and then sprinting and pushing off, cracking the earth lightly as he soared over the sandpit. The boy gave a breath of relief, moving on to the next one and pushing the power into the ball of his palm, squeezing the grip tester. He pushed a bit more power into his digits before stopping with a hiss as his fingers began cramping, rubbing the red pads of his fingers. The boy stepped up to the pull-up bar and started doing the exercise, going up and down steadily as he tried to keep his breathing level. The boy had barely gone over double digits before falling with a groan as he nursed his sore elbow joint. He fell into place and began cranking out push-ups before reaching 40 and then doing the same with sit-ups, brushing himself off as he stepped up to the line for the 50-meter dash. Izuku wriggled his toes along the firm earth and found solace in the feeling. It came to his turn eventually, and with 3 quick bursts of his quirk in long leaps that could be called strides to the untrained eye, the boy crossed in 4.10 seconds. He gave quick shaky pants as he walked to the repeated side steps. 5 minutes later, the boy was stood before his teacher alongside several other students as Izuku dug small grooves with his toes. "Where'd your shoes go?" a blond boy asked as Izuku gave a small smile and scratched the side of his head. "I took 'em off. It feels better this way." The blonde shrugged as Izuku continued to push his toes back and forth. "Alright, I have all the scores, it's time for the ball throw." The man looked down at his board. "Kirishima." A spiky-haired boy stepped up, getting tossed a ball. The redhead cocked back before letting the ball loose, it still being visible in the baseball field. "Uraraka." The girl accepted the ball, cupping it as though not going to throw it. Then, it just started floating up. "Enough, you get the infinite score." It fell back down as she handed it back to their teacher, Midoriya. Izuku accepted the ball as he took a deep breath. He'd been going easy all day with his quirk and not pushing himself. Perhaps now it was time to push himself? To go beyond? He'd seen baseball, he'd thrown one before? He took a deep breath as he stepped back several paces. He jogged forward before both his pant leg and sleeve sheared off in synchronization, his eyes staring ahead of him as he charged. His foot slammed into the ground with quaking strength as students balanced themselves before he launched the ball, literally making air part as the ball flew while rings of white air parted around it. Izuku bit his lip at the pain in his middle and index finger as well as his ankle but ignored them, turning to his teacher who read the counter. "Good job pushing yourself. The motto for this school is plus ultra for a reason." But, the man's gaze turned cold. "I'll not have you debilitating yourself for something so simple again." "Yes, sensei." Izuku barked as the man let up on his glare, flashing the screen to Izuku and the class. 1,045 meters. The class gasped and Izuku grinned a small grin as he righted himself, taking his foot out of the small hole he'd created. "What kinda shit is that, Deku?" Izuku turned to his childhood friend, the boy crackling with barely restrained fury. "What the hell is that quirk?" Izuku clenched his hurt fist and his smile became truer, meeting the gaze of his oldest friend easily. "It's mine." Bakugo barely restrained himself from flying forward, his hand giving audible pops as those nearby gave him a wide breath. Izuku shakily walked back, recognizing the fact he had a sprained ankle as he stepped up beside Iida. "Once again, you continue to impress me, Midoriya-san," Tenya complimented, giving the boy a smile that Izuku returned weakly. "You're pretty impressive too, Iida-kun. With those engines you can easily cover really large distances. You would easily be one of the greatest rescue heroes in Japan since you could use your quirk to not only reach people sooner but to get them to a hospital quicker, and you can use your legs for offense too since I'm sure a kick with your legs would easily break." "Midoriya." Their teacher's voice was rough as he turned to the rapidly talking youth. "Quiet." The boy ducked his head in embarrassment and gave a nod. It was another little while before the last person threw the ball, the girl who'd gotten in on recommendations having literally made a cannon to fire the ball away. The class waited with bated breath as their teacher wrote in his clipboard for several tense moments, everyone seeming too scared to even breath too loud. 19 of you are going to be with me for the foreseeable future." The man lowered his clipboard, staring at the class. "Many of you have potential and some of you have even greater potential. Regardless, this is the hero industry and not everyone can be a hero. That being said, the one leaving today is Toru Hagakure." The girl who was a floating uniform gave a sad cry, slumping forward as her sadness was made audible. The class listened as she sobbed and sniffled, trying to compose herself desperately. She then dipped even lower. "Thank you. For this opportunity, Sensei. The man gave a firm nod. Good luck in your future endeavors, Miss Toru. The uniform bobbed once more before turning, the students parting for her like leaves due for wind. Take this lesson to heart, each of you. The class returned their attention to the man, turning away from the leaving uniform. You are to be pro-heroes. This is a rare chance. Many dream to be a famous pro-hero and to be like their idol, but if everyone had that chance, then there would be nothing special about being a hero. Look to your left. Midoriya looked to the tall Iida. And look to your right. Midoriya looked to the pink-skinned girl beside him. Chances are, those people will not graduate with you. Izuku stiffened as he looked at his teacher. Last year's graduating class for the entirety of UA was 14 students. The entire class grew still. Last year's Hero Course students that graduated were 8 in number across 2 heroics classes. The man leveled them with his stare. This is a cutthroat business and one that has a very steep climb to the top. Make sure you know what you're getting into. A thick silence fell over the class like a fog as they took in the man's words, remembering the heartbroken pitch to Toru's voice as she sobbed. I'll be your teacher for the foreseeable future. You may call me Aizawa-sensei. I look forward to teaching you all. The man gave a shallow bow that the class reciprocated easily. Please take good care of us. They all stood straight as Aizawa nodded at them, checking his clipboard once more. That is it for this morning. Go clean yourselves and prepare for your classes. As I said, young Midoriya, since I shall be teaching heroic studies, there will be a large amount of combat throughout this class for the future. Hence, this, All Might slapped his bony hand against the tall box beside him. The two stood on the freshly cleared beach. A box? Izuku asked as All Might shook his head. I had a friend of mine loan me a version of a project he's been working on, a new type of combat software. The pro-hero pulled on a small rope, making the tall wood box fall open as Izuku gaped at the contents. I know, the hair isn't quite the same. It was a mechanized robot version of All Might, complete metallic gray except for the smile, which was an upside-down bone-white smile. That's really terrifying, All Might. All Might nodded. It is. Now, you're going to fight him. Izuku turned his head to All Might just in time for the robot to spur to life, eyes flashing red as the only indication of it changing. Now, it has 3 settings, 1000, 100, and 1. Of course, it's on 1000, which is the easiest. All Might had barely finished before the robot had cleared the distance between it and Izuku and brought its arm around in a wide swing, something that sent Izuku tumbling hard. Ah, and his name is All Mech. Quite snazzy if you ask me. Izuku shot to his feet, sleeveless hoodie revealing the angry red mark on his arm. This will be the greatest way for you to train your fighting capabilities. Izuku's eyes widened as All Mech once more burst forward, easily faster than Izuku and sending a straight hook. Izuku barely sidestepped it in time only for the fist to open and backhand him. Ah, this brings back the good old days. All Might reminisced, watching the mech practically thrash his disciple. Do keep in mind, young Midoriya, this is his lowest setting. Thanks for the reminder. The boy cried, All Might chuckling lightly as the boy punched the mech to no result. There's that teenage snappishness. Ah, children are difficult. He watched the mech toss the boy as though he were a rag doll, the boy tumbling in the foamy edges of the waves. I helped develop these robots, young Midoriya. I can promise you that they can take whatever you are willing to give. All Might rubbed his chin, smiling ruefully at the memory of testing the highest setting of this robot. A yelp made his neck turn and his eyes widened wider than he had ever had them. His disciple was floating, just like his master had. I am here. The code made the mech cease in its movements as All Might ran forward, coming closer to the boy who was flailing wildly in the air while doing his best to balance a few feet above the air. Young Midoriya. You're floating. Why yeah. How do I get down? As soon as he shrieked out his fear, Izuku went limp and All Might caught the small boy easily, letting him down gently. Well. This is new. Izuku stood, the feeling of grass beneath him as he stared at the woman before him. She looked a bit like one of his classmates outside of the attire and everything. Izuku stared around them. They seemed to be on a hill with a single sakura tree. Where are we? Who are you? He tensed as he looked at her, not sure what was happening. We are in my mindscape. I am Shimura Nana. I was the 7th holder of One for All. Izuku gaped as he stared at her. You were All Might's teacher? She hummed a soft hum. Such a dumb name. She muttered before nodding. Yes, I was Tashi's teacher. And you seem to have activated my quirk. Izuku furrowed his brow. I thought you said that One for All was your quirk. Nana shrugged, a comfortable-looking chair forming behind the both of them as she sat down. I had a quirk before One for All, It was called Float. It's a simple name since it gives me the ability to float. Izuku blinked. Sit, I'm not standing forever. He hurried to comply. Well, I suppose there's more to this inheritance thing than I thought. Am I going to start floating away? He asked fearfully as the woman blinked at him. She laughed hard for a few moments as he ducked his head in embarrassment. No, you're not. Float's pretty simple to use. Here, let's do a crash course. She stood and he slowly did the same. Now, float's just like jumping except you don't jump. She laughed again at his face. Think about jumping but don't let your feet leave the ground. Izuku did that but his toes hopped a little before the boy landed. He frowned, trying it again and nothing happened, like his feet were stuck. He gave it another jerk and then another. Still nothing. You have to expect yourself to float, she commented, now floating a foot off the ground. He gave a frown and pictured himself floating as he jerked. Izuku yelped as he rocketed up at least 2 meters. Nice. She rose to his level as he flailed. It does take a bit of getting used to, she admitted. Now, if you want to move down, just think about slowly floating down while pushing down your heel. She did as such and he frowned in concentration, slowly going down. You're getting the hang of it. If you want to go a certain direction, just imagine going forward and you'll move in whatever direction your toes are pointing. Kinda like throwing a ball. To prove her point, she moved in a lazy circle around him as he gave a deep breath. With a scream, he shot forward faster than most cars and smacked head first into the tree, shaking a half-dozen petals free. Nana laughed that same laugh as she made her way over, hauling him up by the collar. Isn't this neat? I could only image the things Toshi could have down with this. Not exactly the word I would use. The two turned to a simple-looking man with violet pupils and white chin-length hair. He wore what seemed to be tatters as they were a battered tunic and pants made of potato sackcloth. This has not happened before. Ah, that's the first holder of One for All. She provided for the boy beside her. Yes, it's pretty strange. I wonder if he'll be able to use the other's quirks. He seemed to be a very sad individual as he stared at the boy. Well, I believe you've stayed long enough. Wait. Izuku woke with a gasp, shooting up as All Might crouched over him. Young Midoriya, are you okay? The man was clearly panicked as he stared at the young boy. Midoriya looked down at his hands. I met your master. Green eyes met blue as All Might stilled. I met Shimura Nana. A thick silence fell between the two as Izuku furrowed his brow and stared at his hands in consternation. I met the first user as well. I can use Shimura-san's quirk. Show me. All Might's voice was uncharacteristically grave as Izuku got to his feet, taking a deep breath. Before the man's eyes, Izuku started slowly rising. Impossible, he whispered, staring at his pupil who gave a small smile. All Might. The boy trailed off, staring at his clenched fist as he fell back to the ground. One for all, it's not just a powerful quirk. The boy raised his head to meet his teacher's eye. It's several quirks. All Might stared at his student in a long silence, thinking on the information he had just learned. Well, he said with a gentle smile, going to All Mech. An additional quirk warrants more training. All Mech whirred to life as Izuku's eyes widened, the boy floating up unstably. Young Midoriya, I am certain of it now more than ever. You are meant to surpass me, I just can't get away from you. Izuku looked away from the smoothie menu in the small restaurant he'd stopped at on his way home, eyes widening at the unmistakable red eyes staring back. Though now, she donned a hood that hid her ears. Mere, her hand snapped out and covered his mouth before he could finish. I'd rather not have to deal with fans right now. He nodded slowly, blush on his face as she retracted her hand. So, did the quirkless boy get into UA? Her smile was teasing as she stood beside him, bundled thickly in layers in the crisp February weather. No, she turned to him in surprise. I'm not quirkless anymore. She rose a brow in intrigue and he saw a faint twitch under her hood. And how does that happen? He smiled. I've got a really good teacher, she snorted. Yeah, first we can teach quirks and next it rains carrots. He shrugged as she rolled her eyes. Fine, keep your mysteries. Better give a good show. Of course, I can't go back on my promise, can I? She rolled her eyes. So, taking another day off? Why is it so easy to talk to you? The pro hero asked abruptly, drawing a blink from Izuku. Is that your new quirk? Not exactly. She hummed in displeasure, mouth quirking ever so slightly. So, here for the carrot smoothie? Watch it, kid. She warned as he laughed, scratching a hand through his hair sheepishly. Sorry, I just figured since that was what was in that pastry and it's a limited time thing. She rolled her eyes. Just because I'm a rabbit? Her tone had a dangerous lilt as he gave her a peaceful gesture, the woman stepping up to the register as it became their turn. Carrot smoothie without the bananas. Izuku snorted, the boy faking a cough to try and cover it. He gave a light yelp as she stomped her heel into his toes, the boy falling into her as she smirked at his pain. He groaned while using her as a crutch. And for your boyfriend? The cashier asked, two antlers atop her head. The two stared at her a moment before Izuku's face flared with a blush and Maruko gave her own light one. She elbowed him harshly as the boy stumbled back with a harsh cough. I'm not with him, Maruko said firmly, keeping her hands in her hoodie as the cashier stammered. Apologies, miss. The name for the smoothie? The woman rolled her eyes at the stammer in the cashier's voice. Rumi. The woman nodded and Rumi stepped away. Hi, can I get a carrot smoothie as well? The woman nodded as Izuku found himself watching Rumi, the woman wandering around the smoothie shop. He became transfixed with the sight of the woman that was easily one of the strongest in the world, but you couldn't even tell she was her under the clothes. He sighed slightly with a smile, she was fun to be around. Name? He snapped out of his thoughts as he turned back to the cashier. Izuku. The antlered woman nodded as Izuku stepped away, sidling up beside the woman staring at a strange painting of abstract art. I don't get it. Me neither. Rumi admitted easily. How can she think we're a couple? How is this even art? They both blinked at one another before Izuku turned away with a sheepish laugh while scratching his head. I guess we're thinking about different things. I don't really understand the art either, to be honest. She probably reads too many of those cheesy romance novels. Rumi muttered, shrugging as she stared at the painting. So, you did get into UA? Yeah, it's great so far. He nearly blanched at the memory of the pressure-filled exam from that morning but ignored it. I saw the recording of your fight against Sewer Surfer, that was intense. Oh, have I got a little admirer? Izuku blushed but held his ground. No, nothing like that. I just watch every fight I can. She hummed, clearly not believing him as she sent him a patronizing look. Of course you do. Whatever helps you sleep at night. She ruffled his hair as he gave her a flat look, the woman chortling as she withdrew the hand. That fight was nothing, it only gave me a warm-up. Whatever helps you sleep at night. He parroted, the woman giving him a wry glare. She elbowed him in the side, taking note of the fact he's still just wearing that same sleeveless hoodie. He hissed in pain as she smirked. Still making yourself sore, I see. Izuku nodded wordlessly as she poked his bicep, drawing a dry glare from the boy as he jerked away. She smirked broader and poked him in 3 more places. She hadn't been expecting the retaliatory poke right on the wound she'd gained from her fight with Sludge Surfer. She hissed in abrupt pain, clenching the forearm that had poked her as her leg curled at the pain in her thigh. Sorry, I didn't think it was that bad. His tone was truly apologetic as he stepped forward, the woman leaning against him from the pain. I'm fine, she hissed, pushing him away as she gingerly stood on her own feet. He watched her warily, the woman closing her eyes as she gave measured breaths while trying to balance herself and her breathing. For Rumi and Izuku. A voice called, Izuku turning to a sandy-haired man holding the drinks. He spared her a brief glance, noting how she shook her head at him. Ah, here. He bit the bullet and stepped forward, withdrawing his wallet and paying for the 2 drinks. Thank you. He took the drinks and walked back to the smoldering red eyes of one of his favorite heroes. Here ya go. I didn't ask you to pay for my drink, she grit out, taking the smoothie as though it pained her as he smiled a casual smile. You didn't have to. Izuku took a loud slurp, noticing she was still glaring at him. Sorry. She continued to be angry for another few moments, nose wrinkling for a brief moment before she sipped some of her own drink. I've never met someone who got mad for getting a free drink. And I've never met a kid with a death wish. He sheepishly laughed at her death threat, raising his hands in surrender. She scowled for another few moments before heaving a heavy sigh. It'd be a lot easier to stay mad at you if you had a more punchable face. Thanks, he replied with a head tilt as she rolled her eyes. Seriously, it's like looking at a harmless puppy, she grumbled, taking another sip. Unlike him, she was not using the straw given. Kinda insulting, he murmured. She shrugged at his words without a care. Get a more punchable face and I won't say it. Izuku scratched his cheek with a sheepish chuckle. But then, wouldn't people punch me more often? She rose a brow at him, poking the dark bruise on his jaw as he winced. Seems like you're already getting punched. I guess you're punchable enough for some people. He gave a small smile, not wanting to tell her he'd been thrashed by the most dangerous machine in Japan. He felt a shudder go down his spine at the thought of her fighting that thing. Are you taking a few days off? The boy asked, holding the door open for her even as she leveled him with a glare. TCH, as if I'd let something this small keep me out of commission. I'm just hitting up Recovery Girl in the morning and getting back to it. She ran a hand under her hoodie, smoothing down an ear as she sighed. I saw the beach this morning, it actually looked like a beach. Hey, yeah. He gave a small, proud smile at the thought of his accomplishment. It's really pretty now. He glanced up at the dusky sky, orange hue grazing through it as store lights began to fill the street. Shouldn't you be home by now? Worrying your parents sick and all that. The woman caught the abrupt change of expression on his face and felt an odd twist in her stomach. My dad has been missing since I was 5 and my mom. A villain took her away a few months ago. The woman bit the inside of her cheek harshly as her grip on her cup tightened ever so slightly. Sorry, she murmured, red eyes looking anywhere but the boy in front of her. He gave a minute's sad smile as he shook his head. It's okay, you couldn't have known. She felt herself sag in a mixture of relief and disbelief that he was so understanding and forgiving. I don't know why you would take out the bananas, this is great. Rumi shot him a glance, noting the abrupt change of topics. It's too sweet, it doesn't go with the smoothie, the woman said simply, taking another sip. He stared at her for a few moments, staring at her. What? You've got a little. He tapped the top of his lip and she reached up, wiping. Nope. She scowled, wiping again. Still there. The amusement on his face was angering as she once again rubbed at her lip, practically wiping her whole lower face. He finally broke, laughing loudly as he shook in amusement. She blushed slightly when she realized she'd been had, face screwing up in anger as he laughed. Cheeky brat. She grumbled, turning and walking as his laughs followed her. She had barely made it 10 paces before he'd caught up to her, wiping at his eyes as his laughs died down. How does that whole intern thing work? His smile had faded and was now more pensive than anything. How would I know? Rumi returned, giving him a shrewd look as they walked. I don't ever mess with brats, I don't really see it happening either. You can't go back on your word, Izuku said confidently as she quirked a brow at him. Who says I can't? She gained a cruel smirk. I could just not send the invitation even if you do win, something I doubt would happen anyway. He just gave her that same smile. Maybe you're right, there's a lot of powerful people in my class. She gave him a surprised glance at his open admission. But that doesn't mean I'm just going to give up. I'm going to give it all I have until there's nothing left to give. A small silence followed his declaration as she processed his words. She took a quick glance, noticing no one around as she sighed. She shook off her hood with a sigh of relief, her ears twitching to life. Well, I don't care how much you give. If you don't win, it's pointless anyway. She spoke surely, sipping her smoothie as the boy contemplated her words. I guess you have a point, winning is really important. She nodded. But, I think the hero who gives it their all is just as impressive as the hero who always wins. She frowned. A hero who loses is no true hero, he gave a helpless shrug. I guess. But, didn't you end up? Her hand smacked on his mouth audibly as his eyes widened while she leveled him with a stone glare. I didn't need or ask for help, they just wanted to hog my glory. She retracted the hand as he nodded slowly. Her nose scrunched up as he snorted, trying to keep in his amusement. Shut up, kid. He laughed again. Amusement at her own embarrassment which made her scowl, something she would refuse was a pout under close observation. She elbowed him harshly in the rib, the boy falling into her as he wheezed. Hey, don't dish what you can't take, she said with a satisfied smirk as the boy rested his head on her shoulder, taking in deep breaths as he tried to get his breathing under control. You're a grumpy person. He muttered bitterly, the position swapped as he pouted and she laughed while he stood on his own. He bumped her with his shoulder out of spite as she rose a brow. She then shoved her shoulder into his and the boy stumbled. He scowled before doing it again, making her go slightly off balance. This only resulted in her shoving him with her shoulder so hard he went into the nearby wall. She pointed and laughed as he peeled himself off the wall, groaning as he rubbed the back of his head. All right, you win. He grumbled as she gave a more sure laugh. Damn right I did. They stopped in front of a rather extravagant apartment complex, the type that had flats and not apartments. See ya kid, try and stop stalking me. He stammered as she laughed, ruffling his hair as she walked to the doors. Good night, he called, the woman giving a wave over her shoulder before disappearing into the door. He blinked, looking at a road sign before groaning out loud as he realized he'd just walked in the wrong direction for 10 minutes. Dang it. Midoriya. Izuku paused in walking to his desk, turning to the 4 boys behind him. Yes? He asked somewhat nervously, the looks on their faces practically frothing and nearly savage, especially the shortest of them. I'm Kirishima, this is Mineta, and Kaminari. The red-haired boy introduced, nearly bouncing on the balls of his feet as he stared at the green-haired boy. Said boy gave them each a strange look as he nodded. Nice to meet you. They continued staring at him like dogs do meat. Izuku was beginning to get uncomfortable under the passionate looks as he tugged at his collar. Do you need something? How do you land Miruko? Mineta exploded, literally bouncing up and down as Izuku's eyes widened and his face both ashened and flushed all at once. Kaminari pulled a newspaper out from seemingly nowhere and thrust it at the young Midoriya, who took it hesitantly. He flushed even more so as on the front page was a trio of pictures, one where he had been laughing and she had apparently been smiling. Another where he had just been elbowed but it was made to look like he was leaning on her like a couple, and the third picture where she ruffled his hair and both of them were smiling. Izuku flushed a whole new shade of red as the implications hit him, receding into himself slightly at the sight of the title. Has the one-woman army finally found her match? She's gonna kill me, he whispered, paling further as he remembered that she was going to Recovery Girl this morning. I'll be right back, he squeaked, darting for the door. He choked as he was clotheslined by Aizawa in the doorway, the boy groaning on the floor as the man looked down at him with a quirked brow. Just because you did decently on the exam doesn't mean you get special privilege. He snatched the newspaper out of the boy's hands and stared at the cover for several moments. Hey, I'd run too. Izuku slowly rose, taking the paper back. Regardless, this is safer than anywhere else you can be. After school is when I would run and hide, Aizawa said as the boy hung his head, flush still prominent on his cheek as he made his way back to his seat. Now, for today heroic studies will take prominence. I am. Entering like a normal person. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose with a sigh as the class broke into whispers and murmurs at the sight of the number one hero. As I said, Aizawa rumbled, drawing the attention back to him as All Might rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. Heroic studies will take prominence for the day and as such, your other classes before lunch are cancelled. All Might has the floor. The man promptly left, dragging a yellow sleeping bag. For today, we are going to do a combat exercise called a battle trial. The man was as pumped for this class as he was for defending the innocent. However, for you to truly immerse yourself in the role of combat as a hero, you must look the part. The class murmured to themselves in excitement and Izuku perked up as the fog that had clung to him over the newspaper parted under the light of All Might. As such, UA has paid for and commissioned the hero costumes that each of you sent in the designs for. The class practically exploded into cheers and whispers of glee and excitement. Now, your outfits will be in your lockers. Meet me out front when you finish changing. The class practically shot for the door and Izuku found himself pushed back by the crowd, the last of the pack. As he made for the door, a hand the size of a platter clapped on his shoulder. For now, only use one for all. We need more time to make sure you can use float properly. Izuku gulped but nodded. And I myself have seen the newspaper, young Midoriya. Izuku winced into himself as the man's smile grew to blinding and All Might gave a big thumbs up. Attraction is a part of human life. I remember a time when I once. I'm not hearing this, Izuku shouted with a brand new blush as he slapped his hands over his ears. La 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 la. The chant followed him down the hall as All Might's booming laughs followed the boy. Seeing all of you, dressed in your costumes, it's getting me so fired up, All Might boomed, giving them a big thumbs up as the class stood before him. They just exited the building and each had on very flashy or extravagant types of costumes. Izuku himself donned a dark green jumpsuit with thick gauntlets and shin-length boots, nothing worn above the neck outside of a pure white collar. The boy was stood near the front and had not stopped smiling since exiting the building. A bus pulled up behind All Might with a hiss as the blond man gestured to it, having somehow changed out of his golden suit and into his hero costume in the span it had taken them to change. Now, it will take a short ride to reach our destination. Come, get on. The class started filing into the bus, much to the amusement of Izuku as some tried to fit their extravagant and over-the-top outfits in, Iida especially as he moved in his armor. Izuku was the last in and he felt the bus sag when All Might got on. The whole class looked at their large teacher who laughed sheepishly. The class broke into laughs as the bus driver stared at All Might in amazement at his weight. Apologies, I think I need to cut back on the All Might snacks, the man said, the seat creaking as he took an entire seat for himself. Izuku laughed again as the teacher actually did pull out a small package of All Might snacks, a small gummy in the shape of All Might's face. The boy settled into a seat beside Kirishima near the back and like a trap, it was sprung. Kaminari and Mineta popped up from the seat in front of Izuku as all three of them rounded on Izuku. So, how'd you do it? Kaminari questioned as Midoriya blinked at them. We're not together. Even saying the words brought a slight hue to the boy's face. You lie. Mineta said gravely, as though he was a judge ordering a man to die. Izuku stammered in the faces of the three boys as Kirishima pulled another newspaper from under the seat, Izuku gaping at the boy. You've gotta admit the evidence is pretty damning, dude. He pointed at the images and Izuku slumped a bit. It did look a certain way. Whoever took these pictures took them at really certain times. They each leveled him with a disbelieving look, but Izuku did not cow. Okay, in this one, she actually elbowed me and I fell. I got back up after like a second. And what happened in that second? Mineta leaned forward even further as he narrowed his eyes at Izuku. Said green-haired boy stammered for a reply. It's as I thought. You copped a feel, didn't you? The boy's face turned lecherous as Izuku stared at him in shock. No. Mineta stared at him a moment longer. He's telling the truth, Kirishima said with similar eyes. What about in this one? Kaminari asked, pointing at the one where she ruffled his hair. Izuku opened and closed his lips for several seconds before shrinking in on himself. I rest my case. But we're really not, Izuku said, waving off the accusations. Well, I gotta admit, dude. If you're not, she's gonna kick you into another universe, Kirishima said with a sympathetic frown. Izuku whined, shrinking into the seat further as though to hide. I know. He murmured quietly. Hey, did you see her take down that rogue AI a few years back? Kaminari asked. The one where she crushed the robot's head with her thighs? Mineta asked with a strange smile as Izuku frowned, feeling an odd emotion bubbling in him. Dude, if I had to go out I would so pick that. Maybe if you're lucky she'll use that on you, Kaminari said with a laugh. We're here, All Might declared, shaking the bus as he rose, much to the terror of the students. They all began to file out, standing before a 20-meter-tall gate. Come. All Might dashed forward, the massive doors being pushed open with ease by the strong man as they followed their teacher. They entered the first building and it was revealed to be a single large room with an entire wall being one big monitor. Now, allow me to explain the rules of today's battle trial. The monitor flickered to life, showing 5 smaller screens. Each was focused on a tall tower building from the sky. We shall divide you all into teams of 2, half of you villains and half of you heroes. Now, I am afraid we have an odd number and as such, there will be one of you who must do this alone. Are there any volunteers? I will do it. The dispassionate voice of Todoroki offered as All Might's grin seemed to brighten, staring at the boy half encased in ice. The man clapped, ruffling everyone's hair with the sheer power behind the move. Great. Quite noble of you to take on such a daunting task by yourself, young Todoroki. All Might pulled out a massive bowl with a hole at the top of its lid. For the heroes, you will gain victory by either detaining the villains or securing the payload. To follow his words, the screen behind him switched to an image of 2 men tying up mutant quirk users or tying up what looked to be a large atomic bomb. It's not a live bomb, is it? Kaminari asked as All Might laughed. Of course not. The class, as a whole, let out a collective sigh. The same goes for the villains. They can win through detaining the heroes and making sure the payload is not detained. You can secure the payload by laying both of your hands on it. What if the payload is destroyed? Tokiyami asked, the least extravagant in his costume. Then both teams lose. Remember, the goal of the heroes is to obtain the package whilst the goal of the villains is to protect the package. Neither wish it to be destroyed. Now, any other questions? A silence greeted the man as he clapped again, this time making clothes flutter as well as hair. Wonderful. Now, the teams shall be. Team A is Bakugo Katsuki and Iida Tenya. The 2 of you shall be heroes. Bakugo let out a grunt as Iida gave a firm nod. Against them will be Team B, consisting of Yayorozu Momo and Mineta Minoru. Momo gave a polite nod while Mineta simply ogled the girl he'd been paired with. Team C. That will be both Midoriya Izuku and Uraraka Ochako. Izuku caught the eye of the girl he'd saved in the entrance exam, sharing a nod with her. Against them will be Team D, Todoroki Shoto. Team E, Aoyama Yuga and Ashido Mina. The 2 shared a fist bump. Against them will be Team F, Sato Rikido and Kota Koji. The 2 largest boys of the class shared a look. Team G will be Jiro Kyoka and Kaminari Denki. Jiro expressed a blatant frown at her partner. And Team H against them, Asui Tsuyu Tokiyami Fumikage. And for our final match, Team I, Shoji Mezzo and Ojiro Mashiro. They will be against Team J, Shiro Honda and Kirishima Ejiro. All Might set down the bowl turning to the class. Okay, Team B will now go prepare in Tower A. Meanwhile, Team A will stand behind this curtain. A curtain? Bakugo questioned with a cold glare, moving behind the green curtain that had sanctioned off a corner of the class. All Might then clicked a button and the cameras were focused on Team B. Midoriya-kun? Izuku turned to the brunette beside him, giving a smile. You can call me Izuku, Uraraka-san, she gave a cheery smile. Please call me Ochako then, Izuku. He smiled with a nod as she gained a bit of a nervous disposition. I never thanked you for what you did in the entrance exam. Izuku blinked before laughing as he scratched back of his head, taking the girl off guard. It's no problem, I was just doing what I thought was right. When I passed out, you used your quirk on me, didn't you? Her eyes widened before giving a slightly meek nod. I'm sorry that I didn't ask for permission, you just... Oh no, it's fine, he interrupted with that same smile. You saved me from probably breaking a tooth, so thanks. Finally, the shout broke Izuku's train of thought, turning to see Bakugo launch himself out the door alongside Iida. His attention turned to the monitor as the two raced towards the building. The screen split to show the hallways littered with purple balls all over the floor, as well as Yaoyorozu sat at the top floor behind a cannon. Bakugo blew himself up the side of the building whilst Iida burst through the front door, stepping in the small inches of space between each ball. Bakugo hovered in front of one of the top windows, each of them covered in a thick black drape. The blonde landed on the window sill, blowing out the window as well as the drape. The new vision revealed a sea of purple balls all over the walls and floor while also being on the payload itself. Hey, too easy. Bakugo aimed both hands at the floor in front of him, ignoring Mineta entirely. A strong explosion ripped through the floor and made it begin to collapse until only the package was left, strapped to the support pillar behind it. Iida burst up the stairs and stopped in his tracks at the sight of the cannon, not reacting quick enough as a parachute exploded out and slammed him into the wall behind him. The boy was unconscious as soon as he hit the floor while Momo opened the door into the room with the payload. TCH, of course shitty glasses didn't get anything done. He grumbled, aiming a hand at Momo as she generated a shield. Smoke encompassed the girl as Mineta bounced forward, throwing several balls at Bakugo. The ash blonde simply blew them and Mineta away. Bakugo's quirk dominated the competition as he turned, seeing Momo fly out of the smoke with a bazooka on her shoulder and a boxing mitt in the shaft. It punched him and sent him out of the window, plummeting down. Momo fell to the floor below, landing on her shield as a type of cushioning despite it not cushioning her at all. Bakugo blew back into the room, scowling as he slapped both hands on the package. Heroes win. Of course they do. Bakugo rasped, shooting back out of the building with no regard for his fellow classmates. All Might turned to the class behind him with a dazzling smile as Momo woke up Iida with a few shakes, the teen having only been heavily dazed apparently. Now, which of you can tell me who was the MVP of that round? The student stared at the man blankly before Todoroki rose his hand. Yes, young Todoroki. Bakugo. He single-handedly took down both villains while also securing the payload. All Might nodded with a thumbs up. Correct. Fantastic deduction, young Todoroki. Now, Team C will now go prepare their own tower, Tower B. Izuku nodded as he and Ochako left the building. They jogged down the street, heading for their set tower as they moved. Theirs was near the end of the street and identical to the previous tower. I think our best chance is to just wait for him to enter, we can't really set any traps. Uraraka remarked as they pushed open the doors of the tower, bare concrete staring back. Yeah, maybe we can try and outnumber him. Izuku returned as he rubbed his jaw. Where do you want to put the payload? She picked it up like it weighed nothing. Izuku scratched his chin as he thought on where they could put it. I don't think the top or bottom floor would be best. Me neither, Izuku murmured. Maybe the third floor. In the middle could work. She admitted as they walked up the stairs, the bomb being carried by Ochako with ease as they moved up. So, what do you know of Todoroki-san's quirk? Izuku frowned in contemplation at the question. I think I saw him use some type of ice when we did the standing long jump, but I don't remember him ever using his quirk outside of that. She hummed along with his words. I don't think I've seen him use it either. She murmured in response. Well, watch his feet then, Izuku said with a confident smile, pushing open the door as they looked around the large room. I'll go wait on the second floor hall. You should stay in here in case he tries to go up the side like Kachan did. What if you need help? She asked, drawing a smile from the green-haired boy. Don't worry, I've got a plan. Izuku let out a sigh as the door clicked shut behind him, making down the steps and entering the second floor hallway as he readied himself. The boy bounced on the balls of his feet as he tried to get his nerves under control. He remembered the glowing red eye of Todoroki's costume with a shiver, the sheer confidence in his voice when he had said he'd be willing to be without a partner. The sound of cracking was the only warning. Izuku gasped as the entire building was encased in ice. The walls, floor, ceiling was all iced over. He was rooted to the ground with ice covered him up to the ankle. He shivered at the temperature as the frost hovered around him. The sound of cracking like boots walking over glass became audible, and Izuku watched as the heterochromatic boy walked up the stairs, undaunted and entirely sure of his victory. The green-haired boy grit his teeth as his classmate walked up the stairs, sparing him a glance. "Sorry about this, it'll be over soon." Even his voice was nonchalant, as though there was no possible way for him to lose. Izuku's fist clenched as he focused himself. The youngest Todoroki turned away, making for the upper steps. As if, the ice around him cracked as Izuku began to thrum with power. "It's that easy." Izuku burst forward with the shattering of ice and lunging at the boy. Todoroki turned in visible surprise, just as Izuku hit him across the cheek. The heterochromatic boy was thrown into the wall, ice extending to slow his descent as he gave a shuddering gasp. Izuku jerked forward once more, fist cocked back only for a barrier of ice to rise. Izuku threw the punch, shattering the relatively thin barricade as his leg came around for the other boy. Todoroki's glare made the ice seem warm with its frigidity as a spire of ice shot out of the ground, catching Izuku's leg mid-kick. The Midoriya's eyes widened only for ice to extend, completely encasing him as Todoroki used his leg as a current. Only the boy's face was left uncovered as green eyes blazed. "You can't win, give up," Todoroki drawled, Izuku's jaw clenching as Todoroki stared at him dispassionately. "Never." The ice began to crack once more as Todoroki's eyes widened, raising his arm just in time as ice exploded from the boy in a shower. The limbs of his jumpsuit had shredded and his skin looked sunburned. The Midoriya punched straight through the thin ice barrier with his left as his right arm glowed in red and green lines, the heavy-duty glove tearing at the seams. Meiji. Blow. The punch caught the heterochromatic boy off guard by its sheer power, and Izuku's glove was eviscerated under the intense power of One for All. The punch hit with shattering force as it blew apart the ice armor the boy had been wearing, as well as rocketing him into the back wall. He crashed through the layer of ice on the wall, the wind being knocked out of him violently. Izuku grit his teeth, gripping his forearm with the entirety of his right hand, looking as though it had been crushed. "You're strong, Midoriya." Izuku's eyes widened as Todoroki looked up, face set in a stony glare. "But, you can't stop me." Ice exploded from the ground as Todoroki slammed his hand into the ground, ice once more encasing Izuku as a series of ice spikes surrounded the exterior of the iced cage. Izuku panted, the freezing feeling burning him as Todoroki turned. He clearly wasn't ready for the payload itself to slam into him, batting the heterochromatic boy into the wall as though he were a toy as he slumped against the wall with a groan. "Villains win." All Might's booming voice sounded through the speakers, shaking Izuku from his reverie as he turned to Ochako, who was holding the payload with a smile. Izuku couldn't help it, he laughed at the comical sight. Todoroki let out a moan as his eyes peeled open, seeing the two smiling as the words of All Might bounced in the prodigy's head. He stood slowly, the two ceasing in their amusement as they turned their attention to the heterochromatic boy. "Sorry, Midoriya." The boy looked as though the words pained him, the ice breaking apart into chunks as it fell to the ground in useless humps. "It's okay, I went pretty hard on you too," Izuku said, teeth chattering slightly as he rubbed his arms. "Next time, I'll win for sure, Todoroki-kun." The scarred boy stared at the determined green irises of his temporary foe, Midoriya's demeanor screaming that he was serious. Todoroki scoffed, walking past the boy. "We'll see. Midoriya, you've got a spill." Izuku looked up, having just finished wrapping his still aching hand. He rubbed at the towel in his hair, looking at the 7 boys behind him. The green-haired boy recoiled in shock. Where did they come from? The Midoriya stammered, gesturing to the gaggle of boys he didn't know. It was a massive locker room that was shared amidst all first-year boys. "We also wish to know just how you managed to achieve," the rather posh blonde began. "How do you land Maruko?" A silver-haired boy blurted, speaking over his classmate. Izuku flushed slightly as the cloud of dread of running into her loomed over him. "I keep telling you guys, The boy was cut off by his phone ringing from his bag. The teen paused, sliding the cell out of the bag and flipping it open. "Hello? Is this Midoriya Izuku?" The green-haired boy blinked at the woman's question. "Yes. Who is this?" "Rada Akamine, I'm Miss Miriko's assistant." Izuku's face ashened at the revelation. "Have you, by chance, been able to see today's paper?" "I have," he said, gulping and aware of the slight quiver in his voice. Mineta hopped on the bench and put his ear close to the phone, resulting in Izuku shoving the boy away. Then this is far easier. As I'm sure you're aware, a meetup is necessary between both yourself, Miss Maruko, and I. Mineta's face exploded in a smile even as Izuku tried his best to make the resilient boy go away. I guess that makes sense, he muttered. When would be at your earliest convenience? How does tonight sound? No, he shouted, wincing at his own fear-stricken voice. Midoriya-san, I've already convinced Maruko that this event is in no way a machination of yours. She is responsible enough to not attack you. He pulled at his collar. I guess. Tomorrow night? He asked. That will work. I will message you further instructions. Have a pleasant day, Midoriya-san. She quickly hung up. Bye. He shut the small flip phone, noticing the guys standing in front of him nearly glowing. He just got a date with Miruko, Mineta roared, as though he himself had gotten it as the small group of boys roared alongside the grape-haired boy. Like hyenas to a carcass, the other guys of the locker room converged. Really, Midoriya-san? I had thought that was just hearsay. Iida was the first to talk as a few others nodded. It's not like that, Izuku declared, waving his hands back and forth. Despite his adamant denial, the rest seemed unconvinced. Midoriya. Izuku's head swiveled to the boy he'd fought less than an hour ago at the locker a few feet away. I heard the phone call. Where are you going tomorrow night? Even you, Todoroki-kun. Izuku whined. He shrunk at the unnerving stares. To a place. And will Maruko be at this place? The heterochromatic boy asked, finishing tying his tie as Izuku winced once more. Conundrum solved. What does this guy have that makes someone as hot as Maruko want him? A rather plain-faced boy with sharp features asked, making those around him frown in contemplation. He's gotta be packing. He's gotta be packing. Both Kirishima and the silver-haired boy snapped their heads at one another. Stop copying me. Stop copying me. Izuku shook his head at their bickering as he simply tossed his tie in his locker, not knowing how to properly tie it anyway. He shut the locker and rose even as half-naked boys continued to stare at him. This has been really uncomfortable, so I'm gonna go. Izuku quickly turned and walked down the aisle, barely hearing the start of a new conversation. We need to figure out what Midoriya's packing. Izuku blushed the entire walk away. Izuku panted as he rose, jerking back just in time as All Mech stomped down on the ground he'd just occupied. The boy burst back into the mechanized giant, arm thrumming as he sent a punch for the mech. It did not even dent its plates as the boy dipped back while the mech sent out a wild elbow, red eyes trained on Izuku. The Midoriya clenched his fist, feeling the special binding tape that All Might had given him that could withstand one for all in its lower levels. Green eyes widened as the mech burst forward, barely bringing his arms together to absorb what he could of the blow. He hissed in pain as his forearms pinged with pain, the boy ducking under the straight punch and delivering an uppercut that barely reached the tall mech's chin. He took 2 more steps back after the punch, seeming to glide across the sand as All Mech continued to try and crush the boy. Said boy had spent the majority of his night after getting home last night watching videos about fighting. Izuku barely saw the snippet of metallic shine in the waning dusk light. He gave a gasp of pain as it slammed into his side with its hard steel fists. He dimly thought that fighting All Might would be more enjoyable. I am here, Izuku squeaked out as the mech loomed over him. It paused in its action, simply staring at him instead. Izuku fell onto the sand limply, sighing at the ache in his bones. He slowly got to his feet with a groan, knowing he couldn't just rest. With but a thought, the boy started rising as he grinned at being able to use the quirk better than he used to be. The boy lurched forward as he began to graze through the air, sputtering between speeds jerkily. He slowly steered with his feet, going in odd circles as he floated a few feet above the sandy beach. He gained a fun thought and jerked his toes up alongside his speed, doing a loop in the air that had the boy giving a yell of adrenaline. With his renewed energy, he turned to face the robot. It's fine now. The first half of the symbol of peace's catchphrase was barked by the young teen, staring down at the large mech. The change was instantaneous as it leapt up, sand flying. Izuku slammed down on his heels, the mech flying over him as he grinned and slammed it in the back with a powered fist. It plummeted to the sand and a small cloud of the thin grains blew apart at its impact. It was undaunted by the damage though, and easily leapt back up for Izuku. The green-haired boy snapped out a kick only for the movement to complete spin the boy, flipping him around and into the sand. He huffed, pushing himself up and out of the way as All Mech landed where he'd been laying down. A harsh side kick slammed into the metal front of the robot, sending it stuttering back several feet as Izuku watched in shock. He stared at his foot in surprise, but his reprieve ended abruptly with the charge of All Mech. The boy drew his forearms together in a quick guard as he took the haymaker. His teeth grit together under the oppressive power of the robot, skidding through the sand. He pulled his battered arms apart and promptly leapt back as the punch sailed through the place he'd just occupied. He dashed forward only for the robot to catch his extended fist and swing him overhead, slamming him into the sand. Izuku coughed at the pressure but was able to roll aside as his arm was let go. The boy leapt up with a spin kick that snapped across the mech's jaw. Izuku fell back, staring at the mech warily as he panted. He wasn't ready for the abrupt burst of speed it used, punching him straight in the chest and sending him flying 10 feet. "I am here," the boy rasped, clutching his chest as his breath slowly came back to him. The idle thought of the fact that dusk had passed and now pale moonlight lit the sand. He let out a shuddering sigh as he laid there, limbs sore and on fire while his chest felt like it had been pried open. "So, this is what my partner does." His eyes snapped open to reveal Maruko herself standing over him, wearing her hero outfit and a rather neutral look. His mouth opened then shut twice as he tried to say something but failed. Caramel skin was on full display as he stared up at her, her shorter stature seeming practically gigantic as she stood over him. "Nothing to say? You'd hit me anyway," he mumbled in response. "Yeah, probably," she admitted, eyes dragging to all mech. "What is that?" "A gift," he said simply, clearly not wanting to answer the question. "Who the hell gives a gift like that?" "My foster father." He mused that it was technically true. "You got adopted awful quick," she murmured. "Dude must be rich, is he a hero?" "Not exactly." Izuku's mind racked itself as he tried to think of a suitable response. "Would I know him?" "No, so what, this thing is some kind of fighting machine?" He gave a dry laugh at her very apt label. "Yeah, basically. Cool, kick it on. I need to blow off some steam." He stammered a reply which made her frown. She squatted over him and he blushed at the proximity. "I've been getting called a cradle robber all day, either the robot takes it or you do." He gulped and hurried to stand, scurrying to the side of the mech. "Stand in its line of sight." She hopped on the tips of her rabbit boots. "Ready?" "Just start it," she ordered, narrowed red eyes bearing down on Izuku. He gulped in a mixture of fear and sorrow for being the cause of her anger. "It's fine now." All mech burst forward only to get launched back easily, rocketing past Izuku as the boy's eyes widened. She cracked her knuckles with a measured look of anger. "That better not be it, kid." "I am here," he called, the mech pausing in its rising as he hurried to the side of it. He peeled off the side panel and pushed the small button with the number 100 beside it. "So, who designed this thing?" "All Might." She furrowed her brow and her stare latched onto the green-haired boy. "And how exactly did your new pop get that?" Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. "Answer." "He trained All Might." Izuku squeaked out. He was inwardly cursing himself at the answer. You coulda given a better lie," she said as Izuku's eyes widened. "I'm not dumb kid, now start it." "It's fine now," he shouted, the mech clearing the distance between it and Maruko with ease. Izuku struggled to keep up with the match as Maruko snapped out a high kick that All Mech caught. It drew her in only for her to spin midair and use her other leg to slam the robot's head. It slipped for a moment before slamming its fist into Miruko's guard, the woman skidding back with a grin. This time, Maruko burst forward faster than Izuku could track and kicked the mech in the side of the head and it was shoved aside through the sand. She then jumped forward and grabbed it by its prongs of hair and used those to slam him into the sand head over heels. "It's not bad, does it go higher?" she asked, ducking under a punch and deliver a crouching high kick to the mech's chin that shot it high into the air. "Yes, but I can't do it without All Might here." She gave him a hard stare, the mech landing with a heavy thud. "Can't or won't?" "Can't, it's programmed that way." Her lips quirked into a frown as she kicked the mech once more. The mech slammed forward, undaunted by the immense power of the rabbit hero. She kicked its arm away as its other arm slammed into her shoulder. She grit her teeth, skidding back before giving it a flying kick to the chest. It got sent back a considerate amount as she grinned. Izuku stayed silent as he watched the fight, mainly watching Maruko. The green-haired boy became transfixed with the sight of the woman who everyone seemed to be sure was dating him. He became aware of red eyes meeting his as he realized he'd been staring too long, blushing before watching as she kicked aside All Mech yet again. "Gonna say something or are you just gonna gawk at me?" she asked, quirking a brow at him only to duck under a swing of All Mech and then kick it away again. He blushed but held his ground, clenching his fist. "I'm sorry that you went through harassment for those pictures. I swear I had nothing." "Yeah, I know you didn't," she grunted while sweeping the legs out from All Mech before kicking it farther away. "I never thought you did, it just pisses me off that I met a decent kid and all this shit happens." Izuku frowned. understanding why that would make her upset. Besides, I had my damn hood off for maybe 3 minutes. She growled. How the hell did they find me so quickly, and why does this thing not take damage? She punctuated her shout with a particularly vicious axe kick. Well, it's meant to withstand all mights. He trailed off at her glare. Yeah, I don't know, he said meekly. Change places with it, I need something fleshy to hit. His terror must have shown on his face because she rolled her eyes. Relax, kid, I'm not gonna break you. I am here. The mech stilled in its charge, looking no worse for wear than it had before either of them fought it. Izuku slowly edged forward until he was a comfortable 20 feet away from the heroine who snorted. Act a bit more confident or this relationship will never work. He blushed and his mouth tried to make words. It was a joke, kid, relax. Seriously though, I'll just hit you harder if you act all nervous. I promise it's not an act, he whispered, squaring himself. I heard that. She pointed at one of her long ears. All right, I'll let you start. He took a deep breath as he tried to center himself. Green eyes snapped open to meet eager cherry red. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Izuku clenched his fist, quelling the nerves and fear inside him as all his soreness and aches were overridden by the sheer adrenaline that was pumping in him right now. I saw you already getting thrashed, so I'll go a bit. Izuku used a burst of float to shoot forward, the woman stepping to the side just as his foot sailed through where her head had been. He spun with the movement, lashing out with a snap kick that she blocked with her forearm. She punched him in the stomach while he was suspended in the air only for him to grab her fist just as she hit him, using it as a means of swinging into an axe kick. Hey, you're not half bad. She easily stepped to the side of the kick and used his leg to slam him into the sand face first. He spat out a mouthful of the grains and slammed down on his heels, flying back and catching her forearm. She hissed at the kick to her arm and stepped back as he skidded to a stop a little ways away. I guess I don't need to go that easy. Her grin was wide before she burst forward with a flying roundhouse kick. He brought up a crossguard to try and negate the effect but still got rocketed back. He flipped off his back as her foot slammed where he'd been, the boy surging forward as his fist glowed slightly. He rocketed it forward and she simply sidestepped it only for the glow to reveal itself to be a feint. His leg came around and impacted with her glove just in time as she blocked it. She gripped the limb and used it to slam him into the ground, the boy gasping in pain at the abrupt change. I don't just kick. Ya no. Her heavy rabbit boot thudded onto his chest as he groaned, sprawled out on the sand as she grinned. Not bad for a kid that was quirkless a few months ago. His eyes snapped open and his hand gripped her ankle before his leg snapped up in a straight 90-degree kick. She blocked it easily only for the boy to punch her in the back of the knee while she'd been distracted. She grunted in pain as her sense of balance was thrown away, quickly flipping through the air and landing on her front with the boy sat atop her. Hey, not bad, she murmured. Then, her own feet came back in a mesmerizing show of flexibility, wrapping around his neck from behind and sending him tumbling. Still not good enough. She was now sat on him, both of his hands pinned in her one and her legs clamped down on his own. Hot breath mingled as he panted and huffed, giving a shaky smile in response to her large grin. You done yet? Or do I need to get some rope? He panted a bit harder and groaned as she pulled on his hands, stretching his sore limbs. You win, he said in defeat, sighing in relief as she let go of his arms. She crossed her legs, firmly seated on his midsection as she grinned down at him. Would y'all look at that, you're not a half-bad training buddy if I go easy. He spared her a dry glare. I've been fighting for like 2 days, he squawked in indignation. You're not the only one who watched hero fights. I recognize a few of those moves, you little copycat. He blushed slightly at being caught. Honestly, I'm surprised you haven't started whining about me being heavy. He blinked at her in blatant confusion. You're not really, he said simply. She raised a brow and then hopped down on his stomach, the boy groaning. Hey, that's what I thought. She smirked, Izuku frowning at her words. You're really not. He then picked her up and sat up in the same movement, the woman's eyes widening as he sat her down in his lap. See? She stared at him with wide eyes, getting goosebumps at the feeling of his warm breath on her neck and his hands on her hips. She could tell he didn't even think he was doing anything wrong. Whatever, kid, she murmured, hopping off his lap and onto the sand as he blinked at her owlishly. She nearly rolled her eyes at his innocence as she huffed. Plus ultra. Midoriya called as the mech suddenly buzzed before dashing into the thick forestry on the side of the beach. Your robot's running away, she commented, leaning back on her hands as she enjoyed the cool air of the beach. Nah, he's just going home, Izuku said simply, rolling his shoulder with a wince. So, do anything cool today? Just some petty thugs, nothing to blow any steam off on. I guess that's why you did your best to fight all mech. She quirked a brow at the words. All mech. He blushed slightly but nodded. That's its name. She snorted, shaking her head as white tresses blew in the breeze. Akka called you, right? Izuku thought for a moment before it clicked. Oh, Rada-san. Yes. Rumi nodded, hopping to her feet easily as Izuku slowly did the same. She's apparently got some plan to twist this whole thing. She shrugged as Izuku blinked at her. Don't look at me, she's staying quiet about it. Izuku hummed at her words, frowning in concentration. Ya no, it's kinda insulting that you held back against me. I didn't, yeah ya did. She cut him off easily, eyes alight and lips a sharp smile. Don't worry, I'll just kick your ass twice as hard next time. There's another time? He asked hopefully, drawing rolled eyes from the woman followed by a flick to the temple to Izuku. The green-haired boy yelped slightly, rubbing at the skin. You're a battle junkie for sure. Who gets told they're gonna get their ass kicked and get excited? She had an amused smirk on her lips despite her words as Izuku clenched his fist. Even if it is just you beating me up, it helps get me stronger, he confessed, staring at the sand. She stared at him for several moments, looking at the green-eyed boy who seemed set on becoming stronger. She shook her head in exasperation as she flicked a bang to the side. You just don't know when to give up, do ya? He gave a small smile as his head rose. Nope. He admitted with a laugh, rubbing the back of his head as she rolled her eyes with a smile of her own. She stretched with a satisfied groan, cracking an eye open to see him watching her. I guess it's a good thing my partner likes what he sees. Izuku might as well have blushed to his roots as he looked anywhere but the woman in front of him. She almost couldn't connect the boy who'd had his hands on her hips not 5 minutes ago with the boy in front of her. She spotted him clenching his fist before meeting her gaze. Her eyes danced as he matched her gaze with his own, the woman's smirk growing at his new confidence. She crossed her arms, cocking her hip as she stared at him. Got something to say, kid? She could tell he was nearly shaking in his boots but held strong. My name is Midoriya Izuku, Maruko. The passive-aggressive statement made her smile grow stronger and broader. I know, she said simply, watching the boy nearly fumble for what to do. If you want me to call you something other than kid. She enunciated this by poking him in the shoulder. Impress me. I will. Rumi was nearly taken aback by the sheer confidence in his statement before giving a short laugh. See ya, kid. She coiled low before leaping away, leaping clear of the beach and into the forest. Izuku gave a shuddering breath as he fell forward, resting on his knees. So scary. Izuku barely held back a yawn as he walked towards the gates of UA, still tired from having stayed up so late. He tried his best to blink the sleep out of his eyes, reaching up to rub at his lids. Hey, that's Miriko's boyfriend. Izuku paled at the shout and like moths to a flame. Izuku was entirely mobbed and surrounded not 20 feet from the UA gate. The boy clenched his fist tightly at the dozen cameras and microphones. Tell me, what's it like dating the number 5 hero? A woman asked, bringing the buzz of their questions to a halt as Izuku did his best to not break. The boy kept the image of how badly she would beat him up if he did bad right now. The response died on his lips as he remembered that her assistant apparently was going to do something. I don't want to answer, he said simply, trying to escape only for him to get fully surrounded. He didn't want to just start shoving people out of the way and simply stilled. Are you saying that you don't like her? Izuku whirled at the question, staring at the man who'd asked. I didn't say that, so you love her? Another asked as Izuku turned to this one. I didn't say that either, he exclaimed. So you're saying you hate her? Or are you simply not at that point in your relationship yet? Izuku's mouth tried its best to work as he tried to think of a response that wouldn't end up with someone looking bad. To the boy's relief, a massive hand grabbed him by the backpack and plucked him out of the group of people. All Might. The reporters tried to chase after the number 1 hero only for the man to dive behind the security gate. There you go, young Midoriya. The man set him down on the sidewalk as Izuku smiled up at his mentor. Thanks, All Might. The boy said with a small smile. A loud buzz sounded as the gate they just came through slammed shut. Ah, they triggered UA's barrier, All Might said. Well, I'm off to a meeting, young Midoriya. You'd best hurry to class, wouldn't want to get a bad start to the day. The man dashed away as Izuku turned down the sidewalk with a sigh of relief, the anxiety and pressure from the reporters ebbing away. He entered the main building easily and made up the stairs. You're almost late, Midoriya. Izuku's head snaps to the side to see his teacher hobbling down the hall in a sleeping bag. You are too, Aizawa-sensei. The boy exclaims, blinking at him. Why are you in a sleeping bag, sensei? I got tired. The man said simply. If I get to class before you, you get an F for today. Izuku's eyes widened at the threat and picked up the pace. His eyes widened as his teacher matched him easily, hopping like a kangaroo, and Izuku started having to legitimately run to outmatch his teacher. He burst into the classroom, panting and huffing as his teacher hopped in from behind him unaffected. Get to your seat, Midoriya. The boy huffed and made his way there, sliding into his seat as he got his breathing under control. Today is going to be one of the most drastic decisions you are going to make here at UA. The class stilled at his declaration as Aizawa's unnerving gaze swept over them all, the power to erase their quirks resting with but a thought. Today you'll be. The class tension grew at the sheer weight behind Aizawa's tone. Picking a class president. The entire class let out a breath as one at the revelation as the tension dissipated. I don't care how you do it, it's up to you. Just come to a consensus without including me. The man promptly fell onto the floor whilst zipping his sleeping bag mostly shut. Iida took that as his cue and stood, facing the class. We should do a vote to determine who our class president shall be. The boy declared. The class murmured agreement and Iida pulled out a package of sticky notes, said notes getting passed around the class. Who are you voting for, Midoriya? Kirishima asked from beside the boy. Izuku thought for a moment before nodding. I'm going to vote for Iida-san. Kirishima quirked his head at the revelation. Same. Kaminari said from behind Izuku. He seems like the type to enjoy the role. Besides, doesn't the class prez do all the work? Realization dawned on Kirishima and the three boys wrote the name, passing their notes forward. Iida started writing the tallies on the board, most having 1 or 0. Then, there was 2 for Yaoyorozu, 3 for Iida, and 4 for Midoriya. 4 people voted for me? Izuku asked with wide eyes. It seems that Midoriya-san will be our class president, Iida said, noticeably upset. Wait, Iida-san, who did you vote for? Izuku questioned. You, Midoriya-san. Izuku's mouth fell open. If you'd voted for yourself, you would have got the role, Iida. Kirishima remarked as the tall boy hung his head. I realize this. However, Midoriya-san was the better candidate. Izuku shook his head. I don't want to be class president, the role is yours, Iida-san. The green-haired boy said, resulting in the glasses-wearing teen snapping his head up. Nonsense. The people have spoken and you are to be our class president, Midoriya-san. The people have spoken? Kirishima muttered. Iida-san, you fill the role better. Izuku replied, rubbing the back of his neck. I'm not good at keeping track of things like that. But, Midoriya-san, you are the shitty glasses, Deku, shut up. Bakugo barked. Shitty glasses is president, problem solved. It seems you've come to a decision. Aizawa drawled, rising. Midoriya drops out so Iida is your president while Yaoyorozu is your vice. That's all for homeroom. The class groaned at the sight of Cementos coming to teach literature. Izuku sighed as he took out his notebook and textbook while Cementos started handing out quiz papers. The boy skimmed over it, mind fuzzy as he stared at the question. He held back a yawn and shook his head, trying to clear the cobwebs as he stared down at the short quiz. He bubbled in his questions steadily, finishing second in the class. The green-eyed boy tapped his pencil against his notebook, bored. Midoriya-san. Cementos chided softly, the boy pausing with a sheepish smile. The boy turned in his seat, back to the wall and notebook in his lap as he thought. His head hit the wall with a dull thunk as his mind became filled with one image. Well, a series of the same image from different angles. The boy tried to shake the thoughts and glanced at the clock, noting there was still another 25 minutes in class. He barely repressed a groan at the sight. He started scratching in his notebook, seeming to all the world as though he was doodling to pass the boredom. Time passed slowly as the young teen continued sketching whilst his classmates started finishing their own tests. Unknowingly, the boy had drawn for the almost entirety of those 25 minutes and his drawing was actually finished. Wow, that's insane! Kirishima exclaimed, voice awed as he leaned over to look at the picture. Izuku snapped out of his reverie and looked up at the red-haired boy. You're a real good drawer. Hey, not really, Izuku said with a sheepish smile, snapping the notebook shut. Yeah, I guess you've just got that image in your head all the time now, huh? Izuku blushed slightly, scratching his cheek. Hey, I'd be the same way if I was dating someone like Maruko. Izuku let his lips stay shut as he tapped his pencil against his thigh. Wait, you're not gonna deny it? Kirishima questioned, suddenly realizing Izuku had not thrown his usual fit at the words. I mean, you guys don't believe me anyway. Kirishima narrowed his eyes and peered at the boy closer, Izuku pulling away. Hey, Denki. The blonde perked up. Is it just me, or does Midoriya seem more lovey-dovey? I'm not more, you're right. Izuku hung his head at the electric blonde's words. Maybe a certain rabbit hero caused this. Izuku flushed slightly. Oh, are we talking about Izuku's smoking girlfriend? Shiro popped into the conversation from over Kirishima's shoulder. Izuku gave the boy a narrowed glance. Ah, he's defensive, Kirishima exclaimed with a point and a grin as Izuku receded slightly. It's totally official. It's not, Izuku snapped while waving his hands. He lies, Mineta said gravely, once more seeming as though he were dictating someone's trial. Why would anyone lie about dating Maruko though? Sato made his presence known with the question as Izuku groaned. She probably threatened him, God knows she could back it up. Kaminari remarked, resulting in understanding hums from the others. Wait, have you sparred with her yet? Izuku's mind flashed back to last night. He has. Look at that face. Izuku blinked, not aware that a grin had crept onto his face just thinking about the spar. Why would he grin about getting beat up? Shiro asked, crossing his arms. Because she wrapped her thighs around his head and Mineta was cut off by the stare of green emerald sharp enough to cut stone. The little pervert crawled behind Shiro with a sheepish laugh. Okay, I think Mineta went a bit far but he was probably close to the mark, Kirishima commented, resting his chin on his fist. Can't we just leave it? Izuku whined, head thudding against the wall dully. Nah. They all spoke in sync as Izuku let out another groan. Have a nice lunch. Cementos's voice was like the light at the end of the tunnel as Izuku did his best to hurry out. Izuku sighed in relaxation, sitting at a quiet corner table as he slowly ate his lunch. Hey, you're the dude dating Maruko, right? He groaned very loudly at the question, turning his head to the trio standing before him. I'll take that as a yes, the blonde said with a head scratch. What is Maruko like up close? I always think that she's really nice on the inside and you're kinda living proof of that, aren't you? Have you sparred with Maruko before? How high can she? I think we can let him finish swallowing at the very least, Najire. The blue-haired girl blinked at the blonde's words. K. The two slid into the booth across from him while the other boy stayed standing. Can I help you? Izuku asked, wiping his mouth with a napkin. You're at our usual table, the standing boy said. Izuku blanched at the boy who seemed to practically be a carbon copy of his teacher. Sorry, I'll leave you to your... No, stay, Najire ordered, the boy pausing and getting up. You can just shimmy to the side for Tamaki. Izuku did as such and the dark-haired teen lowered himself into the now open side of the booth slowly. Amajiki Tamaki, the boy whispered as means of a greeting. Midoriya Izuku, nice to meet you Amajiki senpai. Izuku replied, not getting any sort of response from the dark-haired teen at the greeting. Izuku paused, not knowing if he'd insulted the other boy or not. It's not you, Tamaki's just shy, the blonde said, that same smile still not having left his face. Tagata Mirio, it's pretty awesome to meet one of our juniors. Nice to meet you, Tagata senpai. Ah, Mirio's fine, he said with a head rub as Izuku's eyes widened at the scars and definition on Mirio's arm. And I'm Hado Najire. You can call me Najire-chan or just Ne-chan for short. The bubbly girl said, smile never leaving her face. If it's okay with you, I'd rather call you simply Najire-senpai. She pouted at the words. Mirio-senpai. I'm sorry if you take this as rude but, could we spar sometime? Oh. Mirio tilted his head as his smile grew even more. Why me? Your scars. Izuku didn't miss a beat as his smile became prominent. You won't win, Najire sang. Mirio's like the strongest at school. It's 'cause his quirk is so freaking annoying. Like how'd I defeat someone who... A bread roll was promptly shoved in her mouth by said blonde. She didn't miss a beat and started eating the roll, seeming to forget entirely about what she was saying. It's a shame that spars aren't allowed without faculty present, Mirio said with a sad sigh as Izuku gave a frown of disappointment of his own. So, we'll do it really quick. Izuku's smile matched his seniors as Tamaki scoffed at them both. Battle junkies. The dark-haired teen muttered as Izuku's ear twitched at the familiar title. It's always fun testing one's limits in a friendly spar, Tamaki. The blonde had risen and clapped his friend's shoulder easily as Izuku's eyes widened at the nonchalant burst of speed. Come, Midoriya-kun. If we hurry, we can finish before. The tall blonde was cut off by an alarm blaring, the quartet staring at the flashing red siren on the wall as students started scurrying like bugs out from under a rock. What is that? Izuku asked, noticing his seniors' faces gaining a look of seriousness. That's the intruder alarm, someone's broken into UA, Mirio said with a frown. Come on, we need to leave. Everyone please wait. The shout drew their attention, looking to the tall Iida boy clinging to a dangling light. The thrum of the cafeteria died down. I saw through the window, it was simply the reporters getting through. There is no need to panic. The tension was cut down as everyone exhaled a breath of relief at the news, looking out the tall windows and seeing a cameraman getting chased by 3 ectoplasms. Well, I guess it's not a villain attack. Mirio laughed as he spoke, rubbing the back of his head. Well, the procedure is to still report to your homeroom teacher, the blonde said with a shrug. Mirio-senpai. Mirio turned to Midoriya. I look forward to that spar. The greenette held out a fist as Mirio matched his smile. Sure thing. Midoriya-kun. The larger fist bumped with Midoriya's and the 2 battle junkies grinned at one another. Izuku paused in his walk as he started leaving campus, the buzzing of his phone prominent as he took it from his bag. His eyes widened as he recognized the number and his memory came back to him. Good afternoon, Rada-san, he said upon answering the call. And a good afternoon to you, Midoriya-san. Now, you are done with school for the day, correct? Her voice was proper and Izuku felt anxiety well up in him. Yes. Good, I'm texting you an address. Please come within the next half hour. Okay, he said easily, not seeing an issue with the request. We await your arrival, Midoriya-san. He pulled away the phone and nearly blanched at the address that was in an entirely different prefecture. Without further preamble, the boy folded his jacket and slipped it into his back before rolling up his sleeves and getting one idea in mind. Run 29 minutes later, Izuku showed up to the door, sweaty and panting as he waited in the elevator of the same building he remembered walking with Rumi to. It was the type where the elevator went directly to the suite, revealing a single door. He stepped out and knocked on the door, Rumi swinging it open on the second knock. Finally, it took you. You look terrible. She was blunt as usual as she looked at the sweaty boy. I ran. He huffed. She quirked a brow. Don't you have your rich adoptive father? He stared at her in silence for several moments before a whine came from the back of his throat. She barked a laugh and pulled him in by the collar. Good afternoon. Izuku chuckled sheepishly at the disturbed look from the red-haired woman. Go get a shower, kid. Rumi said simply, plopping down on the couch with a sigh, dressed in a simple sweater and jeans. Down the hall and to the right, third door. Akamine said simply, pointing at the hall to the side as Izuku nodded with a shallow bow. The soft click of said door shutting sounded through the flat. Not a word, Rumi said with a glare as Akamine spared her an amused glance. I suppose it's a sheer coincidence that these accusations happen when it's a boy who so happens to be your type. Rumi growled at the woman who let out a soft laugh. She then walked down the hall and disappeared. Midoriya-san, there's clothes here on the floor outside the door. Akamine then walked back into the main room. Did you just give him some of your clothes? Rumi asked with a quirked brow. No, yours. Rumi's brows knit together. I'm not going to give him mine, you're the one dating him. I'm not. The pro-hero trailed off in an indiscernible growl as she went back to playing a game on her phone. Just as I thought. The red-haired woman said easily. Silence reigned for the next few minutes before Izuku appeared, dressed in a pair of sweats and a hoodie that fit him rather well. Sorry about that, he apologized, pushing up the sleeves. It's no issue. It's actually rather impressive that you made it here in such good time considering the distance. Akamine answered, crossing one leg over the other before taking the phone out of Rumi's hand. Said woman grumbled before sitting up, something that made Akamine nod. Now, as I'm sure the both of you are aware, many people are now under the assumption that the both of you are in a relationship. Izuku scratched his cheek in embarrassment. Yeah, kinda why we're here, aka, Rumi muttered, crossing her arms. But, the woman continued with a narrowed look at the pro-hero. What I'm sure neither of you know is that Miriko's rating have tripled since that newspaper came out. What? The red-eyed woman snapped forward as she stared at the red-haired woman as Izuku stared with wide eyes. Yes, for 11 hours you had the highest ratings. With numbers like this, you would be able to become number 4. Rumi's foot was thumping. But, isn't the ratings high because of the newspaper? Izuku asked with furrowed brows. Kid's right, that one newspaper won't last forever, Rumi agreed. Exactly, hence why more need to be made. Both stared at her with matching looks of clueless on their faces. In other words, we could milk this while we can. Oh, Izuku murmured, cheeks tinted slightly as he craned his head and rubbed his neck. You still lost me, aka, Rumi admitted. These pictures, the woman pulled out the newspaper and gestured to the 3. We're able to skyrocket your ratings and nothing is even happening in them. Okay. Rumi said warily. Akamine sighed. Do I really need to spell this out? The woman muttered. She wants us to do that. More. Izuku supplied, still not looking up from the floor. No way. Rumi instantly said, leaning back and crossing her arms. I'm not turning my life into some sideshow. I'll get number 4 by becoming number 4. And how are you going to do that? Akamine's voice had grown sharp as she glared at the rabbit hero. By being me, not by prancing around in front of a camera, the woman said roughly. I will admit that you are on par with, if not better, than even Hawks in terms of ability. However, everyone above you is not relying on only their strength. Best Jeanist uses his fashion line as well as an agency. Hawks uses his agency, which has skyrocketed lately, as well as his natural flamboyance. Endeavor uses sheer power and his agency, which is the largest out of all heroes. You cannot climb the ranks without acquiescing in some form. No, the woman said stubbornly. The red-haired woman sighed at the reply, rubbing her forehead. You're being petulant. Akamine muttered. I'm being me, Rumi barked. If I get higher, I get higher. I'm not gonna jump through some damn hoops for some stuck-up suits just to increase the number next to my name. I know I'm strong, so do the people. I don't need some damn title. The rabbit hero had stormed out of the room and down the hall after her rant, the door slamming loudly. Izuku sat there, almost afraid to breathe in the midst of the tension. Akamine leaned forward with a sigh, putting her head in her hands. Apologies, Midoriya-san. The woman sat up, looking the part of a manager of Maruko in her button-up clothes and pencil skirt. It's okay, I'm kinda getting used to her temper, he said with a small smile. Akamine gave a breathless laugh, nodding with a rueful smile. Rada-san? Can I ask you something? Of course, Midoriya-san. The woman said, pulling the pin out that kept her bun in place. Why are you trying to have Maruko climb the ranks? She seems to not have a problem with being number 5. Akamine sighed at the question, running a hand through her hair. Rumi and I met when we were young, very young. She would always boast about becoming the first ever number 1 heroine. However, in the past 2 years she's stagnated and given up hope on surpassing All Might. So, I guess I'm trying to push her up the ranks because I know that's what the Rumi I grew up with would want. The woman sniffed. Excuse me. Izuku didn't say anything, the woman walking past him and to the bathroom he just showered in. Green eyes bore holes in the varnished floor as he thought. The boy gave a heavy breath before standing, fist clenched tight. The boy creeped down the hall before coming to a stop at the farthest door, one that had a small stuffed rabbit foot dangling on it. He took another deep breath before knocking twice. Go home, kid. The voice called and his mind told him to follow the subtle thread of the very strong heroine. But every other part of him stayed rooted. No thank you. Silence answered him before red eyes glared at him through the crack of the door. He gave what he felt was his best smile. It wasn't a request, she muttered darkly. He bit back the fear in his chest and nodded. I know. He scratched his head with a laugh. I kinda wanna know what your room looks like. I've seen All Might's and his was not as cool as I thought it'd be. It had a really big bed though. If you're some type of Trojan horse, tell aka I'm not budging. Izuku blinked. K. Can I see your room now? Her brows knit as she glared at the slightly taller boy dressed in some of her baggiest clothes. Your face is suddenly much more punchable, she grumbled. He laughed at the words, scratching the back of his head. That's kinda mean, ya know, he said, still smiling as she still glared. She grunted before shutting the door in his face. A momentary frown came over his face as his mind tried to convince him to not aggravate the already annoyed woman. He took another deep breath, shaking his head a few times. He knocked again. A blindingly fast jab hit him in the gut before the door shut, the action so quick he had only seen a flash of caramel skin. He groaned, leaning against the door as the pain in his empty stomach cried. That was real mean. He whined. Good, you deserved it for being annoying, she called back. Trojan horse huh? He murmured, not aware that she was sat on the other side of the door, waiting. She heard footsteps recede and her face fell, her ears flopping sadly as her head ducked between her legs. The sound of the front door opening and shutting was the sole indicator as silence reigned. The clicking of heeled pumps sounded down the hall and stopped on the other side of the door. I'm sure you're listening. Akamine's voice called as Rumi kept staring at the floor. And I'm also sure that you're pitying yourself because you acted, once more, out of character. Her piece said. The woman's heels clicked away as Rumi stared at her floor. The woman sat there for a long while, simply staring at the white rug of her floor. It was maybe 15 minutes before the woman's silence was broken by knocking alongside the muffled sound of Akamine's voice. She sighed, not hungry for whatever food her friend had ordered. Her thoughts were brought to an abrupt halt at eerily familiar thudding from thick shoes. Her heart leapt up into her chest as they stopped at her door before knocking twice. The woman shot up. I brought a Trojan horse. She cracked open the door to the sight of Izuku standing there with that same smile, 2 cups in hand and the smug look of her friend down the hall. Sorry it took so long, there was. The boy yelped as he was pulled into the room, much to the amusement of the redhead in the hall. It'll be good to have her back. The woman mused, heading back into the main room with a sigh. Maybe I can take a holiday now. Izuku smiled at the woman staring back with narrowed eyes over the brim of her cup as she sat on her bead. What? Stop smiling at me like that, it's creepin' me out, he frowned. Rude. She rolled her eyes. Don't be creepy. This is just how I imagined your room would look like. A soft white rug around the bed and fluffy bedding stood out like a sore thumb amongst the relatively bland room. An exercise bike sat in the corner and he tried valiantly to keep the image of her working out of his head. Think about my room often, she quipped, grinning at the boy who continued to look around the room as a means of playing off his blush. I feel like that's a trick question, he murmured as she barked out a laugh. Congrats, you saw the trap. Now, answer the question. He turned, catching her delighted grin at his suffering. Yes, he admitted, a drawn brow from the woman rising at his admission. Nice, didn't think you had the balls to admit it. Her eyes narrowed as he didn't even react. You blush at certain things, but me saying you've got big balls doesn't get you pink? Well, I grew up with a friend who has a really foul mouth. I guess I'm just used to it. You saying my mouth's foul? She questioned, the boy gaping at her. She laughed. Yeah, it is. Now stop standing like a damn scarecrow and sit down. She slapped the foot of her bed. She scooted back and was seated near her pillows as he did so, both of them sitting with crossed legs. So, this your first time on a girl's bed? Yes, he admitted easily. Is this your first time with a boy on your bed? I have a brother, she said with a shrug. Is he older than you? Izuku asked with no small amount of fear at the thought of male roomie defending their sister's honor after seeing the newspaper. Nah, he's like 2 years younger than you, I think. How do you not know your own brother's age? He asked, mirth lining his features and words as she rolled her eyes. It's not my fault. She did not elaborate on the matter as Izuku had expected. He laughed as she scowled, not pouted, scowled. So, explain what led to you seeing All Might's bedroom. That's a long story, Izuku said with a sheepish chuckle as he rubbed his neck. I've got time. Akamine jerked at the sound of knocking on her door, pausing her show as she tried to blink the awareness back into her eyes. She walked to the door and peered through the hole. A gaunt man in baggy clothes stood at her door. Can I help you? She asked, the door now swinging open as the man gave a shadow of a smile. Good evening, I'm Izuku's adoptive father, she made a noise of understanding. Of course, come in. He stepped in easily and she repressed a shudder at the sheer state of his gauntness. I think they're still in. She trailed off while walking down the hall, the man following her. She cracked open the door to reveal Izuku sprawled asleep at the foot of the bed while Rumi herself was sprawled in an even more chaotic manner across her pillows. Ah, I would let them sleep, the man said simply, walking away as Akamine nodded. The woman quickly snapped a picture before shutting the door. So, could you tell me more about Midoriya-san and yourself, mister? Ah, Yagi. Yagi Toshinori. Feel free to call me whichever, he said, patting down his wild hair to no effect. A pleasure, Yagi-san. Rada Akamine, you can call me aka. So, I will go first. Izuku looked up from his meal at the voice of Akamine, Rumi beside him while the red-haired woman sat across from them. I will admit that what I suggested was insensitive. Rumi snorted at the word and ate her food with a petulant air about her, practically inhaling egged rice. However, I will also admit that it seems to be the best option. How is that the best? Rumi asked, her displeasure visible but not quite as volatile. You could just say that it's not true, but even if some believe you, some won't. This will make you lose a great deal of ratings as well as distrust forming. It's not true though, Rumi grumbled, impaling an egg bite rather aggressively. We know that, the public does not. We could also try and play off that you're just friends, but then that will just lead to more questions. What if we said they're fake? Izuku proposed, Rumi pointing a chopstick at him as she nodded. I'm with the kid. Akamine rolled her eyes at the words as she adjusted her thin glasses. It's already been over a day since the paper was released. It will seem suspicious at best that we waited a day to say that the pictures are forgeries. As I said, it's the best option. And what exactly is that? Just walk around screaming that I'm dating someone that I'm not? Rumi snapped with a thin glare. Akamine sighed, taking a sip of a dark beverage beside her. Not exactly, you're making this far worse than it is. Am I? You are. Izuku slinked back slightly from the thunderous exchange, feeling the oppressive force radiating from the woman beside him and the indifferent facade of Akamine. I am merely suggesting that you go on another of these walks that the two of you went on, something that you seem to have enjoyed. I'm not making you do anything physical. Izuku blushed and turned his head away as Rumi flushed ever so slightly, Akamine rolling her eyes at their naivety. I'm not going to enjoy anything if I know I'm getting filmed by some creep I can't even see, Rumi barked, chopsticks slamming down on the table. Can we? Izuku spoke. You experience that every day you go into the field, it's no different, Akamine responded. That's Maruko, not Rumi. They're different. They know everything about Maruko, they don't need to know about Rumi. What if all you have to do is walk for 20 minutes down a street and then you're done. That's all you have to do and you're guaranteed the number 4 spot. How hard is that? Well, why don't you do it then, knowing someone's watching your every move while trying to act normal? I think, I'm not the one that is a pro hero. I'm not the one who wants to be number 1, you're the one who can make those dreams come true. Izuku pouted at being cut off yet again as his eyebrow twitched. So shouldn't I get to make those decisions? To choose whether or not it's worth it? You've been? Hey, Izuku shouted, getting their attention finally as he sighed. Why does it matter? What, exactly? The paper. What they said. Izuku scratched his cheek out of nerves. If people want to think something, let them. If Rumi-san wants to say something, let her say what she wants. Akamine sighed, rubbing her forehead with her hands at what he said. Because then the suits get upset and throw a fit about wanting an answer. Rumi cut off, drawing a defeated nod from Akamine. That's dumb. Izuku said simply. It's politics. Akamine muttered. Rumi, feel free to respond however you want. Wait, really? Both the caramel-skinned woman and the green-haired boy shared an unbelieving glance. I'm tired of fighting you on it. You rose to the number 5 spot by being blunt, just be you. Rumi pumped her fist as Akamine gave an exasperated smile, shaking her head. Now, Midoriya-san has class soon and you have patrol soon as well. Might I suggest giving your statement before then? I'll squeeze it in. Rumi shot up, stretching as Izuku glanced away. See ya, kid. The woman disappeared into the deeper ends of the apartment as Izuku himself rose, glancing about. Your bag is there on the chair, Midoriya-san. He gave a smile, dressed in his freshly cleaned uniform. Oh, and Midoriya-san? Yes. He trailed off at the sight of the woman holding up his drawing of Rumi, a flush creeping over his cheeks. Don't worry, she hasn't seen it. He gave a shy nod, plucking the paper from the woman's outreached hand. It's quite accurate, might I say. Thanks. He murmured, slinging the book bag over his shoulder. Bye, Rada-san. Good day, Midoriya-san. Izuku's phone chimed as he crossed the threshold of UA, absent of reporters now. He opened it, noticing he'd been texted a link from Akamine. The boy clicked it as his phone leapt onto a news video. Maruko, what's your word on the allegations about you in the paper? Can you confirm them? Do you indeed have romantic interest in the high schooler? Who cares if I am dating him? Why shouldn't I? The reporters went fairly quiet at the woman's words, her broad grin meeting them easily. Haven't you seen him? He's cute as hell. Izuku's face was flaming as he watched the live video. Can you see this relationship progressing despite the large age gap? Let me ask him. The woman withdrew her phone and began tapping away. Izuku's face paled as his phone started ringing, not even aware she had had his number. He took 3 quick breaths before answering the phone. Hello? Sup? Can you see our relationship progressing despite the age gap? Izuku was glad he wasn't on camera since he was fairly sure he was glowing. Despite that, he knew he couldn't exactly let her down since she was on speakerphone. I don't see why not, I don't care about your age. Thanks. See ya. The call ended and he watched the video, seeing Rumi tuck the phone back into her leotard as she grinned at the reporters. So, both you and Midoriya-san admit that there is indeed a relationship between the both of you? Didn't you just hear us talk about it? Need me to clean out your ears? The reporter was sufficiently cowed as Izuku laughed, trudging down the path to class. I've got things to do, crime doesn't rest. The green-haired boy turned off the video as another ping came from his phone. Rada Akamine. She seems to have gone with my plan. Midoriya Izuku. I saw. Rada Akamine. Good luck. Izuku furrowed his brow at the foreboding message, electing to ignore it as he slipped his phone into his bag. He took the stairs 2 at a time as the bell rang for school, practically skidding down the hall. He slid the door open and met the blank face of Aizawa. Sorry I'm late, Aizawa-sensei. The man's dark gaze bore down on Izuku with such dispassion that it terrified the boy. You'll give me 5 pull-ups, from the doorway. Izuku blinked at the punishment as his eyes trailed up, seeing the top of the doorway 20 feet in the air. Without using your quirk. Izuku's mouth fell open slightly as he met his teacher's neutral look. Being on the phone with your girlfriend doesn't justify tardiness. Izuku gaped at the man. How did? Mineta didn't stop playing it at full volume the entire time. The man grumbled, Izuku's eyes trailing to the small boy whose arms were duct taped to his torso and a strip over his mouth. Get started. Izuku gulped, shrugging off his bag and staring at the tall doorway. He spared a glance at his teacher, the man having already looked away and now reading through the lesson plan. The boy walked over, grabbing his chair and desk with a huff. Stop distracting the class. The man grunted, leveling Izuku with a glare at the noise he'd made. The boy winced and set the table and chair down gingerly. He stacked the chair atop the table carefully. He scaled the desk with a huff before getting on top of the chair, the top of the doorway a few feet out of his reach. He frowned before smiling suddenly, going down as quietly as he could. Izuku was more than aware of the burning gaze of his teacher on the back of his head as he tried his best to be quiet, taking Mineta's desk since the boy was not using it nor could he. He frowned as he realized they would simply stack straight up. You have another 30 seconds to finish your punishment or it's going against your grade. Izuku gulped at the threat and stacked the desk on top of the first one, climbing softly before clambering on top of the chair. 25 seconds. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized that there was no lip for the door, seamless with the wall. He clambered down the tower of table and chair. Quiet. I won't say it again. The boy rummaged through his bag, getting the metal ruler he'd bought in a package deal. 15. The youngest Midoriya did his best to scale the tower once more, cocking his arm back before stabbing through the simple dry wall used above the door. 10. Izuku gulped at the reminder, jamming his fingers in the new holes and doing his best to get a good grip. 5. The boy was already on his second pull-up when his teacher spoke, finishing quickly. Take a seat and stop disrupting my class. Aizawa said simply as Izuku panted lightly, staring incredulously at his teacher who acted as though that hadn't just happened. Izuku slowly got down, taking apart his tower. He patted the dust off his fingers and his ruler and made his way over, putting Mineta's desk back as well as his own. As he walked past his teacher with his chair, the man decided to speak. Since you went plus ultra, I won't punish you for defacing school property. Izuku glanced at his teacher, half-lidded dark eyes staring back. Izuku gulped before nodding, taking his seat at his desk. Time for English kiddos, Present Mike shouted, the class meeting him with blank stares. Such a tough crowd. All right, let's get our vocals going. Pissed. Izuku glanced over at the noise, Kirishima giving him a thumbs up and a wink. I knew it, he whispered, Izuku turning back to his desk while trying his best to ignore the boy across from him. Mineta buzzed with activity. Mirio-senpai. The blonde teen glanced up, noticing that Midoriya had come back today. Oh, hey Midoriya-kun. He said with a smile. I guess you're off the market now, huh? Mirio took note of the boy's clenched fist and tension. Ah, you want that spar now don't ya? Yes please, Mirio-senpai. The tall teen nodded before rising with a stretch. I wonder what your quirk is. It's gotta be super strong to impress Maruko. Also, I think she's right and you are really cute. Is your hair naturally that soft or? Tamaki silenced her with a rice ball. I'll be back soon, I think, Mirio said cheerily. Come, Midoriya-kun. I know just the place. The tall teen said down the hall, Midoriya following him easily as he gripped the straps of his bag. Silence reigned for several moments as the two walked down the empty halls of the large school, Mirio clearly having a destination in mind. So, Midoriya-kun. Why are you so upset? Izuku's eyes widened. Mirio spared him a look over the shoulder. It's pretty obvious with the way you're acting. Feel free to confide in your senior, that's what we're here for. Izuku bit the inside of his cheek as the two walked, letting the silence speak for him. I see. Mirio muttered. It probably has something to do with the announcement from this morning, right? Izuku's silence was once more telling. Well, if it is then I suppose you could think of it as training. Mirio commented as they stepped outside, following a cement path. Training? Izuku asked, furrowed brows as he stared at the solid back of his senior. Of course. The fame of being a pro hero, not everyone could withstand it. Take the time now to get used to it, I'm sure the pressure is insane. Izuku's face blanked at the words, understanding dawning on him. Okay, we're here, Mirio exclaimed with a smile, the two standing before a massive gym. 1 second. Izuku's eyes widened farther than they ever had as Mirio phased through the door as though it weren't there, his shirt and jacket falling in a heap on the floor. The door clicked open, revealing Mirio himself. Izuku nearly gaped at the sheer condition of Mirio's physique, hardened muscle akin to all mites and scars littering his body to show the sheer amount Mirio has trained. Sorry about that, I have these pants made specially so they don't come off, but I have to wear the school shirts. He scooped up the clothes and brought them inside. This is Gym Gamma. Izuku glanced around the massive vaulted gym, empty and looking larger than any other building on campus. It doesn't look like much, but that's because the floor is special for Cementos to manipulate. It's a dreamland for training quirks. The muscular teen commented, stretching as he walked a bit away. Izuku decided to take off his bag and jacket, hesitating slightly before also taking off his shirt and shoes. Alright, wanna go to first blow? Mirio asked, doing side stretches. First 5, please Mirio-senpai. Izuku pulled his foot, stretching his thigh. Sure thing. You've been leaving me in suspense about your quirk, the blonde exclaimed, same large smile on his face. Just say when you're ready. Izuku took a deep breath, stretching his shoulders and ankles the best he could. The boy slapped his cheeks, lowering himself with a deep exhale before standing straight. Ready. Mirio beamed. Let's have a good match, and with those words, the taller boy disappeared into the floor. Izuku's eyes shot open in alarm, glancing about every which way. He was tense, waiting for his senior to pop up as he looked around as though expecting him to appear out of thin air. Missed me. Izuku barely turned in time for Mirio to land a blow on his shoulder, the sheer power sending Izuku tumbling as the boy tried to right himself. Wow, you're not bad for a first year. You took that like a champ. Izuku gulped, lowering into a stance as Mirio bounced from foot to foot. Let's kick it up. The blonde blasted forward in a dead run and Izuku steeled himself, lashing out with a low sweep that went through the blonde. Izuku's eyes widened just in time for him to bring his hand up to catch the fist coming for him. It phased through his hand and punched him in the face, once more sending the boy sprawling. That's 2 for me, Midoriya-kun. Mirio sang. You really are good though, it's just a shame that I'm better. Izuku's jaw tightened at the taunting of the boy as his fists clenched. Round 3. Izuku ignored the dull hum in his jaw from the pain as Mirio once more burst forward in a run, that same smile still on his face. The youngest Midoriya tensed as his senior once more came within reach. He sent out a punch that phased through Mirio, the blonde's fist cocking back as he loomed over the green-haired first year. Izuku's free hand shot up, palm open against his face. He gasped in pain as the fist instead buried itself in his gut, the blonde jogging past as Midoriya crumpled slightly. You're reacting pretty well, you're not going to win if you don't use your quirk though. Well, you're not gonna win anyway. Izuku slowly got to his feet as his fist clenched to the breaking point. Mirio-senpai, can you keep a secret? Oh, what kinda secret? The blonde replied, hands on his hips and not even slightly winded whilst Izuku panted. I can't say unless you promise me you won't share it. The blonde held a hand to his chin as he hummed. Okay, I don't see why not, so long as you don't reveal that you're a villain or something, the blonde joked. Great. Green lightning cackled for just a brief moment as Izuku had cleared the distance between them in an instant, catching Mirio off guard just enough to land a powered blow against the boy's shoulder. Wow, what a quirk, Mirio exclaimed, jumping to his feet as Izuku hovered a few inches above the ground. That's some powerful speed quirk, Mirio remarked. That's the secret, I have 2 quirks Mirio-senpai. The green-haired boy clenched his fist that had turned an irritated red. Only my family knows about it, so please. I'll keep your secret, so long as you stop holding back on me. Mirio got into a pose as he and Izuku exchanged bright, challenging grins. Of course, Mirio-senpai. Great, let's get back to it. Mirio and Izuku met midair, the green-eyed Midoriya suddenly completely inverting his stance, and where he had been was now only occupied by a foot. Mirio's eyes widened as he hit pure air whilst Izuku's foot sailed through him. The green-haired boy was once more on the offensive, blasting through the blonde from behind as Mirio gaped at the speed. Blue eyes tracked Izuku as he turned in the air, hovering over a dozen feet in the air. I'm sure you're going to be a monster of a hero when you make it there, Midoriya-kun. The blonde said cheerfully as Izuku returned the smile, both having worked up a small sweat. You too, Mirio-senpai. Your mastery of your quirk is amazing. Mirio puffed up with pride before disappearing into the wall beside him. Izuku blasted into the middle of the room as the wall where he'd been revealed Mirio's face. Just a bit too slow. I guess I'll have to speed it up, the blonde declared before once more disappearing into the wall. Izuku gulped, looking all around the large gym as he tensed. His eyes widened as he caught sight of the older teen flying out of the wall where he'd emerged moments ago, not even having moved like he'd eluded. Izuku pulled down, but it wasn't enough as Mirio came crashing down. The green-haired boy hissed in pain as he crashed against the ground, Mirio's punch having shot him down. His eyes narrowed in determination and spun, catching Mirio off guard with a kick to the sternum. 4-2, Mirio-senpai. Izuku panted, wincing in pain as he held his ground. Mirio laughed, getting up from where he'd been kicked to as he stared at the boy not far away. You are doing far better than I thought, Midoriya-kun. If the rest of your class is like this, I'm sure the world is in good hands. The blonde tensed in a position as Izuku did the same. Here I come, Midoriya-kun. This wouldn't be as it looks, surely. The two stopped in their tracks, turning to the door of the gym where Nezu himself was stood alongside Hound Dog, who huffed audibly. Both boys gulped as they stood straight. I take full responsibility. I take full responsibility. The two had bowed and shouted at the same time, sparing each other surprised looks. Nezu laughed, surprising the two as they slowly rose from their bow. With such heartfelt heroism, I've half a mind not to administer a punishment. Nezu. Hound Dog rumbled, the principal sighing at the word. Yes, I'm aware I need to punish them. The rodent's eyes danced as he clapped. Midoriya-chan, since you have a very strenuous heroics class in a few moments, your punishment will be not being able to visit Recovery Girl before then. The boy gulped at the punishment, the smile from his principal conveying the hidden message that this is non-negotiable. And as for Tagata-chan, I think this will suffice. Nezu withdrew a folded dunce cap, the other three staring at it in fascination. The rodent unfolded it and it popped into a true dunce cap. You may not take it off for the rest of the day. I'll wear it with honor, Mirio exclaimed with a smile, the cap matching him well. Nezu smiled wider even as Hound Dog huffed in a mixture of disbelief and disappointment. Very well, I assume you two boys can find your classes easily enough, Nezu said, turning as he left the gym, Hound Dog glaring at them. Next time, you won't get off so easy, the guidance counselor warned, the two boys nodding as the man walked out. I win, Mirio said simply, walking over to his clothes as Izuku balked. No, it's a tie, Izuku declared as Mirio poked a hand to the sky, dunce cap elevating his height. I was in the lead and would have won if not for Nezu's timely intervention, so I win, Izuku frowned. It was a tie, Mirio-senpai. Mirio waved off the words as both boys started getting dressed, ignoring the faint sweat as well as their bruises. You can lie to yourself all you want, Midoriya-kun. It was my win. Izuku sighed, still smiling despite the fact as he'd gotten the chance to do this spar. Thank you, for the spar Mirio-senpai. Mirio hummed in glee as he tied his tie while Izuku threw his bag on, not having bothered with the tie since the battle trial. If you ever find yourself needing another one, you can always rely on your trusty senior. You did amazingly, I can't wait till you get stronger. Izuku smiled at the praise as he extended his hand. The two rough hands met in a shake as they smiled at one another. Izuku gave a sheepish laugh as he retracted his hand. Sorry about you getting punished. Mirio glanced up, clearly not able to see his cap. Oh, it's all right. It's not too bad and besides, I had a lot of fun. They both quirked their heads up at the sound of the campus bell ringing. I guess that's our cue. I guess, thanks again, Mirio-senpai, Izuku called, starting down the path to the opposite end of the main building from Mirio. Good luck, Midoriya-kun. Luck would not shine on Midoriya. Welcome, to the USJ. The class looked around. 13 stood beside Aizawa as they looked around the massive dome. Easily the largest roofed structure in UA, spanning over the course of a mile in every direction from the center. The unforeseen simulation joint is a creation of my own design, something that has become an integral part of hero training here at UA. The heroine stated, arms spread wide. There are several disaster zones, each different from the other and each will test you in a different way both as a hero and a person. Remember, do not inflict harm in this building, this is for saving not hurting. A strange warble filled the air, sounding like a pan being waved as their attention turned to the fountain below them in the center. A small ripple occurred before a small purple circle the size of a dinner plate was made. A gnarled hand shoved itself through the circle, revealing it to be a portal as it was physically forced open, one maniacal red eye gleaming up at the class. Is this a part of the simulation? Despite the ease of the question, Kirishima's voice had a noticeable tremble in it as that red eyes stared at them almost hungrily. Aizawa strut forward, lowering his goggles. No, it's not. 13, get the students out. Now. Without further preamble, the man leapt down the steps, taking them a dozen at a time as the portal finished opening to the size of a massive Torii gate. And out of it came a great mixture of characters, all wielding a weapon, all smirking, all villains. It's a villain attack. Kaminari gasped. That was the last word said before the whole class stiffened in a mixture of fear and shock. Out from the portal stepped 4 final figures. The first was a man with a series of detached hands along his person and the owner of that red eye that had looked at them, teal hair hiding any visible features. Beside him was a man in seemingly no clothes at all, his entire body being coated in that same purple mist that had made the portal, while 2 blazing yellow slits acted as his eyes. Towering over them all was a massive abomination of purple skin and tattered pants with a beak and a visible brain alongside 2 mindless eyes, its hulking form comparable to that of All Might as it lumbered alongside the others. And finally was the man on the left-hand side of the handman, a man taller than the others by a significant margin but still shorter than the creature by at least a foot. He had unkempt red hair and pale skin, paler than snow. His skin was tinged red around his eyes, as though he had been bleeding from them. The man also possessed slit red pupils alongside somewhat elongated nails, honed to a point. But most importantly, Father! The class snapped their heads to Izuku, who was staring at the pale man who looked as though he were a literal demon, the man wearing thin clothes to show his lanky slender physique. That's your dad, Kirishima rasped in surprise, staring at the tall man who looked as though he had come out of a horror film. We can talk later, for now we must go. The voice seemed to be all around them as that same voice. Glowing dark purple mist hovering around them alongside yellow-purple eyes that seemed to laugh at their plight. Go. Now, 13 cried, extending a hand as the fingers of her gloves popped off. A powerful suction was created and some of the purple mist started to get drawn in only for it to widen immensely. 13 cried in shock and pain as a portal opened behind her, her own suction blowing apart the lower half of her vital suit. The pro-hero collapsed in a shuddering pile and was promptly consumed by the purple mesh. Now, where were we? Die, Bakugo roared, surging forward with an explosive fist. Rude. The Mistman said, head swerving to the side as Bakugo was also immersed in the mist. I think it's time you all got some activity, it's needed in a growing child's life. Before any of them could react, the ground underneath them was encompassed in murky darkness and then they all fell. Izuku sputtered as he got level with the water he'd crashed into, now aware of truly what had just happened. The image of his father burned in his eyes, overcoming his rational thoughts and awareness. He was dimly aware of a villain with a shark mutant quirk lunging at him as a tongue yanked him out of the water. He sailed through the air like a sack of potatoes and landed on the deck of the yacht with a wet slap. That was close. The somewhat rippled voice of Asui said as Izuku looked up, seeing the girl not far away and Mineta shaking against the wall. Izuku panted as he sat up on his knees, staring dully against the wall. It's really him. The boy whispered. Midoriya-kun, I get that seeing your father like that is terrifying. But, I need you with me right now. Asui said, placing a hand on his shoulder as seaweed green met emerald. Right, sorry Asui-san. Izuku said as a shadow of a smile graced his face. One that Asui returned tenfold. Call me Sue, all my friends do. He gave a nod as he stood, fist clenching as he cleared his mind. He looked over the railing of the boat and winced at the sight of over a dozen villains floating in the water. How are we going to get out of here? We're doomed if we don't. So dead. Mineta murmured as Izuku frowned. The thought of using float danced in his mind, calling to him. His eyes shut, thinking on how a true hero would do whatever it takes to save their friends, no matter the cost. Guys, I have a way of getting us out of here. Izuku spoke up, drawing their attention to him as he looked uncharacteristically blank. Just trust me. Sure thing. Asui said with a shrug. So long as you save us I'll do whatever you want Midoriya. Mineta sobbed, clinging to the youngest Midoriya. Izuku gave a lopsided grin and picked Mineta up as though he were a baby. Sue-san, could you climb onto my back? She did so without questioning, surprising the green-haired boy. Hold on tight. And without further preamble, Izuku floated up. What is this? Why can you fly? Mineta stammered, gripping Izuku tighter. You have different quirks. Asui stated, it not being a question or a thought as Izuku nodded gravely. I promise, I'll explain later. The boy burst across the water, easily taking them to shore as the villains watched with frowns. They aren't following. Asui said simply, the villains instead meandering to the other side of the lake. Izuku guided them to the edge of the water just in time for Aizawa to finish off the rest of the lesser villains, only the three leaders standing before him. "Stay low, we'll jump in when we can," Izuku whispered, the other two giving different levels of nods as they crouched behind a small land formation, just close enough to hear their conversation. "Eraserhead, a hero that could have been the perfect villain," the tall Midoriya said simply, not having moved since entering through the portal. "Such a waste." Despite his clear disadvantage, Aizawa was remarkably calm about the upcoming fight. "Would you look at that? 13 managed to allow one little munchkin to escape," the red-haired man stated. "TCH, he's gonna get reinforcements. All Might isn't even here, we should leave this dump," the teal-haired man rasped, scratching at his dry neck as it turned red from the irritation. "He has just left to go get help. Who better to come help than All Might himself?" the Midoriya asked, lips curling into a vulpine grin as Aizawa threw his capture tool at them. A sound of wrath exploded from the tall redhead as an explosive beam of fire blew from his mouth, blowing away the capture tool as well as making Aizawa reposition. The man leapt away, capture tool smoking and singed as it fell to the ground beside him. "Weren't you ever taught your manners at this prestigious academy?" the Midoriya said with a sigh. "Well, we'll need to make All Might irrational before he arrives. I give it 50 seconds, I recognize the boy who escaped." "My pleasure." The teal-haired man flew forward with a speed that belied his size as he cleared the distance between he and Aizawa remarkably quick, coming within reach of the man easily. Aizawa threw a punch only for the man with hands to practically bend around it, showing immense agility as he ducked to the teacher's side. Aizawa couldn't react fast enough and the man grasped his elbow, causing it to turn gray and the skin to flake away. "Apologies, I allowed one of them to escape," the man of mist announced as he stepped out of nothing, coming up beside the tall Midoriya. "It is no problem, Kurogiri, he will bring All Might to us, so you did well." The newly identified Kurogiri paused slightly. "I see," he said, watching as the teal-haired cackled whilst Aizawa's elbow flaked. It had barely been in contact for a moment but the skin had already rotted away to reveal bright red muscle. Aizawa landed a mule kick against the handman only for the beaked monster to put a hand on his back and slam him into the earth like he had no resistance whatsoever. The bird creature clicked and clacked as it pinned the man to the ground easily. "Nomu, cover his eyes," the red-haired Midoriya ordered, the Nomu doing such by wrapping a hand around the man's face while the rest of its being forced him against the ground. "Good. It would be ideal for All Might to witness the death of innocent souls. Why not start with my quirkless failure of a son?" Izuku stood, glaring at his own father. "Or maybe, make him be the cherry on top," a voice rasped behind the trio. Izuku spun in surprise only for a portal to open beneath him. He flailed but was grasped around the neck from behind, the unnerving smile of his own father leaning over his shoulder. "Now watch as everything you know is ruined, just as you did to me." Izuku stilled in fear as smoke tresses rose from the edges of his father's mouth while the blue-haired man gripped Asui and Mineta both around the neck, one finger hovering as he lifted them to the edge of the fountain. Izuku let out shuddering gasps as time creeped by, every second seeming like hours as he felt his own power grow restless. "And just how did something as asinine as you get into this prestigious academy, him?" the tall man asked, grip tightening ever so slightly on his son's nape. "Perhaps its prestige and standards have dropped since my attendance." Izuku said nothing, biding his time until All Might arrived, going over the fact that they did not know he had a quirk and that he could catch them off guard. He glanced to his left, seeing Asui closest to him and Mineta on the farther side. "Midoriya." Izuku twitched at the call, the hand tightening on his neck as Todoroki came into view. His heterochromatic eyes widened at the scene as a majority of their class followed him onto the scene. Deku. Bakugo burst onto the scene, the remainder of their class outside of Iida following him as the entirety of 1A stared at the elevated fountain and the classmates held by villains. "Wonderful," the teal-haired man rasped. "Shigaraki Tamura, perhaps we should." "Silence, Kurogiri," the newly identified Shigaraki ordered, Izuku catching sight of a sickening grin on his face that made his stomach feel as though it were lined with lead. Now we can end an entire class. Nomu, kill." Doors banged, literally flying, and one even came close as it slammed into the ground just past the fountain, cutting off all noise at the sheer power. "It's fine now," the voice boomed as though it were in their very ears as every single pair of eyes became captivated by the appearance of a single man. All Might leapt out of the dust of the destroyed door like he had wings. In an instant, the number one hero slammed into the earth like a mini comet. Ground shook as several students were tossed off their feet. The very earth split beneath the man's power, and Izuku felt a terrifying shiver go down his spine at the non-smiling face of All Might. I am here. Yes. Yes, you are All Might. Here for your own execution. Shigaraki cackled, finger twitching to a close. In an instant, everything changed. Izuku spun, utilizing float to rip himself from his father's grasp even as the man's breath heated. The boy flew as fast as he could as All Might launched himself, slamming into the Nomu just as it made to crush Aizawa's skull. Izuku looped an arm around Asui's waist as he blasted forward, time seeming to slow to a crawl as he ripped her free from Shigaraki's hold. His other arm was outstretched as he came within a hair's breadth away from Mineta. Mineta had a look of pure unadulterated terror on his face as Shigaraki's finger edged closer, Izuku barely grazing Mineta as realization struck them all. Midoriya was going to make it. Time stopped as Shigaraki used more strength than it seemed he could possibly have and jerked back Mineta just in time, Izuku flying past as all of his fingers closed around Mineta's throat. Too slow, hero. Izuku's eyes widened in horror as one single red eye gleamed at him. The entirety of the USJ watched as Mineta was reduced to ash from the neck up, fear and terror being the last emotion to ever cross the boy's face. Well, I guess just one is okay. Those were the words Shigaraki said as All Might flew forward with a roar of rage, his fist coming within mere inches of Shigaraki's face. A portal appeared, moving the punch and having it slam into Izuku with full strength. Young Midoriya. All Might's voice was horrified as he jerked his arm back, the Nomu from before slamming the man from the side and away. Well, isn't this fun? Shigaraki cackled, spires of ice roaring as they made their way for the villain trio. The eldest Midoriya stepped in front of them, arching in a seemingly impossible way before snapping forward. A tsunami of fire blew from his mouth, matching and melting the ice before it could hope to reach them. Bakugo blew overhead, flying over the rolling fire and aiming both hands at all three of them. Kurogiri created a portal between them as the blast was taken away and redirected into the air, the explosion reaching far and high. Abruptly, Bakugo flew underneath the portal and reappeared right in front of Kurogiri with a snarl of rage. The explosive blonde was abruptly snagged back by a span of tape just as Shigaraki slashed through the space Bakugo would have occupied. Yaoyorozu burst forward alongside Tokiyami, the class moving in harmony as Shigaraki cackled, arms spread wide as he stared at the group of students. Thugs burst from the sides as the two forces charged at one another. Show me your hero spirit. Uraraka-san, Yaoyorozu called, the brunette sliding into action beside her as the creation girl created an entire tarp, its size increasing constantly as it grew and grew in a matter of a few seconds. Kill the girl. A thug barked, another drawing a handgun as Yaoyorozu's face widened in fear. Kirishima leapt in front of her just as the shot was fired, the bullet bouncing off his hardened skin easily. Now, Uraraka-san. The girl threw the tarp as Uraraka touched it, the massive tarp casting a constantly enlarging shadow. Now, Tokiyami-san. Of course. Shadow. A massive amalgamation of purple darkness and yellow eyes burst from Tokiyami's robes, flying forward alongside the boy. He burst forward as a tall wall of ice blocked off the villains from both the Nomu as well as Midoriya Sr. This is getting interesting, right Kurogiri? Shigaraki rasped, watching the teamwork of the class as his grin grew. We must remember, Shigaraki Tamura, that the other teachers are more than likely en route. It seemed the wind was blown from his sails as Shigaraki shook his head with a low sigh. Fine, let's just focus on All Might. He's the main course after all. The teal-haired man rasped, the two stepping through a portal and leaving behind the thugs to get thrashed by the students. The two stepped out on the other side of the ice barricade and bore witness to All Might and the Nomu having a massive slugfest as Midoriya Sr. walked to the side where his soul Saiyan was sat beside the girl he'd saved. Which is better, a father erasing his mistake or the death of the symbol of peace? Shigaraki asked, the sick smile in full force as he watched All Might rain blow after blow against the Nomu. Well, he will be the last symbol after all. Midoriya-kun. I need you right now, Midoriya-kun. Izuku was sat on his knees, staring at the sight of his father who was slowly walking their way, an arrogant smile on the man's face as he stared at the two children. Leave us, girl. This is a family matter, the man said dispassionately, giving Asui a thin glare as he ran a slender hand through his hair. The frog girl squared herself as she glared at the tall man. She was cut off before she could even start by Izuku's hand settling on her shoulder, the youth now having stood up and meeting his father's stare with his own. It's okay, Su-san. Go on, they need you. She frowned, staring at the man who oozed danger. That doesn't mean you don't need me, she said resolutely, Izuku turning to her with a thin shadowed smile. Don't worry, I'll be right behind ya. I can take him. She still did not seem to believe him as she continued to glance between both he and his father. Izuku squeezed her shoulder, drawing her attention. Please, Su-san. She looked noticeably upset before giving him a resolute nod and hopping away, giving the dangerous man a wide berth even as he waggled his fingers at her. Congratulations, you managed to save one life today. Shame it's not two. Where did you go? Izuku asked, cutting off the man who quirked a brow at his scion. Where? Anywhere other than where you were, of course. Izuku stilled. What, you thought that I would stay under the same roof as a boy who would never make anything of himself? My own spawn? No. But Mom, your mother was an intriguing woman who drove herself to ruin for you. Izuku looked visibly shaken by the words. What, you thought she was always someone who doted on useless children? No, she used to be brilliant. And then she let her emotions for you ruin her. Speaking of, how is Inko? She's dead. Izuku barked out, the man's expression finally changing for the first time that night as genuine shock flashed across his face. Killed by a villain just like you. I see. Midoriya Hisashi seemed to come to terms with the fact the woman he had once loved was now dead, face blank for several moments, and Izuku was slightly taken aback by the sadness on his face. You don't get to feel sad. It matters not, Hisashi said, eyes now narrowed into sharp rubies that could cut through the earth's core. Now that I know I won't be breaking her heart, I no longer have any reservations about finally getting rid of you. Izuku's jaw clenched as well as his fist as he met the glare of his father with one of his own, green and red clashing as the two Soul Midoriya men stared one another down. I'm going to take you down and make sure you're thrown in jail, in the name of my mother. Hisashi stared at him for a short moment before laughing uproariously, clearly finding genuine amusement in the words. Clearly, she never told you that she hated you too. Hisashi's were cold and calculated as Izuku stilled once more in shock. The tall man capitalized on it, lunging forward with a powerful kickoff as his mouth began to glow. Izuku's eyes widened and instantly flew up and away as flame blasted through where he had just been. I knew it. A useless rat like you with no quirk just had to find a way to steal someone else's. You truly are scum. Hisashi roared, face twisted in the clear beginnings of mania and rage as once more, fire roared. It was as though a literal dragon had emerged from the tales of old, massive streams of uncontrolled flame spewed and flew through the air, warming the entire atmosphere as Izuku flew about. I'm glad you stole someone's quirk, Izuku stilled in the air as his father drew in deep lungfuls of air. It makes killing you the ultimate justice. First you ruin my life, then your own mother's, and someone else's. You just don't stop making things worse, do you? Izuku was clearly stricken by the words as he flew about, the words bouncing in his head as fire surged after and around him. Come down, little fly, come to Papa. Izuku's eyes widened at the words, and in his surprise, he wasn't ready for a more concise burst of flames to slam into him, the boy screaming under the oppressive burn. The boy fell down through the air, screaming as the fire licked and burnt him. They all come crashing down. Hisashi cackled, a twisted psychotic leer in his eye as he watched Izuku crash down into the water. You'll have to come out sometime, little fly. Here, let me give you a helping hand. The man blew fire into the water where his son had fallen in, the boy sinking deep into the dark depths of the lake as the fire covered the water. The temperature of the water rose as bubbles began to trail up, the water heating higher and higher. Izuku peered through the water through half-lidded eyes as he felt his breath begin to slip, pain surrounding his being as words bounced in his head. Useless rat like you, scum, ruined my life. She hated you too. So long as you save us, I'll do whatever you want, Midoriya. Izuku felt the will to fight leave him more and more as he saw the bubbles of his own air go up, the flash of his father's flames flying. The boy felt oh so cold, but he knew he deserved it. He'd failed. He wasn't worthy, and as Izuku shut his eyes in the darkness, an all-encompassing light shined bright. Images flashed in the boy's head of a certain dark-skinned woman with a dazzling smile and soft eyes danced in his head as image after image flashed through his mind. If you want me to call you something other than, kid, impress me. Haven't you seen him? He's cute as hell. Can you see our relationship progressing despite the age gap? Who cares if I am dating him? Why shouldn't I? And finally, the sight of waking up with her snoring on his chest flashed through the boy's mind just as he felt the last bit of air leave his lungs. The water was nearly scalding, but despite everything against him, Izuku's eyes snapped open. What is that light? Hisashi hissed, staring at the bubbling water where his son had disappeared. A bright golden light was shining from deep in the depths of the ice-blue water. The light grew brighter and brighter before it became its brightest, Hisashi's arm raising as water splashed. The sky itself seemed to be dim under the dominating brightness that has now emerged, yellow and golden in its beauty. "What are you?" Hisashi roared, removing his arm to look at the blinding sight that was his son. The boy was floating in the air with two bright golden astral wings on his back, fanned high and far on each side as though to enunciate him as a holy being. Hisashi focused just enough to see even his eyes change, that same bright yellow holy color as the wings as the boy stared down at his father. "I'm your son." With those words, the boy flew forward, slamming into the man with the force of 9 generations of One for All. The man flew back, flying into the clearing they had just left. "So, bested by your quirkless son, huh?" Shigaraki asked, staring down at the red-haired man who had just fallen in front of them. The entire area was tense, All Might injured with the Nomu's fingers dug in his side. It was frozen between two portals while clinging to the number 1 hero. The class watched as Izuku walked onto the scene, golden wings still fanned wide as he stared at the scene. "All Might," the boy said, eyes widening in shock while showcasing their new color. "Why young Midoriya?" The man choked, blood seeping through his shirt from where the Nomu gripped him. "That monster has multiple quirks, it's no son of mine," Hisashi spat, rising as he wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Shigaraki turned to the astral boy who was looking back at him. "Interesting," was all Shigaraki said as he glanced over. The sight of Kurogiri cornered by two boys irked him. Well, no time like the present. Shigaraki burst forward, reaching for All Might with a sick grin as the man's eyes widened in his immobile state. Izuku flew between them, getting in the man's path with surprising speed. "Multiple quirks, huh? Well, I guess I'll just get rid of the bastardized sensei first. Nomu, free our gate and kill the blonde brat." With those words, Shigaraki ran for Izuku who flew back and just out of range of the man's swipe. The Nomu broke itself apart, letting its frozen pieces break away as though it hadn't just lost a majority of its body. It slinked through the portal and began regenerating in front of their eyes as All Might rolled to his feet, clutching his bloodied side. The man suddenly leapt to the side as a blast of flame blew through where he had just been. The number 1 hero burst forward, burying his fist in the man's gut and sending him flying into the fountain. All Might turned, blasting ahead and taking the blow in Bakugo's stead. The man coughed blood, alarming the students at the man's weakness as Kurogiri flew away. All Might suddenly shot forward, engaging in a slugfest with the Nomu once more. "You fragile little boy. Wanting a license to inflict whatever violence you want." Shigaraki spoke calmly as he stared up at Izuku who floated a safe distance above the man. "Heroes save people, they fight villains. They don't inflict violence," Izuku said with a frown, his brightness having dialed down. Shigaraki shook his head, tutting loudly. "Villain, hero. What's the difference? Both of them use their quirks to do whatever they deem necessary. Just as it was necessary for the death of that boy. You are all just pawns being pushed around by a corrupt system. Mineta was more than that." Izuku's voice sounded as though he had 1,000 voices in his throat as he spoke, his brightness flaring as his wings flared wide. Shigaraki was not bothered by the sudden change. "Of course a pawn looks different to a fellow pawn, it is only its distinguishable pieces that can tell. You're all simple soldiers to be tossed aside." Izuku shot down like a missile as Shigaraki grinned, the boy becoming blinded by the anger the taunts provoked. The teal-haired man sidestepped the kick that cracked the earth, reaching forward and grazing the boy's arm but not gripping it. He tutted as the boy once more flew away, his face drawn in a tight grimace. "It seems the truth hurts. It's all right, little fake, you could become a knight under the right hand." Shigaraki extended a hand. "Join me. With our power we could fix this corrupt system." "I would never join a murderer," Izuku growled, voice echoing in his own throat as he spoke. They both turned as a vacuum of air was briefly created and the power to the USJ flickered as the Nomu blasted through and out of the roof. "It seems the bishop's been taken out," Shigaraki murmured, scratching at his neck. "Remember, boy? One of your classmates is dust because of you." A portal sucked up Shigaraki before Izuku could do a thing. Izuku looked to the side, seeing the rising plume of steam around where All Might had been. The boy's eyes widened and he flew forwards, bursting into the steam before anyone else could get near. "All Might." The boy's voice had returned to normal as the bright light went away, the man leaning against his pupil as he stared at him. "Young Midoriya. You." "Yes, I activated another quirk and everyone saw." "I know." The boy threw the man's arm over his shoulder as a cement barrier formed around them while making a direct path to the exit. "Young Midoriya. I'm sorry that I wasn't fast enough." The man choked out as Izuku's face stiffened, his whole body going rigid as he handed the pro hero off to Midnight and Snipe. "Me too." I figured this is where you'd be. It was late at night, the moon high in the sky and its pale light bathing the beach and sea beneath it in a fresh glow that made it as bright as any sunlight, and on that beach. Grunt after grunt of pain sounded as Izuku literally flew around the beach, doing quick pocket trades with Olmec and in a never-ending dance. The green-haired boy was completely zoned in on his activity, not paying the world any attention. Red eyes flashed between a faint worry and disbelief, as a layer of sympathy laid over those emotions like a thick blanket. The boy's fist impacted with the mech's metal chest with a painful sound, but Izuku barely winced, already back at it. Rumi watched as he flew at speeds she knew a lot of pro heroes would struggle to keep up with, let alone steer at, and she could tell he couldn't really. His turns were wide and his flight was shaky. The boy once more blew past, coming around in a wide blast as his foot slammed down on the mech's head, which gave it just enough momentary pause for the boy to fly away. I didn't think you could fly, she called to the air, watching as he didn't even spare her a glance. Her lips pursed as the boy who had given her all of his attention now gave her none of it. Her eyes widened as lightning crackled before a sound like a jet taking off sounded and her eyes snapped over, watching as Izuku flew at speed she wasn't sure she could reach. His legs were glowing, rippling with green and red lines as the boy flew horizontal to the ground as he cleared dozens of feet by the second from one edge of the beach to the other. He impacted with the sound of a thunderclap as all mech was rocketed away, clearing over 100 feet as Rumi's eyes widened at the power. An ever so brief exhale of pain drew her attention away from the now disappeared Olmec to the boy who had begun floating once more. Izuku wasn't wearing shoes, something that made his leg even more unsightly. It was black and blue mixed into a nasty purple all the way up past the ankle as the boy floated above the air, visible lines of blood along the skin at the wound. "All right, that's enough," she ordered, stepping in front of the boy easily. "No, it isn't. You don't get to decide that." Her tone was non-negotiable as she glared at the boy who now hovered over the ground as though he were not human. "Come on, Brad, I'm sure that Toshinori guy is worried sick." "He's in the hospital," Izuku said flatly. "So what, you're gonna put yourself in there? Shit happens, kid, accept it. It sucks, but it is what it is." His eyes finally met hers and she met his gaze easily. He suddenly burst into an axe kick, slamming Olmec into the sand between them, and she didn't even flinch, having heard the heavy machine. "I am here." The bot stood between them easily, plus ultra. "So, am I gonna drag you off this beach or are you gonna float yourself out?" she questioned with a raised brow. "Also, what's up with that?" "I guess a lot of people know now," Izuku muttered, lowering slightly. "I have a quirk that has passed from holder to holder. I can use the quirks of the past users." "I feel like we would heard about that by now." He frowned at her blatant disregard. She stumbled back as massive golden wings seemed to hover over his back as his eyes glowed a faint light yellow as he radiated light. "What the?" "I wasn't kidding," he mumbled. She scoffed, shaking her head in disbelief as the glow went away. "You're gonna be some kinda monster," she muttered, watching as his face blanked and his fist clenched. "Come on, let's get you to recovery, girl." "I can't just float around," Izuku muttered, the woman rolling her eyes. "What, you want me to carry you or something?" He blinked at the suggestion before gliding behind her and wrapping his legs around her waist. "Hey, what do I look like, a taxi?" "Sorry, Rumi." She paused at the shudder in his voice, recognizing the break for what it was as she bit her lip. She sighed as he gave deep shuddering breaths against her hood as she held him by the thighs. There, kid." They barely made it 8 feet before she noticed she was carrying dead weight, narrowing her eyes and glancing to the head on her shoulder. He was completely asleep and she was very annoyed. "Do not tell me you're using me as a damn pillow after crying," she grumbled. "Stand up, boy." Izuku's eyes dragged open at the voice, feeling the cold air around them and metal floor beneath him. He slowly stood, standing on welded steel in what seemed to be a factory. He glanced up to the only other person, a rough man with crimson hair drawn back in an explosive ponytail. His eyes were hard and the color of blood, his physique that of a fighter more akin to Izuku's own than All Might's. "You seem to have awoken my quirk," he said simply, arms crossed with a coat draped over his arms. The man had very toned muscle and looked scarily strong in a lethal way. "Yours is the one that emanates the light?" The man gave a gravelly hum. "It's not so simple. I am the grandson of the first woman to ever have a quirk, hers being the ability to generate light." Izuku's eyes widened. Silence. The man was brutal as he cut off the bye. "It is called divine blessing." As if on cue, the man gained an entire suit of the holy light as Izuku's eyes widened. An ethereal robe was cloaked over the man alongside those same wings, and even a hood was resting atop his head, his eyes a shining astral golden as Izuku's had been. "Divine blessing is a quirk of imagery," It serves no purpose other than to create light from your being. It is meant to give the people reassurance, so that when you arrive. The man's brightness flared to such a level that Izuku felt like closing his eyes but didn't, as it seemed to captivate him. The man had sprouted wings much larger than Izuku's own had been, and his robe seemed to flutter. Both the villains know that they're in trouble and the innocent know that they are safe. The brightness went away, revealing the simple man in gray clothes. Now, flare it. Izuku paused, concentrating and remembering the feeling of letting his chest swell as brightness once more filled the dark factory. Izuku's own wings sprouted as his eyes changed, but he did not gain the effects that the man had. Put your back into it. The man barked, face harsh as he glared down at the newest beholder. How are the people meant to look up to you when you do not elevate yourself? I never got your name. Izuku sheepishly said, the man's entire face moving in conjuncture with his glare. Urayami. Third beholder of One for All and known as the Divine Hero. Retribume. Izuku paused slightly at the first name, considering the man's quirk. Nice to meet you. I already know who you are, boy. Izuku winced, officially cowed at the man's bark. Now, learn this. A user of One for All is meant to stand above the rest, to stand stronger, roar louder, be brighter. With the man's shout, he gained an entire ensemble of heavenly clothing comprising of both wings and robes, golden hood making him look like an ascended being in human flesh. Your sheer presence should be enough to win a battle. With this power you shall be the ultimate hero. You cannot appear as normal, you must be better. Izuku gulped at the man's sheer presence, the feeling of falling to a knee strong as the man stared down at him with impunity. Despite the fact there was only a few inches difference between them, he seemed impossibly taller. Understood. Izuku got out. Louder. The man ordered, golden eyes peering into Izuku's very being as the boy gulped away his fears. Understood. Izuku raised his voice as his fists clenched. Roar. Izuku exploded in light at the command, floating a foot off the ground as his quirks worked in conjunction. Massive golden wings sprouted as well as translucent golden gauntlets, the boy's very soul resounding with the power. Understood. Good. Izuku gasped, shooting up in a cold sweat. His heart rate was a mile a minute as the boy felt his heart pound in his own head. The boy panted harshly as his head fell in his hands, the wool blanket pooling in his lap. Well, that wasn't terrifying. Izuku's head shot up at the words, seeing Akamine sat across from him in a simple armchair with a large coffee mug in her hand. He looked around, recognizing their apartment. Sorry, Rada-san. He murmured, peeling back the blanket to look at his foot and seeing ankle wrapped in white tape. It's okay, just startled me is all. Rumi, he's awake. The woman called over her shoulder and a quick thud followed by a curse sounded in the apartment. The pro emerged with a scowl. Sup kid? The hero greeted, falling into the other armchair easily as Izuku swung his legs over the edge of the couch. I fell unconscious, right? Rumi gave a nod as Izuku paled. What time is it? Just a bit past 6. Akamine answered, glancing at a clock on the wall. Izuku gave a breath of relief as he nodded. The teen threw off the blanket, blinking at the sight of sweats and a sweater. I dressed you. Thanks. He said simply, not really sure how to reply to something like that. Thank you for your hospitality, but I need to go get ready for school. The boy stood, a bit shaky at first. Nah, you can't drop a bombshell like you did yesterday, drool on my shoulder, make me carry you across town, then leave before I get any answers. Izuku promptly fell back onto the couch. Bombshell? Akamine questioned with a raised brow, sipping at her coffee. I have multiple quirks. The woman paused entirely, staring at the boy. As though to prove his statement, the boy's eyes flared golden as gauntlets of golden light encompassed his lower arms. Akamine stared at the green-haired boy for several long moments before shaking her head as though to quell any disbelief. Of course, continue. Silly me, she said simply, sipping at her drink. The way my teacher explained it to me, it's a power accumulation quirk that grows stronger with each user. I'm the 9th user and I am the first user who could use the quirks of the past users. And who were the past users? Rumi asked, leaning forward in her chair. I feel like I would know if I saw someone with some insane stockpiling quirk. I can't say. Izuku replied carefully, the woman huffing at the words. So clearly, it's someone quite high on the ladder, Akamine remarked. So, it's a power quirk, right? Like strength? Izuku stayed silent. Okay, that's a yes. The boy frowned but didn't deny Rumi's words. Someone really strong. Akamine choked on her coffee and both turned to her, the woman coughing as to clear her throat as she stared at the small boy sat on the couch. Izuku shrunk away from the look. Rumi, what does his quirk do? The quirk you know. The rabbit hero shrugged. Kinda just makes him faster and stronger I guess, hits like a truck every now and then. Akamine narrowed her eyes at Izuku. She opened her mouth. Please don't, the boy squeaked out. I'll have him come explain it to you but he'll get super upset if I let other people find out. Akamine stared at him for several moments while Rumi glanced between the two. Am I missing something? Yes, Akamine said simply. Fine. Thank you. Izuku said with an exhale. I really do need to get going though, sorry. Thanks again, Rumi-san. The boy gave her a thin smile that she returned with a frown. I got nothing out of this. She grunted, crossing her arms as she scowled at seemingly nothing. Izuku winced in regret as he paused in leaving. He stood behind her, seeming to want to say something. He sighed, hanging his head and leaving the apartment. Dating for a day and your boyfriend's already depressed. Akamine remarked, sparing Rumi a glance over the rim of her mug as the woman glared at her friend before letting her head fall against the back of the chair with a sigh. This is why I go solo. Good morning, Aizawa-sensei. The heavily casted man turned, seeing his green student sidling up beside him on the path through the campus. Midoriya. Nothing more was said as they both walked, the man slow as Izuku matched his pace. Both the man's arms were casted as well as bandages covering a majority of his face. Is there anything you'd like to tell me before you tell the class? Izuku clenched the strap of his bag as his jaw grew terse. I'm sorry. The boy whispered, barely audible in the early spring breeze as they walked. Izuku held the front door open for his teacher, the man's gaze staring deep into his own. You know that's not what I'm talking about, the man said simply, eyes half-lidded. And what happened is not your fault. A 15-year-old should never have to shoulder the burden of others depending on him. Izuku's grip tightens even more on the handle to the door as his knuckles go white, the man entering the building while Izuku slowly follows him in. They took the stairs slowly, one at a time. News will get out, the incident is already known by the police, it'll be covered in the news by the night. And with it, the fact that there's a boy with multiple quirks will get out. Aizawa rumbled, the Midoriya's face clenching at the words. I know. Izuku muttered, staring at the steps as they climbed them. Then you know there's going to be a lot of attention that comes with it, a lot of eyes. Aizawa shook his head. From here on out, it'll only get worse. With those words, the man stopped talking as they came to the floor of their class. Izuku stepped ahead and slid the door open for the man, hearing the lull of noise come to a stop at their appearance. Aizawa-sensei. Ashido gasped at the sight of him, the man looking severely injured. I will recover, he said simply, stopping before his lectern and letting his gaze span across the room. What happened yesterday was horrific, but life goes on. You can hate it, get mad about it, cry, no matter what, you keep going. Many in the class seemed rather upset at the words, several having tears in their eyes at the loss. Yesterday's events have brought the start of a great many things. One of them is the sports festival. The class stilled. You mean we still? Yes. Aizawa cut off the red-haired Kirishima boy who stared at his teacher in slack-jawed astonishment. Now more than ever, UA needs to give a good showing to prove that the villains that attacked yesterday will not break our spirit. A long silence followed the man's words as everyone soaked in that information, the information that they would have to continue on as though nothing had happened. And, for the first time in its history, UA will become a boarding school. The class stared at him in surprise as the man struggled slightly to withdraw a stack of papers. These are forms detailing what the accommodations will be as well as how it will work. What if we want to stay at home? Kaminari asked warily. Then you can no longer attend UA. More than one gasp was heard at the statement. Those villains were there for All Might. They knew where and when he would be there, which means they got a hold of the lesson plan. Which means they know about you as well. Our families. Kyoka whispered, Aizawa nodding. Yes, there is a chance that these villains decide to get payback for being shown up at the USJ. Teachers will be coming to your houses in the coming weeks to answer any questions or concerns about this. The papers fell onto the lectern as Aizawa let out a low sigh, the noise coasting over the whole room. There was a pool of mixed emotions. Both pro-heroes and other students will see the fact that you've all fought villains already as a good thing, no matter what your own opinion is on the matter. He drawled, several frowning or outright scowling at the words. The other classes will surely take it as a challenge, so this is your one and only warning. Don't take the sports festival lightly. The class nodded sporadically as many gained determined glints in their eye. And finally, Minoru's funeral is tomorrow night at 6. The use of his first name made many grow chilled. I don't care if you have prior arrangements or don't know what to wear. If you're not there, I'm expelling you. Where? Aizawa-sensei? Izuku asked quietly, voice riding through the air. Kanagawa Cemetery. That ends homeroom. The man walked out easily and even Midnight's level of cheer couldn't uplift the class. That ends today's day, have a good day. Cementos said simply, leaving the class alone. For a few moments, no one dared get up as the mood clung to them like a wet coat. I ain't gotta explain this to you extras, do I? Bakugo was the first to break the silence, standing with a relatively neutral look. If that hand-twitch fuckhead comes around again, I'll blow him away. I think what Bakugo is trying to say is, Yaoyorozu intervened lightly, next time, we'll be more prepared and ready. That is what I said, Ponytail. The boy grunted, red eyes swiveling to Midoriya who was staring at his desk. Deku, gonna explain where you got those quirks now? Quirks? I only saw the additional one, Iida said with furrowed brows. Nah, Deku's quirkless. He used to be. It's true, his father thought he was. Asui remarked as Izuku winced at the mention, sorry. Spill Deku. Bakugo ordered, leaning against his desk with his hands in his pockets and a cold red glare that belied his explosive demeanor. Izuku clenched his jaw as he stared at his desk. Midoriya-san shouldn't have to explain himself, he is the reason Su-chan is alive right now. Yaoyorozu once more intervened, trying to play mediator of the class. Fuck that. Bakugo grunted out, red glare never leaving Izuku's still form. It's got something to do with what happened with that sludge, doesn't it? Yes. Izuku's whisper traveled through the room as the boy stood, head down as he seemed to think about his answer. The boy suddenly gave a low exhale, fist clenching to the point of white knuckles as he looked up, chin high. My quirk is one that is passed down from user to user, a power that grows with each user. Bakugo scoffed at the answer. I am the first user to be able to use the other user's quirks. How many users have there been? Todoroki spoke, the usually silent boy clearly curious. I'm the 9th. A groan went through the class. How are we meant to compete with that? The cheerful voice of Aoyama was uncharacteristically despondent. What, you're all gonna give up just 'cause Deku's got another quirk or two? Bakugo's voice was rough and prideful as he rounded on the class. As if that's enough to keep me from taking the top spot. I guess that's just the difference between a bunch of extras and true heroes. Bakugo, that's two. Kirishima was cut off by the blonde kicking out an explosion over all of their heads, one that had a vicious bang and sent all of them wincing. Stuff it up your ass. If you all are so spooked that you'll give up on becoming a hero just 'cause Deku's got a shit ton of quirks, then you're all just a bunch of Dekus. If you want to talk to me, meet me in the top 10. The blonde stormed away, sliding the door open with a slam only to pause at the sight of a veritable horde of students before the door. Who the hell are all you lot? The explosive boy questioned with a thunderous glare, several taking a step back at the boy's aura. So, this is 1A huh? A pompous blonde boy appeared, walking to the front to meet Bakugo's glare. You don't seem like you could defeat villains. The rest of 1A stood behind Bakugo at the boy's words, meeting the gaze of the crowd. Wanna run that by me again, plain face? Bakugo growled, hand-popping as he took a step forward. Gladly. The unfamiliar boy stepped forward again, nearly forehead to forehead with the twitching Bakugo. You're all just arrogant cowards. Why are you here? It was Izuku who intervened, stepping up beside his childhood friend and staring frostily at the blonde boy. This is just us, declaring war. A purple-haired boy said, taller than most as his half-lidded gaze stared at the two in the door. In the sports festival, a non-hero studies student can easily take a spot in a hero class if they do well. And it seems a spot just opened up, I wonder. Before anyone could react, Izuku's hand had darted out and grabbed the boy by the tie before making him eye level with Izuku. He was a friend, don't disrespect his death. Let me go. Izuku's eyes widened, gaining a slight gloss hue as his grip lightened on the taller boy's tie. Your resistance is respectable, but weak. The boy stepped back, brushing himself off as Izuku blinked, gaining awareness. A mind control quirk. Iida muttered as Bakugo practically radiated the want to fight. Fine. Izuku's tone was harsh at having been mind controlled. In that next instant, astral wings burst from the boy's back as golden eyes replaced vivid green. Several students nearly leapt back at the sudden emergence. Declaration accepted. You'd all best hope you don't get in my way. I'll gladly blow you back to the fucking gutter you crawled out of. Bakugo growled, hands popping as mutters swept through the crowd. So vulgar and arrogant, I shudder to think that you will be the heroes we look up to in the coming years. The purple-haired boy said with a shake of his head as he walked away. At least we'll be heroes, you'll never even graduate with that shitty quirk. Bakugo roared after him, leveling his glare on the rest of the crowd. Get out of my way. To enunciate his words, small explosions followed the boy as he walked, the crowd parting like leaves under a rake. War had begun. Izuku's form dripped with sweat as he leapt back, the swing of All Mech's large fist sailing through the air he had just occupied. The boy weaved back in, slamming 3 blows into the robot's rib cage before once more swerving away. The Midoriya spun with a snap kick, the tip of his foot knocking the mech's chin up only for its large fist to knock the wind from the boy. He gasped at the sensation and tried his best to pant in some air as he whizzed through the air. The only true warning the boy had was the thudding against the sand before he spun midair, bringing up in crossguard that left his bones creaking as he shot away due to the power behind that soulless punch. He hissed in pain as he righted himself, digging tracks in the sand as he skid to a halt. The heavy robot landed hard, puffs of sand floating up, and the mech was charging before they'd even fallen. Izuku grit his teeth at the pain but fell into his simple southpaw stance, barely getting out a quick shaky breath in time before the distance was closed. The boy swerved around the side of the blow easily and gave a short hop, spinning in the air as his heel slammed into All Mech's temple. The boy gave a grunt of pain at the abrupt throbbing in his ankle after the blow. The stutter in his stance was all that All Mech required, easily grabbing the Viridian-haired boy by the front of his thick hoodie before bringing the other fist around in a near-lethal blow in the boy's chest. Izuku gasped at the pain, getting thrown from the impact and landing hard on his back before tumbling. He gave a cry of pain as his ankle jerked, the boy feeling tears of pain prickle at the edges of his eyes as he came to a stop slowly. The young Midoriya had barely become aware of himself and used float just in time to avoid the stomp that carved a 6-inch hole in the soft sand. The boy hissed, now floating just a few inches off the ground as his ankle throbbed. His eyes narrowed and let the grab from All Mech sail just past his shoulder, slamming his knee into the robot's armpit. His fist thrummed with power as he slammed it into the back of the robot's skull, sending it plummeting to the sand as his fist throbbed. Izuku's teeth grit as he looked at the angry red of his fist, the pain of punching solid metal getting to him. He ignored it, clenching the pained fist tight as All Mech picked itself up in a straight vertical leap, seeming to hover in front of Izuku. The boy slammed float into his right leg, using it to spin just past the fist and into All Mech's guard before slamming his elbow into the solid jaw. Its head barely jerked at the blow, its other hand grabbing him from behind before sending him hurtling through the air. Harsh pants were escaping the boy as he did his best to face his opponent evenly, not wanting to present a weakness despite his aching ankle and throbbing knuckles. "First you ruined my life," Izuku's teeth gnashed together as the boy blew through the air, taking the initiative and stomping down on All Mech's chest before the bot could counter. He shot straight into the air, avoiding the retaliatory swipe. "Then your own mother's," Izuku snapped back down to the beach, slamming his fist into the robot's nape before slamming his knee into the center of its back. His forearm snapped up, blocking the backhand but still feeling his arm flare with pain at the never-yielding power of All Mech. He gasped with pain before throwing his good foot into the robot's extended arm. Its response was that limb being shoved away but the other one coming around and slamming into Izuku's chest for the third time that training session. Viridescent eyes were narrowed in pain as he grasped at his chest, the throbbing in his ankle near an afterthought as everything pulsed with pain. And someone else's. The boy spat out the thick saliva that had built in his throat as All Mech burst forward, once more taking the initiative of the spar. Izuku glided into the guard of the robot easily, green eyes mere inches from daunting red gaze. The boy's knee shot forward, Izuku's face contorting in a grimace at the pain while his fist rocketed down before sending All Mech back a few paces. Izuku used the chance for what it was and darted to the side. His eyes widened as All Mech's hand clamped on his good leg before using it as leverage to slam him face first into the sand. Izuku shuddered at the pain, feeling it ride over each and every single sense he had. "You just don't stop making things worse, do you?" Unbidden, Izuku's eyes changed color into a shining gold as his hands became encompassed in astral gauntlets the moment All Mech let go of his leg. The boy roared in a mixture of negative emotions as he snapped up. The boy had rocketed from the ground and was hovering over All Mech in the span of a few moments as his right arm began to buzz with activity, faint lines spiraling around the limb. His fist slammed into the back of All Mech's head with the sound of a small explosion and the robot sunk into the sand from the force of the blow. "I am here," Izuku gasped, the mech standing somewhat easily at the command and just standing there. Izuku's breath was hot and heavy as he took in shuddering gasps. He slowly eased onto his own feet, feeling as though a small flame was being held close to all his digits. His hands fell on his waist as he sucked in greedy mouthfuls of air, the adrenaline not yet fading and acting as a type of stimulation to keep the boy's awareness up and active. "I must have like a kidometer in me or something. I am the best at finding you." Izuku's neck craned to look at the woman approaching the beach, dressed in a simple sweater and jeans with a white scarf. Izuku felt himself twitch as his dormant anger and self-loathing bubbled under the surface, the realization of hearing his own heart pound in his head being idly noticed by the Viridian-haired youth. "I have come with a three-step plan," she declared, walking closer and into the sand barefoot to reveal surprisingly normal-sized feet. "Wanna hear it?" Izuku slowly turned, fighting down the wince at the pain in his ankle as his breathing began to get easier with time. "Do I have a choice? Sheesh, you certainly went through the ringer," she murmured, tapping her jawline in a place he knew an ugly bruise would be in the morning. "Isn't there a limit to plus ultra?" I stopped. "Someone's grouchy," she mumbled, the boy frowning at her even as she bounced up with her usual cocky grin. "Anyway, my plan is gonna fix that." "Not interested," he said instantly, clearly not wanting to deal with her antics. "That sucks. Step 1 is find the kid. Accomplished. Step 2 is to get the kid to spill about all his teenager angst crap. Step 3, let kid cry on shoulder before he realizes how awesome I truly am." "Teenager angst," he muttered, the woman nodding easily as she flicked a bang over her shoulder. "I don't have." "Yeah, do." Rumi cut him off, smile still on her face. "You were angsty yesterday and you're angsty today. It shows with the whole grumpy face thing." "It must be your presence," Izuku grumbled, popping his neck with an odd crunch. She gave a loud fake laugh at his quip. "I am so not above hitting you," she whispered before her smile came back in full force. "Now, spill to your first and best girlfriend." "I thought Maruko and Rumi were different people," he remarked, flexing one hand as a way of working out the stiffness that had been beginning to take place. "And you get to date both of them, you're so lucky. Now, spill before I break you." He gave a tired sigh, head lolling as though it were too heavy. "I'm too tired," he said simply, beginning to float a few inches off the ground. She cracked her knuckles as her smile became sharp. "You got one more chance before it strike out." Izuku's stare was flat as he stayed suspended in the air. He took a deep breath through his nose but the palpable irritation still clung to him. "Maybe tomorrow, Rumi-san. I really don't want to." "Strike 3, she called, the boy's eyes widening as she coiled low. He could barely bring his arm to protect his face by the time she slammed an axe kick into his ribs and sent him plummeting to the ground. He landed with a heavy thud that seemed to be drowned out by his scream of pain, the boy gripping his leg as she landed with slightly parted lips. She gave a sigh as a truly apologetic look came over her face. "Sorry kid, I didn't think you're—" "What do you want?" he hissed, voice breaking as he ignored her hand and helped himself up with a long groan of pain. "All you do is push, and push, and push, over, and over, and over, and over again. All you do is ignore me. You don't care that I don't want to talk, you have to have your way," he screamed, shouting at the top of his lungs to the woman who watched with a relatively neutral expression as large angry tears streaked down his face. "Why would I want to talk about it? Why would I want to talk about my problems? No one cared when I was quirkless, but now everyone can't stop bothering me. When I was quirkless you all hated me. Then I got a quirk and everyone became my friend. But when everyone found out I had multiple quirks they started hating me, calling me lucky. How am I lucky?" Izuku rasped, voice breaking as he fisted his own hoodie over his heart. "Now, everyone hates me for having more quirks than them, for being a monster. How'd I be normal? My own father tried to kill me because he couldn't stand me, because I was what ruined his life. I even got my own classmate killed, just because I was so damn weak. I even made my own mother." His sob was cut off by the woman's arms slinking around his neck and bringing his head into her shoulder. He gave a choked cry as her fingers stroked his hair soothingly while she hushed him softly. It only took him a moment to slide his arms around her waist and pull her into him, the two becoming flush as he buried his face in her shoulder. Izuku seemed to nearly hyperventilate as he gave a few anguished cries against her, the woman's face saddened as she squeezed him tight. His hands spanned across her back, trying to find more and more comfort as he sobbed. She didn't protest the action as she squeezed him comfortingly, fingers beginning to comb over his scalp as he gave cracked shuddering breaths against her shoulder. It was several moments of just the noise of him breathing. Her fingernails raked against his scalp and he groaned into her shoulder, nestling his head deep into the crook of her neck. His breathing began to even out as the tears stopped, the sadness momentarily gone in the face of comfort. "My plan worked," she spoke, smug smirk on her face. Izuku hummed as his arms tightened around her waist, the woman's eyes widening ever so slightly. "Oh. So what, you cry on my shoulder and now get to snuggle? This is your plan?" He murmured against her sweater, moist breath warming her skin through the clothing as her eyes rolled. "My plan had 3 steps, my plan's complete." Izuku made a noise between a groan and a hum as he pulled her even deeper into him, as though he was trying to get as much as he could. Thank you, Rumi-chan. He whispered, angling his head and wiggling himself between her scarf and neck. A light hue came to her cheeks as he hummed in contentment against her neck. For what? She found herself extending her neck slightly as the boy practically smothered her neck. For caring. The words were soft and quiet, his lips moving against her skin as he spoke. Her lips twitched as her hands busied themselves with his hair. Of course, kid. Silence followed for several moments as they simply held each other, both enjoying the comfortable silence and not feeling the need to interrupt it. Izuku suddenly gave a questioning hum that vibrated against her skin. She felt one of his hands edge down and her face flushed as she readied herself to hit him for trying something. She paused at the feeling of him poking her tail. Can you feel that? He whispered, prodding the small fuzzy appendage. It twitched twice and Rumi herself twitched slightly from the oddly good feeling. Yeah, it's a part of me so, of course, I can feel it. He hummed again at her words. What are you she gasped, going ramrod straight as he suddenly grasped her tail like a small ball. How does it feel? He rolled his hand around the tail and she squirmed against him, the boy not knowing what he was doing as he played with the tail. She put her hands on his collarbone and he stopped. Do that anymore. She panted out, eyes heavy and barely open as they stared up at him with unbridled emotion. You're gonna get a kick to the balls. K. He did his best to keep the fear out of his voice as his fingers interlocked around her waist, just over the tail. Thanks again, Rumi-chan. How many times I gotta hear you say that? The woman muttered, giving him a smirk that had him giving a small smile of his own. The tender bubble they'd been in popped with the chiming of a phone. Izuku sighed, pulling away from her and fishing out his phone. He flipped it open, the woman before him quirking a brow at the phone. Yes. Izuku replied, the chalky voice on the other end indiscernible to the pro-hero before him. Yes, I just finished. Izuku flicked a finger over his brow. Okay, bye. New rich dad? Izuku smiled at her description, pocketing the cell. New rich dad. He confirmed. Sorry, it's cool, AKA's probably gonna call me soon anyway. Izuku nodded understandingly, floating an inch high. I'm glad your plan worked. She rolled her eyes. It only took me getting screamed at and then cried on. He winced. You're fine, kid. She flicked him in the forehead, chuckling at his small exclamation of pain. Well, if you ever have to cry, I owe you, he supplied, smiling as she snorted. I don't cry. Izuku shrugged, still smiling, if you say so, Rumi-chan. I don't, she grumbled, the boy's smile dancing in her mind as he floated away. Midoriya. Izuku glanced up, carrying a box as he walked. The boy was decked out in his usual workout attire since he didn't have any idea what type of clothes to wear. It was moving day for Class 1A, the start of the weekend, and Minetta's funeral all wrapped into one day. Hey, Kirishima. The viridescent-haired youth gave the ever-positive redhead a grin of his own as he shuffled the box to free a hand. So, which room's yours? I've been assigned as the meet and greet guy. Midoriya blinked, setting down the box as he fished into his pocket for the number. Didn't they move your stuff for you? Yeah, this is just my personal stuff. Kirishima gave an understanding nod as Izuku scanned his scrap of paper. 2F, room A. That's tough, I'm on 4F. Hey, have you seen everyone else? No, Izuku replied, scratching his earlobe. I think you're the first person I've seen. Alright. Well, we're all doing like a meet-up thing later for lunch. Kirishima revealed, sharp teeth grinning. The kitchen's super stocked, so I'm gonna be grilling some stuff. You there? Sure. Sounds cool. Where? Kirishima jerked his head back, the large main area of the building behind him. Yeah, sure thing. Cool. Need a hand? No thanks, I've got it. Izuku easily picked up the box as Kirishima gave him another grin. Your manliness has really gone up since. Ya know. Izuku gave him a strange look. Thanks. No problem. The redhead was oblivious to Midoriya's lack of understanding, giving the shorter boy a thumbs up. There's an elevator right there and there's some stairs next to it. Thanks. Midoriya followed the instructions and glided up the elevator, trapping the box against his hip as he unlocked his door. It was a rather simple room with fairly bland decor. The boy stared at the single thing out of place, a small package about the size of a tissue box wrapped on the desk. He quirked a brow and set down the box beside the bed, sliding the light present into his hand. He plucked the note, revealing the package from All Might with the only message being plus ultra responsibly, whatever that meant. The muscled boy shrugged and moved past the note, peeling off the wrapping paper. Gah. Midoriya was breathing hard, hands tucked into his pockets as though burned while the discarded box of condoms sat on his bed, as though taunting him. The boy shuddered, slapping his hands off on his pants. He plucked the box with 2 fingers and tossed it onto his dresser, putting it out of his mind. He turned back around, ripping open his moving box and sighing as he began to sift through the contents. A few notebooks that acted as journals, his sole remaining All Might figurine that the man had signed himself, and a thermos. He withdrew a small alarm clock, setting it on the nightstand and a small lamp beside it. A brand new package of pens and a few other office supplies were laid on his desk in short order before the boy came to the last thing in his box. He thumbed his nose with a sniffle and a sad smile, propping up the sole picture he had of him and his mother on his nightstand. The boy stared at it for several moments before shaking his head ruefully, folding the box and leaning it against the dresser before turning to the elephant of the room. An entire fifth of the room was cornered off by a curtain, behind which rested All Mech. All Might had already recalibrated its home coordinates and pathing trajectory so that it wouldn't come stomping through the building. The young Midoriya hummed, pinching his chin as he stared at the tall covered mech. "How'd I get you out?" he murmured, looking at the door that was a good foot and change smaller than the mech. He turned to the balcony, also shorter than the mech. Izuku frowned, scratching his head. "Hey, Midoriya, you in there?" The boy blinked at the call, turning and opening his door. Kaminari grinned almost sheepishly at him. "Kirishima told you about lunch, right?" "Yeah, I'm kinda looking forward to it." The electric blonde gave a nod. "Cool, it just got moved to a brunch." Izuku blinked. "Come on, don't want to be late." "Okay," the green-haired boy said warily, following the blonde out as he locked his door. "So, you're the only floor with no girls on it by the by," Kaminari remarked, hands tucked in his pockets and some casual band clothes donned. "Really?" the Midoriya replied, Kaminari humming his affirmative. "Yeah, it's just you, Tokiyami, and Aoyama down here." "Where are you?" The blonde grinned. "I'm on 3F, me, Iida, Ojiro, and Koda." Midoriya nodded slowly. "Then there's Jiro." "I guess we really don't have many girls in class, do we?" Izuku muttered, Kaminari humming. "Yeah, the girls we have just kinda make it seem like there's a bunch of them." The viridescent youth was slow in his response as he nodded distractedly. "You were the last one and I got sent, 'cause Jiro just yelled at me to do it, crazy girl." "Are you guys dating?" Izuku asked, the blonde turning to him with a wild stare. "Ah, sorry. Izuku backpedaled as he waved his arms back and forth at the dark look in Kaminari's eye. "Midoriya, promise me. If I ever decide to date Jiro." The blonde clamped his hands on Izuku's shoulders, a grave look in his eye. "Kill me." "That's a bit. Promise," Kaminari barked, jostling the Midoriya who pried himself free. Okay. If you ever decide to date Jiro-san, I will remind you about this conversation." The loopy boy gave a firm nod. "I accept these terms." The two stepped off of the elevator, wandering down the hall and into the main area. "I found him." Izuku perked up at the sound of sizzling meat and the smell of wondrous char and seasoning. He turned to the large open kitchen comprised of counters and cooktops set up in the corner of the large, expansive, main room. "Midoriya-kun." The boy turned at the personal honorific attached to his name, the bubbly pink-skinned Ishido smiling at him. "Show me your wings." "Mina." The tall class vice called, sat on a couch beside Iida and Asui. "You can't just say that. Midoriya-san has more than enough reason to say no." "But it would be so cool." The girl whined, yellow eyes on a black sclera stared up at him pleadingly. "Please? I only got to see it for like a few seconds before." "That doesn't make him, oi." The low threatening voice of Bakugo rumbled over the room, the teen striding out of the hall in a black tank top and sweats. "Deku, if you're gonna start popping out wings then you'd better be ready to use them." Izuku turned, meeting the red-eyed gaze of his childhood friend as they stared down one another. "Was there some type of sleeveless rule that I didn't get the memo on?" Kaminari asked, appearing next to the two with a banana in hand. "Piss off, dunce face." Bakugo growled, leveling the other blonde with a glare before turning back to Izuku. "I'm not letting you boss me around, Kachan. Then do something about it, nerd." The ash blonde rasped, teeth gnashing in a glare as he stepped forward. Izuku met his stride and the two were barely a foot apart before Mina put herself between them. "Out of the way, raccoon eyes." "First off, rude," she remarked, pointing at the frothing blonde. "Second, let's all cool out, yeah. I mean, we're gonna be together for like the next 3 years. We can't not get along." "Let them hash it out." Kirishima chimed in, head swiveling to the toned redhead who shrugged. "That's the only way grudges get solved. I've got 3 brothers, I know what I'm talking about." "We can't just let them beat each other black and blue," Jiro remarked, twirling an earlobe. Who the hell said anything about let? Bakugo growled, hand popping as Mina jumped away with a yelp. For a bunch of extras, you all sure do like getting in my shit. See? Kirishima pointed out, open palm gesturing to them. Let them do their thing, clear sailing for the rest of our time. Come on Deku, do something. Bakugo threw a lazy backhand, the freckled boy blocking it with his forearm and sending a straight jab for Bakugo's face. Izuku coughed as he was kicked away, slamming into a chair as Bakugo was thrown hard into an opposing couch. They both shot up, rearing for retribution only to still at the sight of their homeroom teacher. Maybe I should expel you both, save myself the headache. The man rumbled, somehow leveling them both with a stare despite them being in opposite directions. Aizawa-sensei, this is my... Iida was cut off by the man's piercing glare. The sports festival is in 2 weeks. If you're going to fight, do it in front of a camera and make UA some money. If I hear a faint whisper of you two fighting outside of the sports festival or a heroics class, you'll both be off this campus quicker than you can spell UA. The two boys sat in their seats, both emitting their own rendition of anger and irritation. Kirishima. Where's mine? The redhead chuckled at the humor, the laugh slowly dying as his teacher's face didn't so much as twitch. Here. The boy raised a small bowl of rice with sauced beef on it. The man's scarf snatched it and placed it in his cast arms easily. Good, I'll see you all at 5. The man left with those words, leaving the entire class silent for a long while. Who else but Aizawa-sensei? Kaminari asked, shaking his head with a smile. He paused at the looks he got from everyone else. What? The funeral was a somber affair, leaving the class despondent and morose as they lounged in the main area of their building. The mood clung to them like a blanket as they sat around the room, slumped in couches or armchairs. All right, that's enough. Kirishima broke the silence, drawing attention to the boy who'd undone his tie and offed his jacket near as soon as they got back, spouting that it was more manly to wear it that way. We're done being sad. Oh, thanks, I feel so much better. The flat voice of Jiro summed up the group's thoughts quite well, her sarcasm scathing. To his credit, Kirishima didn't even seem fazed by the antics of the punk rock girl. We're gonna do something fun to get our minds in the right place, come on, it's moving day. It was Minetta's funeral too. Izuku commented, sat hunched forward with his elbows on his knees. Well, we're gonna have fun in his honor, now come on, let's all check out each other's rooms. The group sat in silence for a bit before mumbling their assent, all rising. Who's first? Yaoyorozu asked, being the ever-responsible vice for the class. I'll go first. 3rd floor. It was Kaminari who said the words, bursting forward and into the elevator. The class trailed through the elevators, heading to Kaminari's room even as Izuku's head was somewhere else. The viridescent youth followed the group, not truly paying attention as they started to roam from room to room. Instead, his mind was focused on what had happened at the funeral. The crying faces of the boy's mother and father stuck with Izuku, right alongside Minetta's own terrified face moments before he was reduced to dust. His mind slowly went darker, thinking of the words of his father. Right alongside them bounced the words of Shigaraki, both belittling him even as Shigaraki offered his hand. Izuku's face drew into a frown at the thought that a villain thought he would join. Finally, the image of Shigaraki's grin taunted him as it stayed at the forefront of his mind. Izuku gave a grunt as he walked into something as solid as a brick wall, looking up to see the turned head of Shoji looking back at him. Midoriya, it's your turn. The boy blinked, Kirishima's sharp grin blinding as they stood before his door. Ah, sorry. He slowly withdrew his key, sliding it into the lock. I wonder what Midoriya-kun keeps in his room. The voice of Mina made the boy become nervous for no reason as he held open the door. All in all, it wasn't vastly different from the others. The small corner containing all mech and his more high-quality bed was really it. Of course. Kaminari darted into the room, Izuku paling as the boy gestured to the box of condoms. A nice bed, condoms? I guess only the best for Maruko, Large fit. Very nice Izuku-kun. Izuku just blushed at the words of Asui, not bothering to refute since they won't believe him. So, what's Maruko like in the sack? Kaminari sidled up to Midoriya with an eyebrow waggle. His look promptly turned into a grimace as he was punched in the gut, collapsing to the ground with a whine of pain. That means she's great, Kirishima said with a cheeky grin, face promptly hardening as Izuku hit him. A loud chink went through the room. Dang Midoriya, nice knuckles. So, what's behind the curtain? Mina asked, slowly going deeper into the room. Izuku gulped. Nothing. I bet it's a life-size All Might statue. Izuku nearly sweat dropped. Oh, it is a life-size All Might statue. Izuku let out a breath of relief at the comment from Yaoyorozu, the class looking at Olmec and not knowing its true purpose. Well, at least we know he uses protection. The class cackled at Midoriya's misfortune as they filed out of the room. Izuku gave another glance to Olmec, letting out a sigh of relief as he shut the door behind him. It's best they not know of the strongest robot in the world that's in Midoriya's room. Now, I'm sure y'all are very busy and focused on your training for the sports festival. The class was standing in Gym Gamma, all of 1A lined up in their PE uniforms. But that don't mean we can't do a little bit of trainin'. The accented voice of Snipe was the sole one in the large gym, standing before the class with Aizawa beside him. Said man was stiff in his castings and seemed irritated to be there. So, we're gonna give y'all some accuracy trainin', sound good? What about those of us who do not need accuracy training, Snipe-sensei? Iida questioned, hand gesturing to both himself and others that relied more on their physical traits than any aim. Well, think of it as reaction trainin'. The man replied, hands resting on his buckle as he stared at them. All heroes gotta react quick. Those too slow to the draw are those too slow to the save. Captains are Yaoyorozu and Todoroki, figure it out. You're playing dodgeball. Aizawa rumbled, already moving back to the side of the large gym. The two students stepped away from the class, Yaoyorozu's fingers clasped, visibly nervous. Todoroki stared at her, clearly expecting her to go first. Thank you, Todoroki-san. Midoriya-san. She chose, the viridescent-haired boy walking to her side. Oi. Half and half. Bakugo growled. Teal eyes met beady red. Bakugo. The silent boy said simply, the ash-blonde grunting as he stood beside the recommendation student. Uraraka-san. The brunette smiled at the vice president, making her way there. Todoroki stared at the class for long moments, eyes roving over them all. Iida. The tall engine boy stood beside Todoroki, Yaoyorozu glancing over the students. Ojiro-san. The tailed boy sidled up beside her. For the next several minutes, the picks continued as such, slowly chipping away at the class until it was bisected between the two captains. All right, look here. They turned their attention to Snipe, the man now holding a rubber ball. These are special quirk balls, like the ones y'all threw for your apprehension test. You can use your quirks however you want. If the ball hits you then hits the floor, you're out. Catch it, you're still in and you get an out teammate in. If it bounces off the floor, you're in. Any more questions? None asked. Good, Yaoyorozu, you and your sort can go on over there. He gestured to the far side of the gym. The floor in the middle split, red balls emerging in a long line. Cross that line, you're out. Remember, I say you're out then you're out. I don't want no lip. Good? The class nodded. Alrighty, let's dodge. Ball. With a bang of his gun into the air, the class burst into motion. Deku. Bakugo roared, popping and cracking as he raced to the line of balls. Iida was a few microseconds behind and Izuku was matching them with float. Iida got there first, tossing balls over his shoulder as Izuku got there a spare moment later. Izuku punted the first ball he saw, slamming it into Iida's shoulder. The viridescent-haired boy ducked down, racing left down the line as he snapped balls to his side. An explosion rocketed and a ball whizzed past Izuku's ear, bouncing against the wall and slamming into the ceiling. Stay still, nerd. Bakugo roared, throwing another ball as Izuku flew up just in time. Before anyone could do anything, a massive wall of ice flew up between them, bisecting the two areas. Yaoyorozu made a ball launcher. It started whizzing to life just as the ice cracked. 4 small holes formed in the wall's exterior and outshot balls, catching Asui and Siro off guard in the stomach. Ashido-san, could you please? The pinkhead grinned, dashing forward. Course, Yaomo. The girl then spat a stream of acid, the corrosive liquid quickly and easily melting through the ice. The girl was snagged out of the way just in time by Midoriya as 3 balls blasted through where she'd been standing. My hero. Ashido swooned, a teasing grin on her face. Midoriya blushed slightly, slowly setting her down. He bent down, scooping up a ball as his arm thrummed. He launched the ball through the fresh gap, slamming into a brace of ice. Ojiro slapped a ball through with his tail, catching Koda right in the sternum and sending him out. What is this shitty performance? If we lose this match, I'll kill you all myself. Bakugo threatened, teeth gnashed together as he launched a ball. A small explosion followed it, propelling the ball forward so hard that it knocked Kaminari to his knees. That was followed up by another barrage sent out by Shoji, strong arms rocketing the ball forward. It was slapped aside by a shield that Yaoyorozu wielded, Midoriya flying down and pegging Shoji with a ball to the chest. Die. Bakugo got a running start to this throw, entire form cracking and popping as he let loose the ball. A deafening explosion ensued, creating a cloud of smoke and ash from the sheer power behind the blast. A trail of smoke shot out of the cloud, a crack sounding against the far wall. The smoke peeled away to reveal Midoriya, pained in a grimace with red stinging skin. In his arms was the dodgeball that Bakugo had launched, still smoking. TCH. Bakugo scoffed, glaring at his childhood friend as he backpedaled. The remainder of the ice wall cracked and fell to nothing, now lying in small heaps on the ground. Sato ate a small sugar cube, body bulging with strength. He stomped forward, launching the small rubber ball and hurling it through the air. It made a slight whistling noise before slamming into Bakugo's chest with a loud boing. The ash blonde growled in pain, the ball held between his red arms. Ninja bastard. Get your ass in here. Bakugo threw the ball away, it blowing through the air and slamming into Sato's shoulder. The large boy grimaced, making to the side as Izuku flew into the scene. The boy flung the ball, it carving a path for Todoroki. Todoroki stared it down easily as Shoji stepped into the path, large netted arms catching it easily after having just got back in. Iida-san. A small mouth formed on the boy's appendage as the ball was tossed lightly into the air. Iida burst from the back of the room, using his impressive speed. He blitzed through the air, foot slamming into the ball so powerfully that the rubber bent around the foot. The air became displaced as the ball was launched away, slamming into Yaoyorozu's shield. The girl winced at the pain in her arm from blocking the ball, her momentary distraction taken advantage of as a ball slammed into her toes. Her face drew into a morose frown, handing her shield to Midoriya before making her way out. The team of Yaoyorozu was now only 4 strong, Uraraka, Midoriya, Ashido and Ojiro staring at the near-full team of Todoroki. Take it, Pinky, Bakugo bellowed, ball matching his declaration. Midoriya flew through the air, intercepting the ball with the shield. Shitty glasses. A ball rocketed through the air, slamming into Ashido's leg as the girl gave a yelp. A wall of ice shot forward, cutting Midoriya off from the other two. The green-eyed boy gasped, slamming into the wall as it cracked. A ball flung through the air, catching Uraraka in the shoulder and taking her out easily. Ojiro launched that same ball back only for Shoji to catch it, bringing in their soul-out player. Die. Bakugo threw his own ball, slamming into Ojiro's stomach. The blonde boy tried to catch it but it simply blew back through his arms, bouncing to the floor. The boy frowned, glum as he went to the outline. The ice wall went down, only Midoriya remaining as he floated in the air. Deku. Bakugo growled, clenching a ball as he glared up at the boy. Tokiyami threw a ball, followed by Todoroki and Bakugo. It was Izuku against the barrage. Sounds truly terrifying. Rumi remarked, reclined on her couch as Izuku reclined in the armchair not far away. It was, explosions were blasting, ice was flying, shadows were creeping. Izuku declared, arms wide as she snorted. Ever thought about being a poet? The woman asked dryly. Izuku shrugged. What if I had? How bad would you feel for making fun of me? He questioned, a quirked brow at the woman who stared at him with a small smirk. Not at all. He clutched his heart in faux pain as she sat up. You're such a baby. And you're such a bunny, he shot back, the woman frowning. Not cool. I'm a rabbit. He grinned more so as her frown became more pronounced. Okay. Bunny. She growled. You're asking for it, kid. Izuku's grin reached a new peak of sharpness as he tensed slightly. K, bunny hero. She launched herself over the coffee table between them, the boy ducking out of the chair just in time as she knocked it over. He laughed as he ran to the side, stopping on one end of the kitchen island. Just accept your fate, kid. Despite her words, there was a grin on her face that matched Izuku's own. As soon as you accept that you're a bunny, she gave a growl in her throat, running around one side of the island as he mimicked her movement. She threw herself over the island, and tackled air as he ducked. The boy ran away, down the hall and trying to clear space. He gave a yelp as he slipped in his socks, sprawling with a thud as his back went to the wall. She grinned, slowly walking up to him. Rumi-chan, we can talk about this. His eyes darted this way and that, desperately looking for an out. Oh, so it's Rumi-chan now? I thought it was Bunny? She questioned, fingers poised in claw positions as she slowly advanced on him. It was all a joke, just jokes. She made a hum in her throat, sounding as though she didn't believe him. So, the little joker doesn't want Rumi's big bad punishment? She questioned, now practically looming over him. Not really. Both were dressed casually, both in shorts and t-shirts. Though, Rumi's shorts were short shorts and not baggy cargos. I guess that's okay. She agreed, Izuku's eyes widening. Not, she slammed down, landing on his stomach as he groaned. She cackled above him, grinning down at the viridescent-haired youth. Do your worst. He resigned himself to his fate, staring her down defiantly as she grinned. Oh, I didn't think you'd give up so easily. So boring. She was remiss as she sighed, clear disappointment on her face. His brow furrowed at her words. Oh well, I guess you're just that weak. Nah. He denied petulantly, the woman grinning as red eyes gleamed. Fine. Whoever loses is the other's slave. Her hands darted forward at the same time his did. His reach being longer than hers made it easy for him to grab her around the waist, tossing her off him just in time. She landed easily and burst forward just in time as he stood up. He caught her foot and pushed it away, only able to do so since she wasn't putting any real power behind it. She grinned, now doing a vertical split. She leaned forward, Izuku becoming paralyzed as she leaned in close with soft eyes. He became entirely still as she kissed his cheek, fingers ticking his neck. She pulled back, laughing at him. I won. Go get me some celery. He was left standing there in surprise as she wandered back into the living room, plopping down onto the couch as she pulled out her phone. He was still staring at her even as he heard the telltale sound of that same game she always plays, one of a rabbit running between obstacles. Well, the celery won't get itself. That snapped him out of his state as he fumbled to form words. Got something to say? She grinned at him even as he found his words. You just. Gaw, she laughed at his frustration, tapping at the phone. I just used the factory reset button on ya, that's all. Her grin was taunting as he practically had an aneurysm. He finally let out a groan of irritation and confusion as he made his way to the kitchen. Is this what that intern thing is? Maybe. Depends on if you can prove yourself above Celery Boy by then. He pouted as he walked back, a plate of celery in hand. What are you doing? Get the peanut butter, I'm not some type of psychopath. He sighed again, turning around. The boy took the jar off the counter, making his way back to the living room. He sat on the other end of the couch, easing the plate onto the table just as she yawned. She moved, flopping back down on the couch. But this time, her head was in his lap while the rest of her was laid over the couch. You're not a bad pillow, she remarked, grinning at his wide eyes before opening her mouth. Celery me. He shook his head in disbelief, reaching to the side table to dip a stick in the jar. He took it out, slowly dangling it into her mouth. She leaned forward, biting off almost half the stick as he sat there, surprised by the sheer amount. Her eyes widened as she made a visible show of chewing. He rolled his eyes, flipping the stick to dip it into the jar. Yeah, not so much peanut butter. Rumi smacked her lips audibly as he spoke, making a dramatic show of chewing. I feel like I'm showing a foon of peanut butter. Her words were off as he glowered at her. Ah. She opened her mouth, showing him the contents as he scrunched his face. Aren't you supposed to be the responsible one? He asked as she grinned, once more opening her mouth as though taunting him. He pressed her chin shut, the woman pouting and making a show of swallowing. I get it. She shuddered after the fact, still smacking her lips together. I guess I can't even trust you as my celery boy, she remarked, tongue slipping out to run over front teeth. All right, attempt number 2. He slowly lowered the remainder of the celery, her teeth clamping down as he barely pulled his fingers away. Could you not bite off my fingers? He asked, wiping off said fingers on his shirt. Better. She ignored his request, nodding at the more even proportions. We might just be able to make something of you yet. He scowled, bouncing his knee up. The woman was jostled, bouncing back down as she glowered at him. Oops. He smirked in the face of her scowl. Ah. She slammed her head into his stomach, the boy's face twisted in pain as he hunched forward. Oops. She mocked, the boy's face a few sparse inches from her own. He scowled at her smug smile. His hand snuck by, snagging her phone from her hands and holding it high out of her reach. She reached up but it was out of her reach, the woman frowning and sitting up. Izuku's other hand snaked around, grabbing her shoulder and pulling her down. Phone. No, she scowled further at his denial. That's not the right answer. He shrugged. Be a good slave and hand me my phone. Be a good girl and you'll get it back, she gave him a dry glare. Funny. Fine. She pushed up, sitting up and touching the edge of the cell. His free arm wormed around her waist, pulling her flush away from it. I can come back later. The two turned to the red-haired woman who just walked in through the door, grocery bags in her hand. He's being a bad slave. Rumi whined, trying to grab the phone once more only for Izuku to hold it behind him. This then resulted in the woman attempting to climb over him, Izuku's arm pinning her against himself to keep her still. So, decided to actually get in a relationship him? Both turned to the disappearing back of the red-haired woman, blinking owlishly. They slowly turned back to each other. Izuku's eyes widened, blushing slightly as Rumi scoffed. You're too desperate for us to get together. Go get yourself with someone. Rumi barked, the red-haired woman walking back in with a head tilt. Maybe I will. She ran a hand through her hair, settling onto the couch practically against Izuku. So, Midoriya-san, are you free tomorrow night? Izuku's mouth stopped working as he simply blinked at the woman. I might. He was promptly slapped in the back of the head. Don't answer that. He's not, Rumi ordered, red eyes narrowed at the red-haired woman who simply smiled innocently. Why'd you hit me? He whined, rubbing the back of his head. She was flirting with you, you were going to respond. Rumi growled, as though explaining it to someone who hadn't been there. I was gonna say I might have plans, you crazy rabbit. Izuku crowed, the woman narrowing her eyes at him. She darted forward, trying to catch him off guard as she tried to get her phone. Tried being the key word as Izuku grabbed her by the back of her pants, holding her back. She put a hand in his face, trying to use it as leverage even as he groaned. His mouth opened, nipping at the fingertip in reach as she jerked her hand back. Rada-san, catch. The red-haired woman barely caught the phone, blinking as she was suddenly bequeathed with the responsibility. Rumi snatched the phone, slipping into the spot between the two with a broad grin. Ha! Suck it. She did her best to elbow Izuku in the side even as he grabbed the arm, pushing it away the best he could. Rada-san, you were supposed to keep it away from her. Akamine shrugged, looking tired as she reclined on the couch. I decline. She said simply, ignoring the two as she tried to relax. Izuku huffed, watching Rumi play the game. The little bunny she was controlling hopped over a rolling log. What's the point of this game? He questioned, slumped slightly as she shrugged against him. Neither seemed to notice they were leant against one another. Run. He rose a brow. Is that it? Don't all games have like a victory or something? Not this one. Izuku hummed, slowly sinking into the couch as his feet propped on the coffee table. He slowly lowered to her own slouched height, watching the small screen as his energy sapped away. You died, he muttered, her having already started a new run. Thanks, Peanut Gallery. He hummed. You're welcome. So, what's this game called? She mumbled an answer, Izuku's eye swiveling to try and meet her own. What? I didn't hear you. Clean out your ears then. She didn't miss a beat as she kept playing her game, double tapping over a large mech. Come on, Rumi-chan. Just say. He poked her side lightly, the woman groaning audibly even though her mouth remained closed. Bunny hoppers. She whispered, like it was taboo to say. His lips pulled into a teasing grin as he looked at her, the woman pointedly looking at her phone. I don't want to hear it. Okay. So long as you know you're a hypocrite. His head slowly eased onto her shoulder, the teen watching as she didn't even pause her game. Kachan's really good at those things. What, games? Video games. He sucks at board games. Board games are for nerds. Izuku snorted softly, musing at the familiar words. You two would probably get along. She hummed, oh yeah? Yeah, you're both loud, hot-headed, her finger pushed against his lips, her eyes narrowed at him, shutting up. Good slave. He bonked his head against hers lightly at the pronoun, the woman chuckling as he settled on her shoulder. Got a problem? No, you're very warm. He mumbled, enunciating that with burying his face into the crook of her neck. She spared him a glance but said nothing. What, getting soft on me, kid? A bit, he admitted, not looking up as he blushed. Well, you've gotta share pillow duty. She promptly leaned her head atop his own, Izuku smiling even as a long white bang fell in front of his face. Of course, Rumi-chan. So, what's it like having multiple quirks? Izuku looked up from his meal, the pupilless eyes of Mirio staring back. What's it like being able to go through walls? The viridescent-eyed youth returned. Overrated and a bit terrifying. What's it like flying? Izuku frowned. Overrated and a bit terrifying. Mirio gave a belly laugh at the returned phrase, smile all teeth. Well, I'm sure it can be more than a bit fun. Najire always calls it very epic. Izuku scratched his cheek, noting the absence of the other two. Najire decided to take Tamaki to the dorm kitchen. Izuku hummed in response. Looking at the rather empty cafeteria of UA, most decided to just go back to their own kitchens since their preferred food was there, sans Mirio and Izuku as well as a handful or so of other students. So, looking forward to the sports festival? Izuku asked, the strong blonde grinning brightly. Of course, I'll be able to keep up my flawless record, Free sports festivals. Free sports festivals 1. Izuku blinked. You've won the past 2 years. Of course. Mirio pat his bicep. Why do you think Najire said I was probably the strongest? Izuku blanched slightly as he poked at his robot. I thought she was joking. The smaller boy muttered, someone sedated as he realized how weak his words truly were. Huh, nope. I've got the power to save a million. Mirio struck an odd pose as Izuku hummed, slowly chewing some steak. So, what's your hero name? My hero name? Izuku said slowly, as though disbelieving as he thought on it. Yeah, mine was first Miriota, but now, it's Lemillion and it's way better. Izuku absent-mindedly twiddled a chopstick between his fingers as he thought. Well, you don't want to rush it. No, I've got it. Izuku smiled as he met Mirio's eye. The Viridian hero, Divinium. Mirio stared at him. Neat. Mirio promptly threw down an entire glass of black tea. Wanna go spar? Izuku perked up. Yes, 1 second. Now. Surely I misheard? The two glanced down, their principal himself walking out from under the table. Principal Nezu. Izuku squeaked, eyes wide as the furred principal smiled. How long were you even under their principal San? Mirio questioned, staring at the principal warily. That's irrelevant. The large rodent gave them a strange grin. Surely, any physical altercations can be held off until the sports festival, correct? Correct. Both muttered, the principal nodding approvingly. I'd really rather not be forced to take action against some of our brightest students. Well, enjoy your lunch. With that, the principal walked away simply. 3 long seconds of silence hung over the two boys. He must have been there for over 20 minutes. Izuku whispered in disbelief. Maybe he uses the vent system. Mirio proposed, resting his chin on a gnarled fist. Like a mouse, just scuttling about. The teen's fingers waggled as though to represent the principal scuttling. Maybe. But, wouldn't? Midoriya-kun. The green-eyed boy was roughly pushed aside, a Shido in his place as she grinned brightly. Hi senpai. Izuku, could you take me to the roof? He blinked at her. Why do you need to go on the roof? She shrugged. I've never been there. So? She clasped her hands together with a lip jutting out. He gave her a dry look. I'm not a plane. She pouted. I bet you fly Maruko places. He blinked. Not really, she just hops. Mina shrugged, still smiling. So, how's Maruko? He furrowed his brow. She's good. Mina hummed. She's good in bed. Izuku blushed slightly, palming his face. I'm just teasing, just jokes Izuku. She pat his shoulder as though to dispel her words. Hi senpai. Hey. Mirio greeted, same curled smile on his face. So, what's your name senpai? Mina leaned against the table, smiling at the blonde across from her. Tagada Mirio. And yours? Izuku groaned as they started speaking, subtly floating away and they didn't even notice. He fell to the ground with a clack, walking down the long hall. The Midoriya had barely made it 10 feet before he was cut off by a panting girl in a nurse uniform, blinking at the sight of her. Midoriya-san. Recovery girl needs you. Izuku furrowed his brow, the odd request catching him more than a little bit off. Now. Okay. He yelped, hurrying off down the hall. It was a quick sprint that brought him to the closed door of Recovery Girl. He knocked twice. Excuse the. Get in here, boy. He gulped, easing himself past the door and stilling at the sight within. Shut that door. He slowly did such, not tearing his eyes away from the sight on the couch. The pro-hero Maruko, and 2-foot pole of rebar impaled through her thigh. Don't you start crying on me. The woman growled, clearly in pain as one hand fisted the cushion beneath her. You two can do your. Why aren't you in a hospital? Izuku exploded, eyes wide and his hands fisted in his own hair. The white-haired woman scoffed, seeming far too at ease about the large piece of metal in her leg. Then the public loses faith in me and I go way down in rankings. Besides, Recovery Girl here can patch me up just fine. The aged woman huffed at the statement. You psychopaths are too reliant on an old woman with a foot out the door. The nurse grumbled. You, Midoriya, stand here. He slowly made his way to the spot beside the leg, the booted foot on a chair to keep it level. He met her eye, green clashing with red. Are you okay? She waved him off. Course I am. He frowned. Now, Midoriya. Take this. Recovery Girl handed him a bottle of sterilized alcohol. You. The short nurse turned, a leather strap in hand. Bite. Rumi did so begrudgingly, clamping down on the strap. What exactly am I here for? Izuku questioned fearfully, staring at the rod. You're taking this out, Recovery Girl said simply. Why me? He shouted. He was then promptly hit in the shoulder. Stop being a priss, it's fine. He glared at the white-haired woman who simply bit back down on the strap. You're the one student I know she won't kill for doing it. So, give me that. He handed her back the alcohol. Now, on 5. You are going to pull that out. Izuku gulped, clearly not wanting to partake in this. He turned at the grunt, Rumi giving him a thumbs up. He returned it with a deep breath, focusing on the rebar. All right. A nice, clean, straight motion. Recovery Girl did the action in thin air, as though pulling out the bar. Now, 1. Izuku gulped. 2. He slowly grasped the bar. 3. The bottle of alcohol started splurging on the wound, Rumi groaning in clear pain. 4. The pour stop. 5. Izuku pulled hard, wincing at the scream from Rumi as the long pole came out with a disgusting noise. Recovery Girl promptly kissed Rumi's leg, the muscles and ligaments mending before their eyes as the flesh began to heal over. It was as though nothing had happened. Give that here. Izuku slowly handed Recovery Girl the rebar, the short woman hobbling away. Okay, now you can have your relationship squabble. See? Good as new, Rumi declared with a grin, kissing the spot that had been a gaping hole just a moment ago. Izuku promptly gave a shuddering breath. You should ease up, she's super good at this kind of thing. That doesn't mean I don't have to worry, he barked, fisting his own hair as he gave deep breaths. Rumi stared at him with a pensive expression. What even happened? TCH, some prick was just doing a bit of a robbery and I almost got him. Then, prick made the ground under me blow up. I got out of it fine, except for that, she grumbled. So, you were okay, right? She raised a brow, pausing at the clear worry in his eyes. I've had over a dozen things like this happen before, he whined at the words. That doesn't make me feel better, he mumbled. Should I start asking you about your every wound? Like that big-ass burn mark on your back? He winced at the mention, idly reaching behind him to rub the large burn from when he fought his father. That's different. She threw up air quotes. Relationship is a two-way street, bub. He sighed, reaching up to rub at his neck. So, unless you want to start spilling, then I'm not. He rubbed at an eye, clearly distressed. He slid into the seat her foot had been occupying, fingers fiddling. Sorry. I'm just tired of seeing people I care about getting injured, she shrugged at his words. Should date a pencil pusher then? He smiled softly, scratching a hand through his hair. I guess I just thought that since you were so strong, you didn't really get hurt. She rolled her eyes. Sorry for freaking out, Rumi-chan. I'll make it even by flipping out on you for getting hurt at the festival. He snorted, meeting her own grin with his own. Well, I'll try not to get injured then, she hummed. That'd be pretty impressive. His eyes widened even as she smirked. Well, if you wanted to, of course. That would impress you? She snorted at the question, flicking him in the forehead. You're like a little puppy for attention, y'all know that? He gave a small smile, but yeah, that'd impress me. I'll for sure not get injured then. Oh good, you're both decent. Recovery Girl made her reappearance easily, giving the two a wary look. Neither of you are hurt. What are you doing littering around my office? Thanks again, Baba. Rumi shot to her feet, snickering as she dodged the thrown syringe. Later, kid. Izuku slowly rose, groaning as his neck popped. Someone didn't sleep right. He gave an absent-minded nod at the remark, remembering waking up on Rumi's shoulder and not being able to sleep off the kink in his own bed. Still, it was worth it in his eyes. Ah good, young Midoriya. The boy blinked at the sight of his mentor, the man's gaunt form shadowed in the door. Come with me. Thank you, Recovery Girl. The woman gave a hurried wave over the shoulder, the Midoriya and blonde leaving easily. Where are we going? Yagi-san? Izuku twitched at using the man's true last name. Just a private place. True to his word, the man opened a door to their right just a few doors away from the nurse's office. It seemed to be a somewhat spacious conference room. How are you enjoying your dorms? It's good, Kirishima cooks really well. Yagi hummed at the information, easing himself into a couch as Izuku did the same across from him. That's good. Did you get my gift? The man gave a thin shadow of a smile at the question, Izuku blushing slightly as he scratched his cheek. Yes. And everyone saw it. The man gave a dry laugh, rubbing at his chest. A bit of embarrassment never hurt anyone. Izuku pouted at the advice. However, I did not ask you to come here for simple small talk. You are aware that the sports festival is coming up, correct? Of course. The gaunt man nodded, sitting up. I must ask something of you, young Midoriya. Izuku gulped, straightening in his seat. The USJ was a horrible incident and UA has managed to stall the questions and concerns, but it will not last forever. Izuku frowned, knowing that faith in the prestigious academy was slowly being lost. So, during this sports festival, I need you to prove that All Might is not the only one who can be a symbol of peace. Izuku stilled. During this sports festival, I must ask you to show yourself. To declare that you are here, that UA is not weak. That heroes are still coming. All Might nodded. Yes, I must ask you to become a hero. Izuku blinked. But, I'm already becoming a hero. All Might shook his head. Do I act like All Might? Izuku's brow furrowed. And does All Might act like Yagi Toshinori? Not exactly. And does Maruko act like Miss Usagiyama? Or does Usagiyama-san act like Maruko? Izuku thought back on the woman he'd slept on as opposed to the woman who'd been impaled with a smile. No, All Might nodded. Something that most pro-heroes learn far too late. They cannot have their hero personality and personal personality mix. It is fine to be yourself, but a hero is supposed to be flawless. Izuku nodded slowly at the words. But, I'm not sure I know what you want of me, All Might. The boy confessed, All Might humming slowly. I believe Midoriya Izuku can be my successor. He has the will, the drive, and now the power. Izuku ducked slightly at the praise. But, a successor of All Might cannot be shy like that. Izuku's eyes widened. When you save people, are you going to shy away from praise? Blush and become nervous? Izuku frowned. Midoriya Izuku has those qualities, they're what make him him. But, a hero cannot have these things. So, you want me to be different when I am a hero? All Might shook his head. Not just when you are a hero, but in things such as the sports festival. You must declare yourself, show that you are worthy to be my successor. Izuku gulped and gave a single nod. I'll do my best, All Might. The man frowned. I'm afraid, your best isn't what I require, young Midoriya. The boy's mouth parted slightly in shock. I've gotten a new diagnosis, my new time limit is 50 minutes. Izuku felt like he'd just been punched in the gut, his eyes wide as he stared at the man before him. My time as the symbol of peace is dwindling. The man confessed, hand clenched with his own frustration. I am loath to put such a heavy load on your shoulders so soon, but I must ask this of you. I must ask you to become the next symbol of peace. Izuku felt his heart pound in his own ears at the words, gulping heavily despite his dry throat. To this end, you must show that you are far above your peers. I require you to not only do your best, but to win the sports festival. Win it with confidence, flamboyance, and above all, strength. Of course, All Might. The man nodded slowly, taking in his pupil's clenched fist. This is where your story begins, young Midoriya. Midoriya. Izuku paused, turning to meet the teal gaze of his classmate. The scarred boy turned, hands in his pockets as he walked away. Izuku took the request for what it was, following after his classmate. The two stepped out of the large waiting room, pausing in the shaded hallway outside of it. You're strong, very strong, Shoto said slowly, turning and meeting the eye of his classmate, but I'm stronger. Maybe. Izuku admitted, the Todoroki considering the Midoriya. However, I cannot afford to lose this. Because of All Might, right? Izuku, to his credit, didn't even flinch. There's something between the two of you, I've noticed it. Your simple strength quirk, he looks at you often. Are you in his favor? It's not because of All Might. Izuku disregarded, fist clenched as his gaze hardened. It's because I have people who've put their hopes on me, given their lives for me. I can't let that go to waste. So I'm sorry, Todoroki-kun, but the sports festival is mine to win. Green clashed with teal as the two stared at one another, each sizing the other up as the cheers of the crowd began to roar. We'll see. With those parting words, Todoroki walked back into the waiting room. Izuku followed him a moment later, a pair of sharp red eyes glaring at the door they disappeared through. A low buzz sounds in the class stands as one, the large doors creeping open as they make their way out the doors. The roar of the crowd becomes deafening as harsh daylight shines down on them, the sun of low noon blazing and casting everything in sight in a bright light. Here we have, Class 1A. Present Mike's voice barely boomed over the roar of the crowd. You. Is brightest upcoming students, what kind of a showing can this powerhouse class give us? The roar of the crowd slowly began to die down as the classes lined up, the provocatively dressed Midnight walking onto the stage. Several catcalls sounded through the crowd at the sight of the R-rated heroine. Izuku though? He was busy scanning the crowd, eyes trailing over the hundreds of faces in the stands. He found the sight of Endeavor easily, the man imposing and bright amidst the crowd with a wide berth around him. Izuku shuddered at the sight of the man, having never met him in person and his sheer intimidation clear. TCH. The crack of Midnight's whip silenced the crowd, Izuku putting his arms behind his back as his hands gripped each other tightly. "Let's all settle down now," Midnight called, her voice carrying easily through the microphone. "This marks the start of UA's 51st Sports Festival." The crowd once more cheered, Midnight capturing the crowd with amazing ease. "We will commence with the speech of the student representative, Bakugo Katsuki." The crowd remained mostly quiet even as the students started muttering. Izuku cast a wary eye at his childhood friend, the boy looking uncharacteristically calm. It unnerved Izuku. "I pledge." Bakugo seemed colder than usual, his face set in stone. "That'll be number one." Izuku's eyes widened as a thick silence filled the entire stadium, an entire second of no noise as Bakugo's eyes roved over everyone, as though daring them to dispute his words. The collective body of first years took it, beginning to shout and jeer at Bakugo. The ash blonde ignored them, stepping off the stage. Izuku gulped at the same look on his face. Bakugo was not looking at anyone. Like he was looking past them all. Another crack of Midnight's whip settled the year of students, her alluring gaze washing over them all. "We'll start with the preliminary matches. All students, go through that gate." Her rattan stick snapped at the now open gate, the class making their way there. It had begun. The entire year of students filled the thin hall, its long tunnel cramped with over 100 students. Izuku frowned, pinched between a handful of students himself as the gate behind them shut. He realized with a jolt that it was a race. Without further ado, he floated straight up and above the other students. "The obstacle course will now start," Midnight's voice announces, the gate buzzing as it swings open instantaneously. The students stilled in shock before they all started clamoring to get out. Izuku flew forward as Todoroki easily broke from the group, leaving wide trails of ice in his wake as several students used their quirks to get ahead. Izuku grimaced, noticing they were fast. He took a deep breath before blasting forward, easily tripling his speed and racing ahead of them all as the gut-twisting feeling of flying that fast simmered within. A low mechanical groan was his only warning, a large metal fist cutting through the air for him from above. Izuku slammed on his heels, barely slipping under it as he slowed down. Ice cracked and his eyes widened, the mech he just dodged now encased in an entire glacier. Izuku glanced over his shoulder, the lone Todoroki making his presence clear as he skated ahead of the competition. A series of loud cracks and pops signified Bakugo also catching up, the ash blonde's face set in a scowl. Izuku gulped, blowing forward as he pushed himself harder. He cleared the large arena of robots easily, a large canyon up ahead. The only means of crossing it was a series of ropes, ones that Todoroki skated over as Izuku floated over the entire thing. The viridescent-haired boy shook his head, pushing down on his speed and rocketing forward. His eyes caught sight of a series of lumps in the ground, his brow furrowing as he stared at it. As he did so, he wasn't looking ahead of him. The boy barely caught sight of a glimmer before he was slammed into by a wall of metal. He gasped, face screaming in pain as he lagged behind. Izuku took in the sight of a large guardian, its legs making the archway of the gate as it stood in protection. It wielded a large shovel, the thing that had hit Izuku. The boy grimaced, face setting as the crack of ice made itself apparent alongside a low series of explosions. Izuku once more darted forward, the shovel sailing through the air at impossible speeds. Izuku cocked his arm back, the limb beginning to glow as Izuku shot it forward. The metal barely dented, following through the motion and slapping Izuku aside easily. He gasped, clutching his chest in pain as surprise flooded through him. He noticed it not swinging at Bakugo, the blonde a low foot off the ground. Izuku grit his teeth, watching them get ahead. He darted down, now floating a mere 2 feet off the ground. He slammed forward, going faster than he ever had as he caught up quickly. The other two boys cleared the minefield easily, nearing the large archway as they sped forward. Bakugo literally roared in anger as Izuku passed them, flying through the arch that signified the end of the first course. "Deku. You and that damn..." He cut himself off as Izuku violently vomited. The two watched as Izuku threw up horridly, on one knee as he retched. The entire stadium was silent, the winner of the first round expelling his stomach before them all. The Midoriya stopped with a rasp, coughing twice as he punched the ground. The entire stadium was caught off guard as the boy roared, shooting to his feet as he wiped the back of his hand against his mouth. "Midoriya Izuku wins the first round," Midnight declared, the silence being broken, followed quickly by his classmates, Todoroki Shoto and Bakugo Katsuki. "The next 39 students to cross that line shall proceed to the next round." Izuku groaned, putting his hands on his sides as he walked on. "Deku and that damn quirk." Bakugo growled regardless, glaring at his childhood friend's back. Kachan, Todoroki-kun. The two looked at the Midoriya before them, the boy panting as his hands rested on his side. If you are going to beat me, you need to give it your all. TCH, as if I need to hear that from you. Bakugo grunted, walking off as he thumbed his nose. It's you, who should start using your all Midoriya. Todoroki replied coolly, stepping away as a stream of students started filing in, slowly filling the remaining slots. All 42 slots have been filled. The second event shall be the cavalry battle. The students murmured, all tired in their own way. Each of you will form teams of 2, 3, or 4. It will be a point-based challenge, each of you wearing one of these with a point total. The woman held up a red headband with a white digit on it. All of the top 15 will be given a headband, their value decreasing with your position, and the sole exception is number 1, his value being 10 million. Izuku stilled, looking at the tall scoreboard near the wall. On it was his face with the large number of 10 million beside it. Underneath, Todoroki's blank visage with the much smaller number of 15,000. There will be 1 rider and up to 3 runners. These are the rules. The rider can never touch the ground, and the runners cannot wear the headband. Steal other headbands to win. Only the top 4 teams will continue. Izuku took a low breath, accepting the headband from a seemingly random boy as he gripped it tightly. Hey, number 1. Izuku turns, meeting the sly grin of a blonde boy. Wanna win together? The cavalry battle shall now commence. Midnight's whip cracked loudly. The entire stadium watched in shock as the first place and his teammates started floating up slowly. What is that shit, Deku? Bakugo roared, sat atop 3 of his classmates. Izuku didn't reply, now floating a safe 20 meters above the ground with his blonde teammate. Remember, if you start falling I'll grab you. Izuku reminded, floating simply beside his teammate who seemed a bit more shaky. And what if that crass student comes at us? Monoma asked, staring at Bakugo who was snarling up at them. Flex your toes, aim them forward. If you get out of control, I'll help. Izuku gave his teammate a glance. Don't think I've forgiven what you did. And what did I do that was so wrong? Is he not arrogant? Is he not simply lucky that the teachers showed up when they did? Izuku frowned, watching groups fight one another. Kachan is arrogant. We all got more lucky than we should have. But that does not make what you did called for. Monoma rolled his eyes. Well, congratulations for playing the moral bigger man and accepting your victory for this event. Izuku clenched a fist. Stop talking. Monoma shrugged. Silence reigned for several moments, the two watching the combat below them. He's coming. The blonde remarked, looking down. The two watched Bakugo begin making his way through the air to them. Go forward. Slow. Monoma stuttered through the air, getting away as Izuku stared down Bakugo. You can't get me in the air, Kachan. The viridescent youth slammed on his heels, slipping down as Bakugo shot over him. Stop running, nerd. The blonde changed his course, darting at Izuku only for the Midoriya to snap forward. Bakugo growled, racing back after him through the air. In their minds, they were the only contestants in this event as they had a race through the air. Oh, we've got a dogfight on our hands, folks, Present Mike announced, the two boys ignoring him. Izuku slipped away from the explosive blonde once more, Bakugo a hair's breadth behind him as he snarled. The ash blonde blew ahead, shooting through the air as smoke trailed behind him. Give it up, Deku. The blonde roared, the Midoriya arching up and Bakugo scoffed. The boy angled his arm at an odd angle, using a blast more potent than the last. Izuku gasped at the feeling of wind against his forehead as Bakugo snagged the headband from behind. Kachan! Izuku shouted, spinning as the blonde raced away, grinning at him. Not so quick. Bakugo's eyes widened as Izuku's teammate pulled it from his hand easily. He spun in the air but Izuku already had it back around his head. Bakugo! Get back down here, give up on taking that band. Ashido shouted up at the blonde. Bakugo growling even as he reared to go again. His forearm throbbed and he winced. TCH, damn extras. The boy slowly fell through the air, landing on Karisahima's shoulders with a thud. Oi, shitty hair. Get me to half and half. No thank you, Monoma asked, smirking as he once more floated through the air with Midoriya. You did? Izuku cut himself off, slamming down and pulling Monoma with him. A tangle of green vines shot through where they'd been standing, the vines retracting easily. Ah, Abara. Monoma remarked, meeting the emerald gaze of his classmate. We should be fine, her vines are slow. And her team? Izuku asked, staring at the three beneath the reserved greenet. Monoma let his gaze travel and his eyes widened. Kosei! The blonde shouted, Izuku pulling them down once more as a sphere of air collected where they'd been. It's hard to break out of his air. Anyone else? Izuku questioned, warily staring at the group now focused solely on them. Yes, Reiko. We are not on a first-name basis. Reiko's voice traveled to them, the silver-haired girl's one visible eye narrowed at Monoma. Setsuna is a problem. Monoma said simply, Izuku watching as the last girl split into several dozen pieces. Watch out, she'll go for the band. Izuku's eyes narrowed, slowly moving back. The small chunks started soaring through the air and Izuku blew away, wind whipping as he once more started coursing through the air. He winced at the clenching of his stomach, dropping under the swarm of parts. He spun back around, racing away from the cluster of pieces and swerving around the green vines that shot through the air. His eyes widened as the boy from before floated into the air before him. Surprise! The rust-haired boy blasted out a breath of air, surrounding Midoriya with solid air walls. Izuku grit his teeth, tense as he stared at the boy before him. Well, how are you going to get the headband, Kosei? Monoma slowly grazed to a stop beside them, arms crossed as he grinned. I was getting to that. Kosei snapped back, meeting Monoma's smug grin with a glower. That marks the end of the cavalry battle, Kosei groaned, slapping his face with a grimace as the air dissolved. How long will you keep my quirk? Monoma scratched his cheek, feet touching the ground for the first time in 15 minutes. Well, you gave me a free pass for the endgame, so I will drop it after school. Izuku nodded. Thanks again, number 1. Izuku scowled at the boy's back, the victory tasting like ash in his mouth. Midoriya Izuku managed to hold onto his headband. The teams that go on are as follows. Team Midoriya, Team Todoroki, Team Bakugo, and Team Shinso. We will now have an afternoon intermission. Izuku stared at the purple-haired boy who'd lead his team to victory, remembering the control the boy had had over him 2 weeks ago. Ojiro-san. The tailed boy turned to Midoriya, his features saddened. He controlled you, didn't he? The blonde nodded slowly. He asked me what belt I hold, as soon as I told him. Everything else is blank. Midoriya nodded. I'm sorry that you went through that. Ojiro hummed. I look forward to seeing you in the finals. You're making them all look like chumps. Izuku choked on the water he'd been sipping, turning at the sight of his supposed girlfriend. Hey, did I scare y'all? You're terrifying. He said simply, still slightly shocked that she showed herself. To be fair, he was in a public hallway at the stadium, so it isn't the most surprising thing to see her there. But still. And so far, you haven't even been injured yet. She air-quoted the word. I'll overlook your whole throwing up thing. I took a 10-meter shovel to the face, she shrugged. That's light work. He snorted, the woman grinning at his snort. And what classifies as an injury? She shrugged. Now that you're gonna be in some one-on-ones, any broken bones, getting knocked out, that sort of stuff. You know how it is. I don't. Rumi quirked a brow. Sure, I'll believe that. Wait, I don't. He gave a small smile in response. Well, I'm not too impressed yet. Haven't really seen anything impressive. That's fair. Don't worry, I'll put on a show, she hummed. I'd hope so. I can't exactly publicly date someone who isn't even the best in their year. He glowered at her, the woman chuckling. Ease up, kid. She pat his head, scratching her gloved fingers through his hair. So, all I have to do is win, right? She hummed. Well, a good fight or two'd be pretty good. The woman remarked, watching as his eyes slowly closed. I'm sure there will be more than 2 tough fights, she nodded. Good, I'd hate to get bored. You do not thank me enough for doing this for you. She tapped her fingers against his skull, the boy's eyes peeling open as she smirked. Thank you, Rumi-chan, for scratching my head. I owe you my life for it, she hummed approvingly. That's better, just remember that you just admitted that I own you. He smirked, emerald meeting crimson easily. I think I'm okay with that. She grinned. Well, aren't you the little flirt? He shrugged helplessly. You should be careful, signing deals with the devil is dangerous. I'm sure I'll be okay. She grinned sharply. Maruko. Both turned, a handful of Midoriya's classmates appearing around the corner. Well, I'll be watching. The woman said simply, leaning in close. Try to not stare at my ass. His eyes widened as she smirked, a light hue on his cheeks as she turned away. He turned as well, catching the eye of several classmates. He glared at Kaminari, the boy looking past Midoriya. Astral wings spun into existence on Izuku's back, gaining their attention. I was just so awed by the number 4 hero. Kaminari said, a sheepish laugh as Izuku glowered at him. Dude, you're the one that might be going against him in the finals. Kirishima remarked, patting Kaminari's shoulder. The blonde whined in response. So, Midoriya, you think you'll win? Yes. The boy blinked at the uncharacteristic confidence from the green-haired boy. She must have promised him something if he won. Kaminari commented, drawing an understanding noise from Kirishima. Izuku remained quiet. She totally did. You shouldn't speak of our classmates' private lives like that. Yaoyorozu admonished, ever the voice of reason. Izuku nodded in agreement with her words. The two boys barely cowed. Hey, what costume designer does Maruko use? Ashido made her presence known as she bounced forward. They really make her body pop. I want mine to do that. I'm not telling you. Izuku refused, cheeks tingling as the pinkette pouted. Fine. What type of underwear? I'm not telling you that either. Mina pouted even more so. Oh, so you know what brand? Kirishima asked, grinning sharply as Izuku seemed to burn with his blush. It would make sense. It would also explain the condoms. Asui said simply, Izuku putting his face in a hand with a groan. Kirishima guffawed at his embarrassment, slapping the one for all inheritor on the back. There dude, I think it's very manly of you to defend her honor. Izuku spared him a wry glare from between his fingers, the redhead grinning in response. The third event shall soon begin. They perked up at Midnight's voice, the loud amped voice echoing through the hall. Well, that's our cue, Kirishima declared, the group merging down the hall. Izuku glanced down at his right hand, the skin still red and aching from when he'd punched the shovel. They step out of the hallway, crossing the grass and making to the large new platform. The third event shall be a tournament of one-on-one combat. The crowd roared, despite the fact it's the same final event in every sports festival. When the opponent has either gone unconscious, touched the ground outside of the arena, or the match is called by me, the round is over. Are there any questions? Midnight Sensei. Eyes swiveled, the frowning but tall form of Ojiro meeting the stares. I wish to rescind my position in the tournament. In the cavalry battle. I did not partake whatsoever. I do not deserve to be here. Izuku frowned, staring at the tall purple-haired teen who seemed to not care. I also forfeit my position. Even more stares landed on the plump boy not far from Ojiro, head bowed in shame. Their classmates muttered, trying to convince them to reconsider, but the two boys seemed resolute in their decisions. I have no memory of the cavalry battle. How can I fight in this when so many others gave it their all and couldn't make it this far? Ojiro questioned. Ashido cowed at his rebuttal. Very well, I'll allow it, Midnight announced. As a result, 2 members of Team Shiozaki will take their place. Izuku groaned, remembering the nigh impossible to deal with quirks of that team. It was a brief intermission, both Shiozaki as well as Kosei taking their places. Now, we will begin the matchmaking. Her rattan gestured to the large board, several faces blurring by before it landed on 2. Kirishima Eijiro against Monoma Nato. The rest of you, go to the viewing booth. Izuku watched with narrowed eyes as the blonde made his way to the stage, grinning all the while. Izuku frowned, slowly making his way to the viewing booth as his mind blurred through its thought process. Let the first round begin. Midnight's whip signified the start and Monoma started running forward, Kirishima matching him. The redhead's fist hardened, swinging forward as Monoma swerved around it. It's already over, idiot. Monoma whispered, still grinning. His own limbs hardened and he grabbed Kirishima around the arm tightly. Monoma flew into the air with ease, spinning before launching the redhead away. It was remarkably simple and all fell silent as Kirishima thudded against the soft grass, looking shocked. Winner. Monoma Nato. The blonde fluttered back to the ground, making his way off the stage as Kirishima slowly rose. Sorry, Kirishima. The sharp-toothed boy looked up at the apology from Midoriya. It's cool, Midoriya. He's the one who did it. Izuku nodded slowly, his friend walking away despondently. Next, Shinso Hitoshi against Todoroki Shoto. The two walked onto the stage, Izuku leaning forward in curiosity at the matchup. Out of Curtius curiosity, how did you get that scar? Shinso asked, Todoroki frowning at the question. I'm just curious, the son of Endeavor having a burn scar, it's rather ironic, no? Begin. Midnight declared, the entire stadium still at the words of the violet-haired boy. Perhaps. He gave it to you? Todoroki's teeth settled in a snarl as his leg snapped forward. The temperature dropped as ice cracked and hissed, a tall glacier rocketing forward from nothing, ensnaring Shinso entirely. The entire stadium seemed paralyzed at the massive sculpture of ice. What the present Mike squeaked, 3 shards of ice nearly impaling him. Todoroki took a deep breath, frosted air escaping his lungs as he looked at his opponent. Only the boy's face was left exposed, his teeth chattering at the cold. Winner. Todoroki Shoto, Midnight declared, Shinso shivering as Todoroki slowly thawed him out. Don't talk about things you don't understand. Shinso said nothing to the threat, breaking free of the ice as he shuddered. The tall general education student walked out of the arena, Todoroki left alone as his ice began to crack and break apart. Next, Yaoyorozu Momo against Midoriya Izuku. Izuku blinked, catching the recommendation student's eye easily as they both walked to the arena. Good luck, Midoriya-san. He nodded, feeling a worm of guilt in his stomach at the thought of beating the kind-hearted vice president. You too, Yaoyorozu-san. She gave a small smile, clearly nervous as she crossed the arena. Izuku took a deep breath, recalling the words of his mentor as his eyes drifted shut. Begin. I require you to not only do your best, but to win the sports festival. Win it with confidence, flamboyance, and above all, strength. Izuku gave a shout, golden astral wings flaring into existence behind him as the crowd gasped. The boy floated several feet, golden eyes glowing with unbridled energy as his entire body thrummed. His gauntlets faded into existence, thousands of tiny golden particles forming their entirety. Unknown to the green-haired youth, a pointed crown began to form on his head as well, ornate in its design and uncontested in its regality. Izuku began to thrum with energy, his arms glowing slightly as 15% of one for all made its way through his body. Yaoyorozu made a bola, twirling it through the air. Izuku flew forward, crossing the distance easily as she threw the bola. His arm snapped out, the capture tool wrapping around his forearm with a sting. Her eyes barely widened in time. It was over in an instant. His hand snagged itself in the crook of her elbow, attempting to pull back on his power as he tossed her out of the arena. She bounced against the grass, skidding to a stop not far away. Winner. Midoriya Izuku. The crowd was a bit indecisive due to the sheer lack of retaliation put up by Yaoyorozu. Izuku bit his lip, forcing himself to not go help her as he turned back around. With a clap, he forced the bright effects to look as though they were blasted away by the clap. He ignored the slight tickling feeling across his skin as he walked back to the viewer's booth, settling back in the spot he'd been in not long ago. Midoriya-san. He turned, catching Ida's eye. I'm sure you are feeling bad for your victory over Yaoyorozu-san. Do not. We are all striving to become the best that we can, you should not blame yourself. Thank you. Ida-san. He nodded, turning to walk away as Izuku frowned. Next, Bakugo Katsuki against Iida Tenya. The ash blonde scoffed, making his way to the arena. The blue-haired engine user landed with grace across from Bakugo, the torches of the arena shining against his glasses. Who's winning this one? Midoriya? Kaminari asked, leaning against the railing beside Izuku. Iida-san's very fast, but Kachan's good. Begin. Iida crossed the distance in 2 large steps, legs swinging around in a wild roundhouse as Bakugo met it with that same odd expression he's been wearing for most of the sports festival. As if, shitty glasses. Iida's eyes widened as his balance was thrown entirely, Bakugo's palm touching his stomach for the briefest moment. AP shot. The entire stadium seemed to shake as the entire battleground was doused in smoke and ash, a crack the only other noise as all eyes snapped to the opposite wall. Iida himself was slumped against the far wall, a large spiderweb crack against the wall behind him. Bakugo was left alone in the arena, looking entirely unruffled by the clear victory. What are you feeding these kids? Present Mike roared, the crowd slowly breaking out of their stupor at the tremendous power. Winner. Bakugo Katsuki. The crowd cheered at the showy win, the ash blonde not acknowledging any of them as he made his way off the stage. Emerald met crimson as Bakugo leveled his childhood friend with a glare, slowly passing him as he entered the viewing booth. Half and half ain't the only competition. Izuku's eyes widened at the words, spinning to meet his friend, but the boy had already left. Next, Shiozaki Ibara against Ashido Mina. Begin. The acid-spitting girl slid forward, vines rupturing the ground around her. Acid arched through the air, seeming as though it were some type of macabre painting as the acid burned away the vines with amazing speed, the pink-skinned girl not even slowing. Shiozaki stepped forward, attempting to use a type of hand-to-hand combat but slipped on some low-level acid. Mina had her pinned and down the next moment. Winner. Ashido Mina, Midnight announced, the two helping one another up. Next, Tsuburaba Kosei against Shiro Honta. Cementos remade the arena moments before the two boys stepped onto the fresh one. Both had choppy features and both were grinning crazily. Begin. Kosei dashed forward, running low as Shiro ran in a wide arch. Not so fast. Long straps of tape shot out before slapping against seemingly nothing, Tsuburaba grinning as he pushed forward. Again and again, straps of tape hit seemingly nothing before Tsuburaba was upon Zero. He breathed, translucent white walls forming around Zero. The orange-haired boy proceeded to push the walls forward, shoving them off the edge of the arena and forcing Zero to the soft grass. Winner. Tsuburaba Kosei. The final match of the first round, Aoyama Yuga against Kaminari Denki. Izuku watched the two blondes make their way to the arena, eyes swiveling at the sound of a static crackle. Sorry about that folks, we had technical difficulties. Present Mike's voice boomed, seeming to electrify the crowd. Here we got Sparky Spark Spark and Glimmer Glamour. All sorts of nutty quirks. Begin. Midnight announced, Kaminari grinning as he ran forward. Not so fast, you barbarian, Aoyama declared, thrusting as a beam of sparkling light emanated from his sternum. Kaminari leapt to the side, avoiding the beam. Pew. Aoyama shot another. Pew, pew. He says pew. Present Mike announced, clearly on the border of laughter as Kaminari rolled into Aoyama's personal space. 400 volts. His hand grazed Aoyama briefly, the sparkle boy being launched back with an audible sound of electricity. Izuku snorted, looking at the frazzled and dazed Aoyama and loopy Kaminari. Winner. Kaminari Denki. That concludes the first round, we will take a brief intermission. Todoroki-kun. Teal eyes looked up from his water, meeting the green gaze of his classmate. Why is it that you don't use your fire? The boy clammed up, practically going frigid. If it's because you're scared of it, I hope. I'm not scared of it. Midoriya paused at the rasp of his classmate, the boy looking deadly in his glare. I loathe it. My left side, my father's side. I'll never use it. But why? You are keeping yourself from becoming a great hero. My old man. He's been number 2 for as long as I can remember, never able to surpass All Might. It became his ambition, his obsession. The boy spat, as though the word itself had offended him. Izuku remained silent, not knowing what to say. He arranged for a quirk marriage with my mother. Her quirk being ice, his being fire. He created me for the singular purpose of surpassing All Might, to become the number 1 hero. After I was born, he saw my mother as less than human. He tormented us, pushing my mother to the breaking point. She screamed at me, saying that my left side was unsightly as she poured boiling water over it. His hand touched the scar, Izuku feeling a phantom pain along his back at the words. So, this is my revenge. I've lived my life, never using his quirk for combat. So, I'll reject him entirely by winning the sports festival without it, becoming a hero without it, becoming number 1 without it. Izuku stayed silent for several long moments, his emerald orbs meeting Todoroki's teal ones easily. That's stupid. Todoroki jerked. For as long as you refuse to use your full power, I'll beat you down using everything I have. Because if you're not giving it your all, what's the point of living? Do I need a point, outside of winning? Izuku frowned, thinking on the words. I don't know, he said at last, but I do know that that sounds very sad, and even more lonely. That's fine by me. The road to the top is a lonely one, neither my old man nor All Might are ever seen at things like parties or birthdays. I feel sorry for you, Todoroki-kun. Shoto snarled at the words, spinning away from Midoriya's sad eyes. I didn't tell you for pity. That doesn't mean you don't deserve it, but remember, Todoroki-kun. I refuse to let you have a chance at winning with only half your power. Izuku watched his classmate clench his fist, storming from the hallway. Boy. Izuku stilled, an oppressive heat making itself known as he turned the corner of the hall. The number 2 hero himself was stood there, face 3 times more menacing up close. Shoto is made to surpass All Might. Well done on correcting him of his childish ideals. The sooner he accepts himself, the sooner he'll rise to the spot of number 1. What about you, Endeavor? Izuku felt some sweat trickle down his neck at the sheer aura this man radiated. I will die knowing I created the number 1 hero that was even stronger than All Might. There is no greater honor. Understand, boy. You will be a good test for Shoto. The time will come where he surpasses you easily though. I don't think so, Endeavor. The man narrowed his eyes, shoulders flaring steadily more and more. Izuku tensed, the man's aura becoming near suffocating. The hell you think you're doing, Smokey? The aura seemed to pop as Maruko made her presence known, resting an elbow on Izuku's shoulder. You want some of him, you gotta get past me. That would come easily, insolent child. Rumi just grinned up at the man, his breath's heat felt by them despite the several feet of distance. It matters not, Shoto will make light work of him. Uh-huh. Your little tragedy case ain't making it to the finals. Endeavor's response was simple, steaming as he walked away, his heat slowly receding. Thank you, Rumi-chan. She snorted, pushing off of him. I leave you alone for a few moments and you almost get toasted. You just can't live without me, can ya? He rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I guess not. She shook her head in amusement. Maybe I should put a bell on you, that'd look real nice. He rolled his eyes. Well, you're halfway there. If you slip up now, I'll get in there and beat your ass myself. He scratched the skin in front of his ear. Please don't. She shrugged. I guess we'll see. He yelped at her, pinching his ear, pulling him by it as he whined. Rumi-chan. That explosive brat is Kachan, right? I'm nothing like that. Got me? He whimpered, the shorter woman practically looming over him. Yes, yes. You're lovable and kid-friendly. She let go as he rubbed the lobe. Damn straight. After all, kids love bunnies. She reared in indignation, but he was already running down the hall. Damn cheeky coward. You can't hide from rabbit fury. Todoroki Shoto against Midoriya Izuku. The stadium was tense at the announcement, the two multi-quirk users standing across from one another on the elevated arena battleground. Spectators waited with bated breath as the arena practically thrummed with excitement. The third round will now commence. Begin, Midnight declared, the two not even hesitating for a second. Izuku practically exploded in light, many wincing just by looking at him. An edged wave of ice rocketed at Midoriya, the green-haired youth glaring at it as it rolled towards him. Izuku shot straight into the air, clearing the wave even as large spires of the frozen liquid snapped up. The boy narrowed his eyes, ducking and swerving before spinning viciously. Ice cracked as the tip of the tall spike was broken off, seeming to float in the air for a brief moment. Izuku spun again, snapping out a kick that sent the spike hurtling down at Todoroki. The teal-eyed boy dashed forward, the spike thudding into the ground behind him with a horrible crash. Todoroki slid up a slide, swerving dangerously as he stayed stuck to the ice. It seemed as though thunder itself struck, the blur of bright yellow crashing down to the earth faster than most could track. The ground cracked and warped, breaking beneath the power of the yellow-eyed boy atop it. Todoroki stared in mute shock as Izuku smashed apart the very ground, cutting him off in his path. For a brief moment, everything was still as though time itself had stopped. Golden iris clashed with frigid teal in a clash of will. It's a shame it was so one-sided. Izuku snapped forward, fist slamming into Todoroki's gut with a deafening thud as spittle forced its way from the scarred boy's mouth. Todoroki's hand grazed Izuku's arm, ensnaring the limb in an iced casing just before he was rocketed away. The boy slowed his speed with ice, skating around the arena as he grimaced. Izuku's arm vibrated, the ice over it splintering and breaking away. The boy's eyes seemed to glow as his wings began to emanate even brighter light. Todoroki squinted as he tried to track the Midoriya before him. This is the end, Todoroki-kun. The boy's eyes widened at the voice behind him, daggers of ice forming themselves on his arm as he spun. His arm didn't make it halfway before Izuku's leg forced itself into the boy's back. The recommendation student was rocketed into the sky, flailing erratically as Izuku followed him. It was unnerving, the distance between the son of Endeavor and some random student. A punch slammed into Todoroki's rib cage, propelling him over 30 feet into the air as they just started to eclipse the height of the stadium. What is this insane fight? He's sending him to space. Present Mike's voice echoed through the still stadium as they watched on. If you'd used your fire, you would have won. Those were Izuku's last words before floating above the boy, slamming a kick into his abdomen and sending Todoroki plummeting to the ground. Shoto's eyes watered, time itself seeming to slow as he fell through the air. Memories flared through the boy's mind. Memories of his mother's warmth filling him. Memories of his sister's hugs. His brother's smile. Teal eyes snapped open, his left side becoming engulfed in flame as massive towers of ice rocketed up. They warped, safely catching the boy as he landed. Shoto. Endeavor's roars were loud as they echoed across the stadium. However, not even Endeavor's roaring flames could distract from the slowly increasing brightness. It seemed as though the sun itself had undergone amplification, bright yellow light beginning to burn away any darkness or impurities. Congratulations, Todoroki-kun. The voice itself echoed throughout the entire stadium as many forced themselves to keep looking, their eyes burning. Todoroki himself was staring at his opponent through a layer of ice, it acting as a type of buffer. And so, he was one of few who saw in crystal clarity the sight of Izuku. Give me everything you've got. With a crack like lightning, Midoriya snapped down, terrifying speed used as he rocketed towards the ground. Midoriya! Todoroki roared, both hands buzzing with power as he moved them, ice and heat shearing off both. Stop them! Nezu's voice was loud, and an instant later, towering walls of cement were erected between the two, neither seeming to be bothered as they shot forward. Gah! Midoriya's scream was loud and blood-curdling as everything became encompassed in a brief blinding white light as the explosion was so thunderous that it was deafening. Students were rocked from their seats as with the air, the noise returned. Cement chunks were rocketed aside as the power used decimated all in its path. Tall billowing clouds of steam rose heat filled the arena. The storm passed, people groaning as they made their way back into their seats while trying to look in on the aftermath. Who even won that? Present Mike's voice shattered the still tension of the stadium, Midnight shaking herself free from the light concussion. She whipped through the steam, parting the heated air. What remained was Todoroki held up by a cocoon of ice, barely conscious on one end of the arena. Todoroki-kun. Heads snapped as the steam parted, the sight of Izuku barely affected was revealed. His gold light shined bright as ever and he floated steadily. You are powerful. Far more powerful than me. But, the boy thudded against the ground, astral visage gleaming as he steadily walked across the battered and ruined arena. His face was barely visible amidst the bright light, white teeth the only visible component. I'm better. Todoroki threw a wave of ice and Izuku slammed his foot into it, shattering the wave. He was across the arena in his next step, hand gripping the tattered remains of Todoroki's uniform and sending him hurtling out of the arena. The boy laid in the grass, clearly defeated. The arena stood still for several moments, mute shock taking over them all. Midoriya Izuku goes on to the semifinals, Midnight announced, her voice breaking the reverie. Deafening cheers filled the stadium, the roaring approval of the crowd pounding in Izuku's head as he stared at Todoroki, teal eyes staring at the clouds. Izuku gave a roar of his own, head tilting to the sky as he screamed his victory. This only served to encourage the crowd more so, their cheers matching his own volume. The viridescent-haired boy turned, walking off of the battleground and into the far hall. He never turned off his armor, disappearing into the tunnel. Young Midoriya. I'm astonished. The man cut himself off as his disciple's golden armor cut off, the boy slumping against the wall. His right arm was a battered mangled mess, a concoction of purple skin and dark blood as the boy heaved in deep lungfuls of air. Young Midoriya. The man held up the good side of the boy, his battered form leant against his teacher. Come, recovery girl will fix you. Shattered bones, cracked wrist, fractured joints. I should have you in a deep sleep, recovery girl huffed, the limb looking near perfect again. White bindings held the entirety of its length, only the wrist up visible as well as the new scars that spanned that hand. That hand clenched fiercely, Izuku groaning in pain. Thank you, recovery girl. She tutted, clearly upset, but the boy hopped off the bed. If you put that arm through that kind of strain again today, not even my healing can bring it back. Izuku bowed his head, feeling the tight tense pain in his recovered hand. I understand. All Might walked alongside the boy, the two leaving the nurse's office. Young Midoriya, not only did you force young Todoroki to use his fire, but also winning. I am very proud of you. Izuku preened under the praise, the man patting his disciple's shoulder. Thank you, Yagi-san. The man hummed. And think of it this way, I'm sure someone like Miss Maruko would be quite fond of your scars. Izuku ducked his head at the words. Well, I'll try not to get injured then, she hummed. That'd be pretty impressive. His eyes widened even as she smirked. Well, if you wanted to, of course. He winced at the memory, fist clenching despite the pain. He tugged at the fresh uniform, exiting the tunnel as All Might stayed behind. Midoriya. The boy stared at the redhead, the boy grinning brightly. Dude, that power was wicked. I don't think I've ever experienced such raw manliness so close. Hey, thanks. Izuku said with a small grin, Kirishima's eyes darting to the scar on his hand. Dude. That's sick. Now, Monoma Nato against Bakugo Katsuki. Izuku perked up at the announcement, making his way to the railing of the viewing booth. The king of arrogance himself. I'll show you the proper way to use your power. Monoma's smirk was riling Bakugo up, the ash blonde growling. I'll kill you. He growled, Monoma's eyes dancing with mirth. What a heroic quality. Oh, I've just recognized you. You're that scared boy from the sludge villain incident. Bakugo twitched with anger. Ah, he pushed too far. Izuku muttered. Begin. Bakugo blew forward, rocketing with small explosions as he neared Monoma. Stun grenade. Monoma's eyes widened as a bright flash burst from Bakugo's palms, the stealing blonde's arm shooting up to cover his eyes. Die. Bakugo slammed into him before Monoma could recover, blasting him clear of the arena. Monoma floated just above the grass, panting in pain. Go down. The pretentious blonde's neck snapped up as Bakugo leapt off the arena. Bakugo's relentless. Present Mike exclaimed, the stadium watching the boy willingly leave the arena and go after his opponent. Bakugo slammed into Monoma, forcing the other blonde into the grass with another blast. Monoma Nato has left the arena. Bakugo Katsuki wins. Wow. Izuku was slightly intimidated by the fact that Bakugo had so easily bested his opponent. Who's left? Tsuburaba Kosei against Kaminari Denki. Ashido Mina gets a bye to the next round. Izuku's sweat dropped. Them. Kirishima answered with a laugh. Begin. Electromagnetic blast. 1000 volts. Tsuburaba's eyes widened as a massive bolt of pure electricity raced across the arena floor, slamming into the air breather. Tsuburaba fell out of the arena, unconscious as his eyes swirled. The entire stadium was quiet at the lightning-quick round. Talk about lightning fast. Present Mike joked, his screams of pain audible as Aizawa kicked him for the bad joke. Winner. Kaminari Denki. Midnight announced, pointing to the boy who looked as though he were not even sentient. With this, we begin the semifinals. First, Ashido Mina against Midoriya Izuku. Izuku-kun, could you not meteor smash me? Mina asked, the two walking to the arena. I promise not to meteor smash you, Ashido-san. Her shoulders sagged in relief, making across the arena. Begin. Midoriya exploded in a shower of light, crossing the arena in a flurry of speed. Mina sprayed out a stream of acid, the liquid corrosive and putrid as it carved through the air. The boy flew over it, snagging Ashido by the back of the collar and hurling her over and into the grass. Midoriya Izuku is your first finalist. Izuku gave a shout, throwing his fist to the sky as his astral armor faded into particles. Izuku stepped off the tall battleground, Bakugo coming his way. Don't go anywhere, Deku. Bakugo grumbled, walking past his childhood friend as he made his way to the arena. I'll finish this in an instant. Bakugo stood on one end of the arena, Kaminari still loopy as he stood there. Begin. Kaminari simply fell off the arena. Boos filled the arena as Bakugo twitched. Bakugo Katsuki is your second finalist. Deku. His roar shut up the crowd as his raging red eyes met tense green. Come at me, you damn nerd. The very air sucked in on itself, Izuku appearing in a flurry of wind, ruffling Bakugo's hair across the arena. I won't lose this, Kachan. Bakugo growled, crouching. As if you get to decide that. The finals of the 51st Sports Festival shall now commence. Midnight's rattan stick slashed through the air, the calm before the storm. Begin. It was instantaneous, both meeting in the middle of the arena as Bakugo's fist reared back. It came about with a high whistle, Izuku's crown matching it in sheer brightness. AP shot. The explosive blonde brought it forward, slamming it forward and drenching the area in smoke. What's even going on? Present Mike questioned, the arena coated in ashy soot. It cleared in a blast of wind, the crowd gasping at the sight. Bakugo brought his hand around in a wide arc, the fist sparking as it raced for Izuku. The boy replied with snapping out a kick, blocking the limb and making the explosion go over their heads. The blonde slammed his free fist into Izuku's gut, the fist popping before blowing the boy away. Bakugo leapt after Midoriya and landed on him, elbowing his opponent in the chest the instant he was able. Izuku coughed, backfisting Bakugo across the face harshly in retaliation. The blonde spat blood as he growled, Izuku kicking him away. Izuku raced after his childhood friend and brought his leg down in a fierce axe kick, catching Bakugo in the shoulder. The blonde gave a shout of pain, free hand flailing wildly. That hand found purpose on Izuku's wrist, grasping it and slamming the Midoriya over his shoulder. Izuku gave a gasp of pain as spittle broke from his mouth, Bakugo's boot slamming down on his chest. They're not doing this for the sports festival, Uraraka whispered, conveying the thoughts of her class. They're doing this to hurt the other. Todoroki finished, teal eyes watching the fight. Izuku gave an indiscernible shout of anger, slamming his thrumming fist into Bakugo's chest. The blonde gasped only to get slammed across the jaw by Izuku's free hand, the blows sounding more and more concerning. What is this crazy energy? Not even Present Mike's voice could distract the crowd from the macabre scene. Bakugo roared, slamming his fist into Izuku's own jaw, blood splattering across the freshly made battleground. Bakugo slammed an explosion into Midoriya's side, the boy barely blocking it in time. Izuku tumbled across the arena floor, righting himself on one knee as he panted harshly. His uniform had shred away, blood dribbling down his form as he slowly rose. You just don't give up, do you, nerd? Bakugo growled, hands clenching and unclenching. Midoriya stood slowly, rubbing the back of his fist against his lip, blood smearing across his face. Like I said, Kachan. I can't afford to lose this, the blonde sneered. I don't remember giving you an option. The boy blasted forward, Izuku cocking his arm back. The crowd watched in awe as Midoriya's entire arm glowed, golden gauntlets becoming encompassed in shining light while green electricity rolled off the boy as though he were a thundercloud. Bakugo gave a shout, blowing over the boy and avoiding the swung fist. Midoriya spun, Bakugo aiming a wide glowing palm at him. Izuku flew forward, going beneath Bakugo and launching into a high bicycle kick. The kick connected, Bakugo sent tumbling across the arena floor. Izuku raced after him, feet buzzing with energy as he stomped down on the boy. Bakugo rolled away just in time, both hands coming together as he grinned at Izuku. Bang! Izuku was literally blown away, cracking against the far wall of the arena in a deafening explosion. The crowd gasped at the boy's bleeding form, Izuku barely floating above ground. Didn't I tell you? Izuku's voice was hard to hear for all, blood trailing down his face in dark red streams. I can't lose this. In that very instant, Midoriya had crossed over 20 meters in a blink. What insane speed! Present Mike exclaimed, summing up the crowd's thoughts. He buried his fist into Bakugo's gut, the blonde seemingly bending around the fist as spittle blew from his mouth. Heisei crush! Bakugo was launched away, somersaulting through the air horridly. Bakugo slammed into the far with a crunch, chunks of cement flying from the wall behind him. He'd carved a small crater in the wall, form slumped. He did not get out. Winner. Midoriya. The green-haired boy slumped forward. Izuku. He was unconscious before he hit the ground. Thanks for watch here.